go live.
It's watching you.
Somebody's looking. Lord, it's the devil.
All right, y'all are live.
All right.
Lean in this way just a touch.
Lean on me. Oh, I'm sorry.
Join in.
And I'll be your friend
all day long. Okay.
Y'all are live.
Are we?
Y'all are live.
I'm sorry, people.
So are we looking over here? Are we looking over? We're looking.
This is the camera.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Yeah, y'all. This is the camera y'all watching.
Yeah, this is very
This is
confusing.
really hard.
I mean, okay. Hello, everybody. This is Danny
Sway.
from Deep South. Hey, over this way. This is Danny from Deep South Homestead. Here with my good friend, David the Good.
Hey, how are y'all?
Friends all day long.
Yeah, we've been good friends since, what, 8 o'clock last night or something?
Something like that. Yeah. After I went through all the security checks and everything.
Yeah, she was supposed to tell people that. Well, anyway, after running the background check, okay, the cat's out of the bag. Okay, we did background checks on him and his 3 sons here. They're clean for now. And they have come here today to help us. That sounds like I'm fixing to get ready to do a eulogy.
We are gathered together today to make cane juice.
Yeah, this apple cane juice.
This is a memorial candle right
This
here.
is a memorial candle here.
My Deep South mug. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, good.
So coffee's in the house if you need it.
Yeah.
This is warm,
This is warm, but it's actually the juice is going down pretty rapidly.
and you need us to get.
And I need some juice to start refilling with.
All right, boys, let's go.
All right. Yeah, so I probably need to stoke the fire up a little bit.
I could skim the top of that too.
Yeah. Guys, I know we're live here. We can't see the chat, so the chat's like way over yonder. So we have no clue what anybody is saying, right?
Like I say, it was somebody named Monkey Mommy said that you guys were doing this. Like Monkey Mommy comments pretty regularly, and she said you really should get in touch with Danny and Wanda and see, because my last cane syrup video did absolutely horribly, and I said, you know what? I just want to do nothing but cane syrup videos from now on because people didn't watch this one enough.
Oh,
I need to do it until people really.
well,
Really, they better start appreciating it.
when they start starving because they have no food. Yeah.
You need sugar.
You gotta have sugar to survive. All right. Now, let's see if we can let that get caught up. All right. Now that we've ran Miss Wanda off and got her back over squeezing more sugar cane with the boys, I think that David and I can actually sit here and we can try to monitor this thing. I wish well, the cord's just not long enough.
You see, how far can we see here?
What kind of comments are we having?
Let's see.
Click that blue thing off.
Got it. Free American 2020 says DTG.
Yep.
We got a lot of people on right now.
Oh, cool.
Claire 41 concurrent.
All right.
Monkey Mommy's here. Says, I'm glad D to the G got a hold of Mr. Danny and Miss Wanda.
All right.
Melissa says, good morning, Danny, Wanda, David.
Good morning, everybody. It's actually nice and cool out here this morning. It's cloudy, a little bit breezy. It's an interesting morning anyway. Let's put it that way.
So the last, let's see, it was a week. It was a week and a half ago. I filmed a video on cane syrup boiling. They had a Golden's mill, just like yours here,
Yeah.
with a little Sears lawn tractor turning it around.
I used to do the same with a lawn tractor, yeah.
And but he built this big old stone thing with a 90-gallon kettle on it.
Yeah.
And it was a long day's working to boil that kettle down. Yeah. And this system right here, what do you got, about 6 gallons, maybe 5 gallons going at once?
No, it holds 4.5 gallons per pan.
Per pan, okay.
Yeah.
So we probably got about 4 gallons in each one, 8 gallons total.
Probably got about 8 gallons total. Yeah. And it'll still take a good while today to evaporate all the juice out of this. But a lot of it's going to depend on, too, the simple fact that we had drought this year. And there's not going to be as much water in it, I'm hoping. I'm hoping that we end up with more juice, or not necessarily juice, but more syrup than we do water. I'm hoping that it's just a lot sweeter.
Yeah, well, it looked like, I mean, we only pressed a little bit of that cane and filled these things up. I don't know, we might have been pressing for 15 minutes and filled these things up. It was fast. Oh, I don't even think we were that efficient on loading the cane.
Yeah, it's one of those things. I mean, I wanted to talk a little bit about the chemical side of this, because most people don't understand the chemical side of sugar cane. The very top part of sugar cane, I do not cut that off and add it in with the cane squeezing when we do it, because the top part of the sugar cane is loaded with polysaccharides, which is sugar that's not really sugar, and it hasn't formed yet. And you don't really want that in your syrup when you're trying to cook it, or in your juice when you're trying to cook it. So lots of people try to run a stalk of cane out as far as they can get it up there to snip it off, and you're adding the polysaccharides in with it when you do that. So the best thing to do is drop it back down to one of the joints that's still got some good color to it, instead of having that palish color when you go up. And then another thing is, people want to top and cut their cane way in advance and just stack it on a trailer and wait for the day. They may do it days ahead of time. But when you do that, it doesn't matter if it's sorghum or if it's sugar cane or what it is, you end up with what's called dextrans in it. That's red streaks. You'll see these red streaks.
I've seen that.
On your cane. That's a bacteria that's forming. And you do not want that in your juice when you're trying to cook it out. Commercial sugarcane growers or sugar factories, they add a chemical into the juice whenever they're squeezing it to kill the dextran, because it's actually a bacteria that gets into it. And you do not want that in your syrup when you're cooking.
So if it's fresh cut, the immune system of the plant is still kicking along pretty good. You don't have that bacterial contamination.
Right.
So that's why you were cutting yesterday.
I cut yesterday and we squeezed this morning.
And it's been 40 degrees overnight. So.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we woke up this morning at 36 degrees, and it's really, it didn't have a chance to. What people don't understand, when you cut the top off a cane, cane's dead. Even though it's still grows to the ground, it's dead, because it has nothing to pull anything up. It's not going to get any sweeter. People go, oh, well, you got more sugar content. When you cut that top off and you cut it off at the bottom, or it's never going to get sweeter.
Yeah.
It's what sugar content is in it is all that's in it. Now you may run the sugar content up in it when you squeeze it, because some of the water has evaporated out of it, but you don't have any more sugar content than you originally had.
Yes, this makes sense. I think probably some people have the idea, like when you store sweet potatoes for a bit, there's a starch that's converting over to sugar.
Right.
So they think, well, maybe it's getting sweeter because it's
no,
but it's even sugar cane is a different photosynthesizer too. It's a type 4.
Type 4, yes.
So it's a very efficient photosynthesizer, which is why it's so sweet. It's all
exactly.
sugar.
Yeah, and basically what we're doing here today is we're cooking out water and chlorophyll. That's what we're getting rid of.
Which makes sense. It comes out green.
Yeah. So that's it's a little bit about it. I mean, it's not. It's amazing how I can move this lid of this door in different places, and you can see the steam. It will
rapidly come up,
and I can close it down, and one pan will quit completely, and the other one will really ramp up. Like you see them now, they're starting to get up a little bit more. But I'm going to probably try to stoke it up a little bit more.
This is way simpler for a small homestead.
Oh, by all means.
You know, than trying
Yeah.
to build a huge masonry contraption and everything.
Yeah.
You had to buy this door on the front of it and then put it on an oil can, right?
Well, it comes as a kit. You get this is made to make a barrel stove going like a log cabin or something. It's got the stovepipe piece that goes in the back. It's got the legs that goes on the barrel, and then you get the door. and I think when I bought that, it was $50. I think it's probably a little more than that now because of Pinocchio Joe inflation.
Right.
But it's probably, it may cost $100 now. I mean, I don't know. But I just took a new oil drum and just made it out of a 55-gallon, metal drum.
It's a great setup.
I mean, it's very simple. Nothing to it, really. And it's very efficient. This thing, if you line the bottom of it with bricks, like I have here, it'll last for years. But now if you just build a fire on the metal in the bottom of it, it'll just burn out.
Okay, so I had a burn barrel. I was wondering about that because I had a burn barrel and it burned through really quickly. I was like, everybody's got burn barrels. Why do they burn through so fast? You had to get a new one every year.
Yeah.
So I was thinking, why would you do a stove out of it? So if you line the bottom of it, you're stopping that stress on the heat and cool.
Yeah, and then you take the ashes out of it as soon as you're finished with it, because the ashes, it's got lye in the ashes, and the lye will eat the metal up. So you just clean it out when you get through with it. Now this one is 3 years old, and it's ready for a paint job. I'll buy a barbecue grill high heat paint job, paint it and spray it on there, or brush it. I'll do whichever one it is I do, and it'd be good for several more years.
And so if your sugar cane ratio, I heard is about 10 to 1, you've got to boil it down. So if you're doing 8 gallons at a clip, you're getting about a 3/4 gallon of syrup out of it.
Yeah. Now when they finish squeezing, we'll probably fill these pans up for one more time. And that'll, we'll be cooked 16 gallons of juice more than likely. They should end up with between 15 and 16 gallons of juice out of the stalls. And we'll cook out whatever that cooks out, depending on how much.
I bet you get a couple of gallons with how dry it's been.
With how dry it's been, we probably will. Yeah. Yeah, guys, like I said, I see Paragraphs Road over there.
Anything really great? Let's see. Food Forest Permaculture says sugar is one molecule different from cocaine and feeds mold, yeast, and fungus in humans. Being diabetic, I had a fight to get my beta cells to work to produce insulin.
Wow.
Well, I mean, they don't let us grow cocaine, so we got to do what we got to do.
Yeah, we got to do it
Jersey Girl says, after my first batch, which I pressed by hand, I bought a cane press. I didn't boil it down so thick on the second batch so I could use it for pancake syrup. Turned out wonderful. Love to learn. Smith's World Homestead Life says, I will need to buy a tool to squeeze the canes. Where can I purchase or make something? That's a question a lot of people ask. The torque to crush a cane is ridiculous.
It's ridiculous. I mean, I've watched the native countries do it, with jumping up down on poles,
on logs
and stuff like that.
Yeah.
There is a company, there's no company in the United States that I'm aware of. Zach from American Homestead purchased one from a company across the water. It took him a long time to get it here, but that's the only place I know of. If you may have to go check out Zach's video on sugarcane and about his squeezer that he got. It's an electric one. It's all stainless. It's got the most fantastic filtering system and stuff like that in it. I don't know the name of it or where it come from. Zach's a friend of mine, and I just know that he got one from across the water and had to have it shipped over here. It's very heavy too. That's another thing.
Well, they're usually motorized implements. I saw them down in the Caribbean. People would share them. They would have a motorized one, and they would set it up in town, and they would have a pile of cane stalks, and they would do fresh
Yeah.
cane juice. So when you stop at the bus stop, there they are making cane juice. You can
Right.
never get a cup of it for $1, you know.
Right.
But I never. I mean, the stuff that I see here, it looks like it's Chinese or I don't know. I don't trust anything that you'd see on Amazon to handle it.
No, they do make them. They do make hand crank ones. Now, I don't know anything about where you would purchase them from or stuff. I've seen them. I just don't know where they come from. I don't know if they're American made or if they're not American made. I doubt they're American made, to put it that way. But the ideal thing is to just go to your antique places. You can go to your scrap metal yards. Like we have a scrap metal yard down here. And lots of times you can find an old cane mill there because people sell them for cast iron.
Oh, man.
My dad did that. I was so angry with him. He had a 2-horse cane mill. Mine's a 1-horse. Dad had a 2-horse one. And I went out there to ask him, could I buy it? And he said, someone took that thing to the scrap yard for cast iron. I was like furious.
There's somebody selling one a couple hours from me, and it's $1,200 for an old Golden's cane mill.
Yeah. They run about $1,000, $1,200, yeah. I paid $800 for mine. Probably 20-something years ago.
They hold their value.
Oh, they do.
And was yours in working condition
Yes.
when you got it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Now, I have had to re-pour the bearings in it. We have a video on that. I'll be like old Alabama Garden now. We have
Yeah, one of those videos.
we have a video on that showing me and a guy named Zoltan, who was a American Mexican that was here helping me. He and I poured the Babbitt bearings to go in that thing. It was really interesting. The first time was a fail because it blew up on us, but the second time it worked. We figured out what we did wrong, and it worked.
That's awesome.
Oh, we're cooking now.
Oh, yeah, it's going.
We're cooking now.
If you're looking at, your sugars, you can use sugar to preserve with, right?
Yeah.
You can use sugar to make life better.
Yeah, you get sugar and salt. That's two things that you for preservative. Either one works.
You can make your own rum if you wanted to.
Yep,
Barter.
that's for sure.
Skim on there.
Yeah, it'll get real thick after a while. And this process is called skimming. You're taking off the actual chlorophyll that comes to the top. And it will come to a point where it starts turning into light amber color, which is quite a ways from now before it gets to that point.
There's nothing like the taste of cane syrup. I prefer cane syrup to maple syrup.
Yeah,
It's delicious.
I've eaten a lot of maple syrup from up north, but cane syrup has been one of my favorites. I'll be honest with you.
It's quality.
I actually know some people who are diabetics who can actually eat cane syrup.
Huh. Well, it's got all the stuff in it that God intended to be in it. It's not just a bleached out, highly processed, completely empty food.
Yeah.
I mean, we do find ways to make things unhealthy.
Oh, we do it with everything. It's the American way.
Corn, that's good.
Yeah, corn. Let's see what we can do with it. I mean, guys, let me just go ahead and say this. There's videos all over YouTube about making syrup. That's not the best videos out there. And I'm not saying it just because we're making it. I'm being honest here. There's people out there that'll actually add corn syrup back into this once it starts making syrup and turns into the boiling stage where it gets ready for it to become syrup. That will actually put corn syrup back into it to keep it from turning to sugar. And look, I've been to the sugar factories and stuff like that. I know how sugar's made, and you can cook this. In my early days, mine would turn to sugar. But now that I'm older and I've learned how to do it, I have very little sugar ever show up in anything I make.
Yeah. You have to hit a relative density
Yes.
and know where it is.
Well, it's 227 degrees is actually the best temperature for syrup. Or some people use a hygrometer. I don't have one. I was raised with the old people, cooking it the old way. We didn't have hygrometers, and I learned how to just sheet it and look at it, just like making candy or anything else. And it's I've never scorched anything. Not to say that I won't, because the fire can get away from you in a split second. When it gets to that point, it can get away from you. That's the reason you've got to be very, very careful. And I used to love cooking with natural gas or propane, because when it gets to that point, you can regulate the gas.
Yeah.
But when you're using wood, it's just like learning how to cook on a wood stove. You can burn it that fast.
Cremate your eggs.
Yeah.
They're just runny. Then they're cremated.
Then they're cremated. Yeah. Because coals don't go away. They keep radiating heat. That's why I have a little hoe hanging right here beside me here. I keep this. I don't know if we can get it up here where it's at. But this is in case it starts getting too hot. I can reach in the back there and I can drag it back to the front to take some of the heat out of there. I can make this where, let me see if I can do something right here, where we're actually live time. Let's do it this way. Let me do this right here.
Sorry, I need a little more coffee to be funny. I think
You need more coffee?
May have.
There should be some more out there.
I'm gonna get some. Maybe I'll start getting clever. I don't get up at 2 in the morning like you.
Oh no! Come on, man. Okay. All right, guys, they're back with the rest of the juice.
Okay, let's hope. All right, you ready for this other juice?
Give me just a minute here. Y'all got y'all squeezed?
No, we got to go back.
What?
Here, you needed this juice. Oh, I felt something from that. I knew I would.
It's close though. There's only a little bit left.
Okay, I got towed it. We gotta have the man child over here.
I'll do it.
Oh, hold on a minute.
Let Perry or David, you want to grab this out of the back?
Sure.
Okay, let me see what people are saying. Y'all aren't paying anybody any attention, right?
What? No, not at all.
Not at all. We don't pay anybody attention.
Hey guys,
Really kind of
what's it smelling like right now, guys? That's what the.
misanthropic. That's the word, isn't it? Misanthropic.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
I told you we should have been watching y'all. What does it smell like? That's what they're wanting to know.
It has a sweet smell to it.
All right.
Almost like a corn candy. To me, it smells like a little bit of like a sweet corn. So what are we doing here? Are we gonna try
gonna
and
pour
dump
some
that
of it-
sucker on there?
Well, we're gonna pour a little bit of juice into that.
Pull that lid.
Grab the lid, son. There you go. Yeah. Just we're gonna pour it in there till it gets up to about that top rim right there at the top.
You spill it. That's like $50 right there.
That's it.
Yeah.
You're fired.
You're fired. And y'all, this is 3 of David's kids. Kid 1, kid 2, and kid 3. One's a little shorter than the other. Well, I don't know. He's got 10 kids. Okay, we got kid 1.
All right, that's good.
Kid,
Sit
which
on
one
the
are
table
you?
over here now and just put the lid back
Ezekiel.
on it.
Got it.
I know, but which kid in line of?
4.
Okay, we got kid 1, kid 4, and kid 5. Out of his 10 kids, we have 1, 4, and 5.
Right.
She almost said it the right way on his 10, cheering.
Yeah.
Cheering.
Cheering.
Right. I put my coffee there. That's.
Okay, so somebody
Holy-
wants to know, let me see, will David sing Sugar Pie?
Acapella.
Acapella. I didn't even bring a guitar.
No guitar?
How dare you? You failed.
Who is David? Is he your son?
Yes.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yeah.
You can
Thanks,
claim it.
Dad.
He's our YouTube son.
Hey, ban
We
that
have
guy.
lots of YouTube children, so David is a YouTube son.
I play your child on YouTube.
David plays our child on YouTube today. This is all our new
Only a
grandchildren.
few years behind Danny.
You were born in 79, so my daughter's born in 79. You could be my child.
The teen pregnancy thing is so hard, though.
It is.
It really is.
When you're 2. No, not really.
In the modern world we live in, anything is possible.
Okay, guys. Y'all, I gotta leave these 2 alone. I'm scared to even
I think
ask
you're
what
making it
y'all-
worse. Oh, we were completely.
We were completely
like,
Q on. I
pure
mean,
as the driven snow.
Right.
we were. I mean, we thought we was fixing to be
It's
almost
got-
like Christ-like. I mean,
We're getting real. Actually, we were getting kind of probably people just leaving because it was.
I don't even know. I have no clue how many people have been popping in and out, and I don't know how
Oh,
many are
Christ.
watching y'all.
that
Let's,
pure as the driven snow. I mean, you know, I was like, our hair was fixing to turn woolly white. Everything. I mean,
y'all have almost 500 people watching right now.
Oh, this is
So-
scary.
Oh, wow.
445 to be exact.
No, you people are desperate.
They just like seeing you and David kind of, they have to hear y'all sing. That's what, I mean, you started off singing. That's what they want. They all want y'all to sing.
Wow.
Just saying.
Preacher man said it's the end of time. Says the rivers are going dry. Interest is up and the stock market's down. Hey, this is actually real, people.
Paint syrups boiling onto the ground.
They want to know about the skimmings. They want to know what they are and why they're there and that kind of stuff. That's one of the questions they're
You
asking.
gotta get rid of the skimmings because they're estrogenic.
Yeah,
Otherwise,
we'll be feminized.
you get feminized if you.
All right, little termite.
Okay.
Now you go back to where I wish you came from.
All right. So we have.
So the skimmings are okay. There's some waxes on the outside.
Yeah.
There's chlorophyll. And if you don't skim it
I'll
off,
have to burn your gin pole.
oh, that's it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's the gin
Shoot.
pole you were using.
I'm gonna try and demonstrate it,
Yeah.
how it works.
Okay. So boys, I guess. Daniel, can I go move your thing just so that?
Yeah, just be careful now, it's a man's vehicle.
If we ate those skimmings,
The hogs eat them. Hogs love them.
yeah.
Yeah, they do. Now, they get drunk if they eat too many of them. Ain't nothing no funnier than a drunk pig.
I guess.
They don't squeal.
Whoa, boy!
Yeah.
So my brother went to a party once, and this guy had a gigantic German Shepherd, nice, huge German Shepherd, and the German Shepherd would just sit there until somebody poured out a beer for him.
Oh, wow.
And so he'd want a beer, you know, and so people would pour a beer out in his bowl, and he'd drink it, and then he'd just wait for somebody like, come on,
Yeah.
that's it? So they would give this dog a beer and another beer until like the middle of the party, the dog's going sideways. He said that dog would just start dancing, like running through the group of, he says just bowling people over. Because he'd just run from one end of the house to the other, get a few beers at him and go crazy. I said, I don't know if this is good or not. I mean, is it wrong to give your German Shepherd beer until he gets into the party, or is it just, you know, just bringing him along with the?
Well, I mean, I'm looking at it from a spiritual aspect.
Now share
It's the 11th commandment.
Yeah, don't.
Or did God, well, he said he gave us
Don't
dominion over all the
mooch
beasts
your
of the earth.
mooch.
I mean,
See, is it more sinful if you go to a German Shepherd than, say, a Chihuahua?
Right.
Because nobody likes Chihuahuas.
well, Chihuahua's like I don't know what you call it.
They would drink tequila.
Yeah, they'd be a tequila drinker. I mean, they're like on steroids already.
Germans beer. I mean, German Shepherds would drink beer. And poodles would probably drink some, you know, something with an umbrella in it.
That's what I'm thinking, like a daiquiri or something, you know, like. Yeah.
No, I don't know what you. It's just like What time is it? 8
That's
o'clock?
ones that drink
8:30.
vodka.
It's 8:15, y'all.
Okay, by 5, 6 o'clock this afternoon, I'd have no clue what y'all gonna be talking about. If y'all are talking about drunk dogs this early.
Don't hooch your pooch.
Yeah.
Oh, my hands gotta warm up before we.
It's probably everybody. I disavow this. We gotta be good, right?
Certain statements made minutes in the past.
There are certain statements that's made here that may be incriminating.
Quote these two ever.
I'm gonna pay $8 and get a blue check mark and say whatever I want.
Tell some more.
Yeah.
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 Twitter, yeah.
On Twitter.
Oh, no, I ain't going on Twitter. I don't do Twitter.
Come on, Elon needs all the help he can get.
No, no.
All right, the back
But
starting
Twitter.
to cook now. We're cooking now.
That's good.
We're cooking now.
Yeah.
Y'all are slacking.
I know, we're fixing to go finish. We got just enough to fill one more container.
We're working while they're talking about drunk pooches.
Be respectful.
That's right. It's better than, well, better than us. The alternative is,
Hey, y'all need to be skimming this stuff and paying attention to this.
no, let it get a little thicker. It tastes better if the skimming is thicker.
Coffee.
May the Lord be with y'all. You could say may the forces be with you, but you're riding with a wrecking force now. Wanda got a driver's license from Sears and Roebuck.
It's walk pretty quick here. It's going down a 1/4 inch. I just did that. Their back pan is really going.
I put a fire in it now. That's what it's supposed to be with the time.
So when did you first make syrup?
We started, I was living in a county. I let her get fast.
Right.
But, I was living in a county not far from here, and I saw an elderly gentleman in the yard, which was a good neighbor of mine, putting some 4x4s in the ground out there one day, and he was peeling some longleaf pine trees, about 6 inches in diameter. And I could see from a distance what he was doing, and I seen him notching them, and I noticed he took a boom pole on his tractor, and he was sitting on top of these 4x4s, and built a roof over it, out of peeled trees and stuff like that. Put some metal over it, and then I watched them over there. They were a bunch of guys laying a bunch of bricks. I'm like, what is this guy doing? So I went over, and he told me, he says, we're getting set up to make cane syrup again. I'd never seen anybody make cane syrup in my life.
Oh, that's cool.
And as a young 20-year-old guy, I was like, I want to know about this. I said, I've never seen anybody do this kind of stuff. And he says, well, come on over when we get it done. So they put a cane mill up out there, and they used a lawnmower. They didn't have a mule. They just used a lawnmower. And I went over, and from that moment, I was hooked.
Yeah.
I mean, to me, watching oh, boy, it smells good. The
Smell
old-fashioned,
good.
the old-fashioned way of making cane syrup, I was fascinated.
It's
Yeah.
really, it seems like a real community thing.
Well, lots of people from the
Everybody
community
get
brought their
together,
cane in
bring
there
stuff.
that day for them to do it. And he told me, he said, now, son, don't, because they let me skim. Of course, I got chewed out many times because I'd skim at the wrong time and stuff like that. And he said, I'd go to skim it. He said, put that skimmer down, boy. You know, back in the day, people would take that offensive now. But back in the day, I mean, that wasn't offensive for somebody to say, put that down, boy. You know, and you think you're helping. And I was like, yes, sir. You know, you lay it down. And he'll say, I'll tell you when it's time. And I just sit there and he'd say, all right, pick that skimmer up, skim that off now. And I learned the process after doing it a couple of years with him and going over a couple of years. And then the neighbors doing it, I would go to their place just to help. I'd take off from work. I'd lose a day's work just to do it. And then when I moved over, well, before I left over there, we owned a big, huge sheet metal company that bent and fabricated ductwork for all these high rises up and down the East Coast and stuff. And we shipped out 18-wheeler loads of ductwork a day.
Wow.
And My father-in-law at that time, really good man. He was a pastor. He was a really good guy. He told me one day, he said, "You need your own cane making pan." And I told him, I said, "Well," I said, "I don't know anything. I knew nothing about making a baffle pan." And he told me, he says, "Let me just do it for you." He said, "Because I know."
That's the type that has the divisions in
Yeah,
it, where you pour in one side, like a worm pan, I think is the name for it, right? Where you go down one side and
Yep.
it goes through a series.
Goes through a series of baffles. It just starts at
It's an
one end.
evaporator.
It's called an evaporator pan, and he made it for me. As a matter of fact, it's still sitting out yonder. I have it sitting out here. It's all stainless steel. It took 3 10-foot sheets of stainless steel to make that thing.
Oh.
But with all the time you bent all the folds up in it and
Oh yeah,
everything,
there's a lot of metal in
there's
there.
a lot of metal in it. And he built the pan for me, and we got 2 pieces of poplar, and it's made where you got pieces of all thread, and you squeeze the poplar in on the sides of it, and it digs into the wood and seals it off. Of course, the old people would throw a little cornmeal in it when they started cooking, in case there's a leak somewhere where the wood didn't seal off. That cornmeal run right through it and seal it right off, you know. And from that point on, when I moved over across the road from here, I built my own furnace and my own building and all over there. And I used it over here, but back then we were cooking hundreds of gallons a day.
Wow.
You know what I mean? Today we'll probably cook 2 gallons. Over there, that pan takes 100 gallons of juice to fill up. And then you had to have 100 gallons in reserve while the cane mill was still running. And we were running this mill, plus we had a PTO power mill running. And we had probably 5 to 6 16-foot flatbed trailers loaded with sugar cane. So we had a 1,000-gallon propane tank fire in the furnace. And I'm telling you, when that thing got kicking and Cadillacing, as fast as it's pouring in one end, it's coming out the other end.
Wow.
I mean, we were making syrup back then. And people from all around the communities, this was a community effort. People would come from when we were cooking with lighters like I cook here today, people see that black smoke rolling, from distant neighborhoods, they would be over here. They knew what it was. You know, they want a sample of the cane juice to drink.
Yeah.
They want to know, can I buy a gallon, take home with me? Because it's very healthy. I mean, it looks like dirty dishwater, but it
tastes amazing.
It tastes amazing.
I mean, you feel like you're gonna fly when you drink it. It's like all that sugar and all the nutrients that are in there.
Yeah, it is amazing. You get this baby here where it gets them. What's the difference in the amount of steam coming off?
Steam starts picking up right away when you put that extra.
Put that air to it.
It's doing a draw right up through there and bringing that heat back.
Yeah.
Your back pan boils before this one does.
On purpose.
All of that.
Yeah, because you don't. The way sugar's made. Let me tell you this after being in a sugar factory. The way sugar is made is that the syrup falls off of a high conveyor system, and as it falls down, they're blowing cold air through it, like refrigerated air. It crystallizes it as it falls. So anytime you take, like this is cold juice we just set in the pan over here. If I was to take that cold juice and put it in that back one that's hot, so hot, it would crystallize when I put it in there. So that's why the front one is not as hot as the back one is. As that one burns and it cooks down, I will take the juice out of this one. And
I saw you do that. So you're moving it back, and then you can feed into this.
Feed the cold one into this one that's not as hot. This one's just warm. That one back there gets boiling hot.
That's boiling.
Yeah, so I mean it's a process. You learn it as time goes on.
Have you tried doing sorghum?
I have never personally done sorghum. I've watched it done, but I personally have never done it.
It looks very similar to me. I never
It's
had it.
identically the same thing.
We moved to Tennessee, and then somebody brought in a jar of sorghum syrup to the office that I was working at and said, "Oh, try this." I was like, "What in the world is that?" I'd never heard of sorghum syrup.
Yeah.
I didn't even know what sorghum was at that point. I was in my early 20s, and I was like, "This is delicious stuff," but I didn't know, I had to go look it up.
Right.
And then I grew sorghum, and I tasted the canes. I was like, these things aren't even sweet. And apparently there's a timing thing you've got to get right with it.
There's 2 different kinds of sorghum. There's sorghum that you grow for grain, And then there's sorghum you grow for cane. And the cane one, the seed head has to be just out of the milk stage when you squeeze it in order for it to have the right sugar content. And they actually have a instrument that you can squeeze the juice onto, and you look through it, and it reads the sugar content of
Right.
it in order to know when it's at its best point.
So that'd probably be about like when you're growing grain corn, when it's in that milk stage, it's the perfect time to roast the ears.
Yes.
It's
Yes.
just that balance between sugar and starch.
Yes.
That's perfect.
Just perfect. Yeah.
I've thought about it because that sorghum, it was a grain sorghum that I grew. It was
Yeah.
a black seeded grain sorghum, and it was beautiful, beautiful plant. I thought I could grow it for chicken feed, and then I was thinking I should probably press some of the canes too, you know.
Right.
But maybe we don't get both out of the same,
Well,
unless you timed it just right.
right. Now you can take cane making sorghum and you can save the seed heads and make your own bread out of it. It's a gluten-free bread, or you can save the seed for chicken feed, or you can save it to replant. I mean, there's lots of things you can do with it.
I'm always curious on how do you feed your chickens without buying any food? And it's one of those things. You know, I experimented with feeding them all kinds of different things, and then the egg production would drop off because they have to have a certain amount of protein.
Yes.
People say, well, you got to do soldier flies or something, but I never made enough soldier flies to
You can't.
make up the protein difference. No. Or have a worm bed, right? You have
Right.
a worm bed, and then you rotate it over, and it was like it never hit the exact perfect system. The perfect thing for chickens seems to be letting them run through the woods and get all the grubs and stuff,
Free range them.
and then they all get murdered.
Yeah.
The perfect chicken system is one where they all get killed.
Yeah.
And so it's always once you put them in a box, you have to figure out how to take care of them.
We keep ours at 22% protein because 16% is the minimum that a chicken needs. So we raise it on up to 22%, and they kick out eggs like a manufacturer.
That's like a game bird. Game bird makes. right?
35 is a game bird.
Oh, is it okay?
Yeah, it's 35. Now that's what we gave our turkeys. Our turkeys went from being this big to 35 pounds.
They're there like pressing weights.
Yeah, they're like, their legs are like King Henry VIII when you eat one of their legs. I mean, it's like a big.
Minstrels!
Yes.
I feel like beheading another wife.
I feel like beheading.
Is that ready to skim there?
Yeah, they could probably use a little skimming back there.
As soon as I start, get that thing down, boy.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's skimming now.
yeah.
It's
Just pick it
coming
up.
out in a
Yeah,
papery.
just pick it up, put it in the bucket. You don't have to shake it or nothing. Just lay it over to the bucket.
Keep to it. We did this experiment once because we couldn't find any good way to crush our cane. And I had a champion juicer, and I thought if I cut them up into quarters, I could feed them through that juicer.
Right.
And they still choked the juicer. And the juicer, you know, I think it was a quarter horse
Yeah.
engine on it.
One of those.
And it was like, you know, I'm like, I'm gonna burn this thing out.
Yeah.
I could not believe how tough it was to get the
Yes.
juice out of it. And so my wife said, why don't we just chop the cane up into a bunch of small chunks and then boil it and
Yes.
boil the sugar to pull the sugar out of it like you would, you know. She's like, it'd probably boil. So we did that, and
It'll actually
It
work.
worked.
Yeah, it works.
but it was a
It was a
long
long-
and inefficient process. We made a little bit of
Would you get a
syrup.
quarter cup or something?
I got about a pint.
About a pint.
We
Yeah,
had
so we're gonna
the
do
old
both.
pot and then cooked it down and then
Yeah. And lots of time spent.
yep, it was high effort. So it's on my list of things to do to set up a cane mill. And I saw Pa Mac from the Farmhand's Companion.
Oh, I love Paul Mack.
He's the best.
He's the best. Yeah, I
And
love him.
He did. He's out there. He set up his cane mill. He redid it. He's gonna grind some sorghum, and so he goes out there to the field, and he's like, if I just had some way, and he's milking his cow. If I just had some way to turn this mill. And he's thinking, and he looks at the dairy cow. Dairy cow up.
His cow's going round and round and round.
And then he had some of the neighbor kids, couple of girls going along pushing it in a circle.
Yeah, he's the one person that when his videos come up, I'm going to watch. You know, he does editing for ministers and different things.
I met him back when I worked at Christian Radio.
Really?
Back in the early 2000s. He was the audio engineer over in Memphis when we went over to record somebody and do an interview. And so I met him, and that was shortly before I think he decided he was going back to farming.
Wow.
And he was just biding his time and saving up. Real nice, unassuming guy.
Oh, I love him. I think he's just like tops.
His sense of humor is perfect.
It is.
Farmhand's Companion.
Yeah.
Paul Mac, you've got to look him up.
You've got to look him up.
He comes from a real TV video background, so when you watch it, you realize he's not just some guy that's winging a camera around. He's intricately lined up the way he does his videos.
Yeah. And don't let the overalls fool you. He's very intelligent.
He could run for office.
He could run for office, really. I mean, he actually put a video out here a while. It's been maybe a month or so back, but it was a recap of a lot of his other videos. He just pulled pieces out of them and made a new video out of it. It was still interesting to me because I've seen all of his videos.
Yeah.
I was actually a Patreon subscriber and everything. I think the world of him.
I bought his pole barn book. All the illustrations on how to put a pole barn together.
Yeah. I watched that whole series. He has a series on YouTube of him doing it. I watched every single one of them. It's just something about that way.
The sheer amount of labor that he does with some of those things. I was watching him split rails for a split rail fence. I would not want to do this. I don't mind watching Pa Mac do it. But just wedge.
Yeah, we have more juice coming here, guys. That's what we're doing.
Okay. I'm gonna have to just clear a spot for it, I think.
Yeah.
I can move that.
This is the last.
Is that all of it?
That's the end.
Did it all.
Wait a second.
I traveled every highway more.
I drank the cane down to the dregs.
Yeah.
Boy, this is good and warm. Oh, look how red. See how red?
I've been there, I know.
And I've been living the holidays.
Oh. Ooh, I gotta go get my coffee. Okay, forgot.
So let's see what the comments are here.
Oh, I left the other one. I gotta make it clear. I forgot my coffee.
60 seconds says, how far south do you have to be? Oh, we're gonna wait for that.
Yeah.
That's loud. Seeds in 60 seconds says, how far south do you have to be to grow beets, weeds, parsnips, peas, fava beans all winter without a hoop house to provide fresh food all winter? Plant in fall and grow and harvest all winter.
Well, it depends. Before or after the grand solar minimum?
Right. Yeah, right now.
Yeah. Because as we go into the solar minimum that we're going into, the cold weather is going to continue to go further south. So under normal conditions, probably, what would you say, 9?
I would say even, for some of that stuff. I mean, fava beans, it kind of depends. We've got this problem in the south of having 80-degree days in December followed by a 20-degree overnight.
Yeah.
And the plants are not acclimated. So you think it's a pretty mild climate, But those big 60-degree swings will
Yes.
absolutely destroy stuff that is supposed to be cold hardy.
Yeah.
I mean, cabbages can take temperatures down into the low 20s with a little bit of burning, unless it's in the 20s after it's been in the 70s or 80s.
Right.
And then they're just rotten.
They'll rot or they'll bolt overnight. You know, I mean, we've had them bolt. Just our cabbages have been so pretty and green, and then we go out there the next day and the top's splitting open on them. You're like, I was like,
Stop that! Don't do that!
Yeah. So I used to grow cabbages commercially. I mean, I had fields of them, and I'm one of those kind that I can push a vegetable, and back when I was growing commercial, I could make it grow because back in the day they wanted a 4 to 6 pound head, and I would call in. I'd say, okay, my cabbages are ready, and they go, how is that possible? Ours are only like 2 or 3 pounds. I had 10-pound heads.
Oh yeah.
And they were like, well, we can't market a 10-pound head, and I would end up having to sell it for coleslaw, hog feed, or something like that because I would grow them so big so fast.
Oh, I love those big. See, there used to be a big head was an asset because you had a large family or you're going to make sauerkraut for the winter.
Right.
And now everybody wants these little weenie heads.
Same thing with watermelon. They want the icebox melons now, the little sugar babies or whatever you call them. They want to be able to, put them in the refrigerator.
No, I want to have a melon that's this big.
I mean, when I was these boys' age, we were loading watermelons in 18-wheelers in fields, and a 40-pound watermelon was common. And you had to throw that thing up on the side of it,
That's a good upper body exercise.
I want a watermelon that I can't fit into my front door.
I hear you. My dad got me hooked on yellow-meated melons when I was coming up.
Yeah.
And I learned to like yellow ones.
They're nice.
Yeah.
Joseph Lofthouse says there's a slight bit of a bittering agent that's linked to the red color. He says you get a more pure sweetness out of a yellow melon than you do out of a red.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, that's pretty interesting. So one of Ezekiel's landrace watermelons, the yellow ones have actually tended to produce when the other ones didn't, and continued producing longer in the year. They're not making huge melons.
Oh no.
They just go and they go and they go and they go, and they'll store longer too. We pull them out of the garden. They've been sitting there for a month. Oh, we forgot that one, and it's still all right. Yeah. The red ones usually turn to mush in the middle.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't know a lot about the history of watermelons, but I wonder, was the yellow ones the original melons?
Right, like the original carrots were white and then purple, and then suddenly became red. Orange, that's cool.
That's cool,
Yeah, let's stick with orange.
Because, I mean, I actually grew some carrots here that they said, well, it came from Afghanistan. They said that they were probably the original varieties that Christ ate when he was here.
Wow.
And they were purple. They weren't yellow. But now, of course, you scrape skin off them, they're all yellow. But or orange or
yeah. It is interesting because I know the wild
all right, y'all want to go in?
citron melons
Warm up.
are white inside.
Yes.
So maybe they were, white, yellow, red.
We're going to warm up. We'll come back.
All right.
Well, this is about as warm as you want to get. I mean,
it's going good. There's that breeze coming in.
Yep.
Smells good.
So let's see if we got any more. So I would say, I mean, if you're growing root crops and you can keep your root crops in the ground, that you've got a much more tolerance on root crops than you do on greens or fava beans.
Yeah, and the zone 9 and 10 would be your only choices. I don't think you could do it in zone 8 without a high tunnel or something. What kind of interesting comments do we have over there?
Peaceful Resistance says, we used to cook sorghum molasses with the Amish in Tennessee back in the 70s. Also was blessed to make sugar in Central America, old school style.
Awesome.
Let's see. Sil just says, okay, now I'm subscribed to Farmhand's Companion. Paula says, I hope this isn't a stupid question, But why don't you want to get sugar from the cane? So sugar instead of sugar syrup.
Well, I mean, technically, I could make sugar from it. It's not a problem. You just keep cooking it. The longer you cook it and the more you process it, you know, and I just keep sitting here ladling it up through the cold air out here and putting them sugar crystals down into it, it will turn into brown sugar. I mean, literally, it'll turn solid. And
Yeah.
you really have to crush it up.
Then you have to smash it.
Yeah.
You have to have another mill.
You have to have another mill to crack it, or you got to have a hammer and a good bag.
Jersey Girl Maureen says, Danny inspired me to grow sugarcane, and then I watched every video I could find processing sugarcane, including David's video.
Can you go ask Miss Wanda to bring me the lemon juice?
And she says, I ended up coming up with my own system. Sonia says she's glad both of us are together. Ground Prepper asked if I brought my guitar. No.
This ain't, well, we would have had picking and grinning if it would have been, I guess. We had working on our mind.
Free American 2020 says we had the best cotton harvest in a long time in North Alabama this year. It was dry.
Well, that would
At
have been
least it was
perfect.
dry.
Yeah, that would have been perfect.
We were doing great down there.
Yeah.
Let's see. Peaceful Resistance says, love to hear Danny's story of how he acquired his cane press.
Actually, I just found it from an individual. I mean, I just found it. I seen it. I was at the right place at the right time, and an individual had it for sale. And I asked him what he wanted for it, and he told me. I thought it was a little high, because back then I was kind of poor, really poor, and but nevertheless, I had a. I was going to come off this right here. Drop that draft in just a little bit. Yeah. But that was it. You know, the guy had the mill for sale, and I happened to be at the right place at the right time, and I had just gotten really involved in making sugarcane with other people. My spouse didn't appreciate that as much as I did, because back then money was tight.
Yeah.
You know, and
Well, you could print your own money if you make cane syrup.
yeah. So I came up with the idea. I told her, I says, look, it'll be for our future. It'll be for the, you know, sustainability and stuff like that. And then I ended up getting the syrup pan, and it all just started coming together. It's like God put it all together for me. And I don't know what that was. But, I guess we got neighbors fixing to start building something. I see scaffolding and all that coming in on trailers, so, and lumber. But anyway, I mean, that's basically it. I was just in the right place at the right time. Somebody had the mill for sale. I bought it, brought it home, worked on marriage for a little while, and.
Darling, I want to do something really sweet for you.
Yeah. She wasn't as understanding as Wanda is. I mean, Wanda, for her anniversary, got a riding lawnmower.
Right.
Because she never had one. And I ran across a guy who had one for sale, and I bought her a riding lawnmower for her anniversary. First one she'd ever had. I mean, she didn't have a problem with it, so.
Yeah, I got my wife some dish towels.
Thanks. I bought mine a vacuum cleaner.
The worst one would be I bought my wife a gym membership.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it.
A sink in the kitchen.
I don't have to wash in the creek anymore.
What's that do?
Okay, guys, I'm putting a little bit of lemon juice into it while it's cooking. That It's like insurance against crystallization.
So you're raising the acidity a little bit.
Yeah.
Is that it'll stop it from.
It stops it from crystallizing. Because when I have to test it, I have to pick the syrup up out of it and let it sheet through the air, the cold air falling back down into it, which would send sugar crystals down into it. But if I put the lemon juice into it, it prevents that from happening.
Got it. How does it taste? Did you just pop one of the bubbles?
Yeah, I just popped. Tastes like sugar cane.
That one's getting kind of grungy.
Yeah, this
Nice.
probably
Skim that
needs, it
one.
needs to be skimmed off a little bit, yeah.
I had to take my jacket off because I realized it was going to get all syrupy.
It's all right. Go stand in the sun.
Yeah.
What, son?
Somewhere out there.
Yeah, it'll be here, trust me. And when it gets here, you'll wish it had stayed away.
Yeah, if you did it when it was hot, you just have to have a can of Raid to keep those bees away.
Spray Raid over the.
Oh my goodness!
Okay.
Didn't you see the sign?
What sign?
This is a pesticide-free zone.
Yes.
All the bees, we just politely ask them to leave.
My neighbor, I can tell this, I believe. I don't think he would have a problem. We was over at his house, and he said, "What is that down there at my pond?" Because his pond was way away from the house. I looked at him, I said, "There's a whole bunch of crows down there." I said, "They'll destroy everything you got on a homestead."
Yeah.
And he goes, "Wow." So next time I seen him, he says, "Man, I got me an air rifle." He said, "I thought we could sit up here and you sight it in for me, and we could take some crack shots at them crows down there at the pond." He said, "But they've never been back." He said, "I don't know what happened." I said, "Well, I know what happened." I said, "At my house, which ain't very far from him," I said, "we have a no-fly zone." And they flew into the no-fly zone. And just like a good American, I took them out. Pop, 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 pop. Matter of fact, we had some people visiting here the other day, and we were riding around on the Ranger showing them the place. And one of them says, "What is that laying out there?" I said, "That was a crow that went through the no-fly zone."
It's very sad, but it's
Yeah.
an automated system, so.
It does. It takes care of itself. Yeah.
It's an iron dome.
It's the Iron Dome over the King place here, over at Deep South Homestead. We have, well, I can't say that, but I mean,
That's pretty cool.
yeah, this thing is, I'll tell you what, I love my little, I mean, it's so simple. Something that simple can work as efficiently as it works.
Yeah, and your termite-ridden wood is being converted into something useful.
Right.
That's the one thing that's kind of stuck with me is that God doesn't waste anything.
No.
There's there's so much abundance that can cycle through to become something else. I remember somebody saying, "You know, I don't like to have any wood around, around in my garden spaces or anything because the termites get into it.
Right.
I don't like termites." I said, the termites are just everywhere. You really can't hardly keep termites out, especially in the South.
Not in the South.
And I said, besides, I said, I don't really, there's a point you got to get your termites out of your house. I said, but out in my garden or whatever else, I said, termites are fantastic soil builders.
Yeah.
I said, can you imagine what the woods would look like if we didn't have termites? It would be incredibly dangerous.
Oh, you couldn't get around them.
I mean, first of all, you couldn't get through them, and second of all, you'd have all this fuel sitting around that's just waiting for the next fire.
The next fire, yeah.
Termites, I mean, you can go through an area where the termites have been, and they've chewed it all up, and they've allowed all this fungi and bacteria, and there's all this frass coming out of it, and it's just this beautiful, crumbly, wet, squishy stuff that they leave behind. I mean, they even have a use.
Yes.
And if you've got your termite-ridden wood, before it's turned into soil, you can make cane syrup with it.
You could.
They were using, at the last place we were doing a boil, they had to cut off ends from pine. And all these pine slices, these circular slices.
Yeah.
They were just smacking them in half or into 2 or 3 pieces and chucking them in there. And he said he liked it because it was a real good hot, fast burn to get it going. And they had tons of pine because it's a pine area.
Yes. That's why you see me, I'll put a piece of oak wood in there, a piece of maple, and then I throw some fat pine on top of it. And it keeps it, I don't want it to be just like rolling, boiling all the time. I want it to just, I'm basically just trying to evaporate the water out of it until I get it to a particular point, and then I'll kick it up.
Somebody on the chat said that somebody they knew made syrup, but theirs was bitter. His syrup was bitter.
That sounds like he scorched it.
Yeah.
I would say he probably scorched it.
And I think if you don't skim it properly and it cools and those skimmings come down to the bottom and you start getting it stuck all over the inside of the pan.
You can't get it out of the syrup once it, if you skim it at the wrong time, you can't get it out of it. If you notice, there's two different colors.
I'm gonna get a shot of that because that's cool.
Time for a little videoing, fellas. I mean, y'all, that's. You notice the difference in the colors? This one's got an amber color to it. This one still has the dark green.
So you're saying your pan on the front is cooler so you can keep adding syrup to it.
Yes. And then what we'll do now is we'll take the one up here, this is cold juice, and I'll take the cold juice and I'll come down here and I'll set the pan down in this, and I just release it into it.
So could you explain again why you do it with the pan to the back and to the front?
The pan in the front is basically just good and warm. The one in the back is boiling. What happens is if you take cold juice and pour it into the hot pan, you get crystallization. So by taking, like say I take a scoop of this juice right here, which is already kind of semi-hot, and I move it back here and I pour it into this one, I'm not getting the crystallization that I would normally get if I just dump cold juice into it.
That's perfect.
Oh,
Whoa.
over.
Spoiling on.
Oh, yeah.
Check comments here. Sophie says, how do you keep this sterile and not cross-contaminate germs? I notice a lot of tasting. Is it cooked again to ensure it's sterile, or does it matter?
Well,
I no longer believe in germ theory, personally, so.
when you boil something to 200, this will go to 227 degrees eventually. It will be sterile when we finish with it.
And plus, when you have this concentration of sugar,
Yeah.
the sugar itself is safety.
Yeah, it's a pure, I mean, it's a preservative itself.
That looks a little slick.
Yeah, that one and the back one could use a little bit, took off a bit too.
Yeah. You can actually hear the smoke coming through the
pipe?
Yeah.
pipe. The smoke, it might just be the fire or the heat.
No.
That's called a draft. Going up through that, you can hear that draft going up that pipe. That's when you know you have it right.
You have it right, for sure.
You can hear it
drawing.
going. It can go.
I'll burn my ear, but
Now, the way you have your wood stove set up inside, it was so toasty warm that whole, the whole room was really cozy
Yeah.
on that little fire. Must have got it right.
You should be good on that one. That back one back here, if you can get those off of there, though.
You can see how it sticks together when it's the real scummy stuff.
Yeah.
It's almost a skin.
It's almost, yeah, it forms a skin. That's good. Perfect.
So is there anything else around the South that you can make sugar out of that you know of? Because we don't really, tapping trees here is the way the cold goes up and down, I don't think there's a real good sap run on much.
You've got to have a consistent, to get sap out of trees, there's you've got to have the right temperature, you got to have it up cold, and then it's got to drop to a particular point. It's got to do it pretty rapidly in order for the sap to come up and down like it's supposed to in those trees. We have the maples down here, and if we had the right temperatures, yes, it could be done. But we don't have the right temperature.
Yeah, the only thing they really tapped around here was turpentine.
Right.
You could make homemade turpentine.
Yeah, you can do that. That's a given, yeah.
you could put corn through a crusher too. Corn syrup.
Yeah, somebody, I found an article on cornstalk syrup, which some people have done.
Yeah, you can do that. It has to be sweet corn though. You
Can't do grain corn.
grain corn will not work. It just does not have the sugar content.
I never grow sweet corn. It's so sad. I might grow it just to make syrup out of though.
People make silage out of it when it gets to a particular point, and they grind it up and make the silage out of it and stuff like that, let it sour. But I'm a grain corn person just simply because grain corn is sustainable.
It'll keep you fed. It's storable. You don't have to go freeze it. You don't have to can it.
You're right.
You've got a bunch of biomass left over that you can use for compost and animal fodder and.
Yes. I save my corn cobs is what I save when I plant my tomatoes. I dig a hole deep in the ground with a post hole digger, and I put them corn cobs all about a foot down in the ground down there, and then they cover them back over with dirt because when they get wet, they're like a sponge.
Oh, it's perfect.
And then the roots from the tomato, once it realizes that, they just go straight down into them corn cobs down there, and you don't have to worry about your plant.
There's another use.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love the roasted grain corn here too. To me it's heartier and more delicious. It's kind of like a real good corn chip, almost that flavor of roasted corn.
But then you get the whole aspect of hominy. Hominy is way more nutritious for you than just the regular corn is.
Yeah. Have you nixtamalized it? yourself, done the splitting the shells off.
Yeah, just basically, I mean, it's not really, you just mix a little lye in with the stuff and it really will just do it itself. I mean, it's not a hard process. It's just that people today don't know how to make their own lye.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, and you need some good.
Just pull this out at the end.
Yeah, some good oak ashes or something like that. And of course, you know, oak is a little bit more acidic than anything else, but you can basically use bay or beech or, you know, maple or anything like that. You just don't get the acidity that you would get with an oak. And I've actually found out that if you will sift your ashes, you end up with a better lye than you do if you just dump it in there, you know.
Yeah, I remember reading about it, how you trickle water through it.
You take a barrel, like a wooden barrel. You don't want to use anything metallic, but you take a wooden barrel. You can put some stones in the bottom of it, like some river rocks or something like that. Put a good layer of non-chemicalized hay, no grays on it.
Yeah, good luck. Yeah.
Yeah, and then you just dump your ashes on top of it and fill the barrel to the top, and then just gradually, now don't just dump your water in there, you know, but just gradually sit there and pour your water around on top of those ashes and just leave it. You know, and
trickle through.
Just let it trickle through. And you can test it with an egg. You know, if an egg floats, then you've got good lye, but if it just goes to the bottom, you need to run it through again.
You could just pour through what you've already done.
Yeah.
Strengthen it up.
And strengthen it up.
Because we were looking at soap making, you know, like I always want to try and figure out what's the alternative way to do this thing if we don't have power? What's the alternative way to do this thing if we don't have gasoline?
Yeah.
You know, if we don't have this, if we don't have an electric stove,
Yeah.
how do you do it? If you can't trust any of these things, you know, because I got a homestead and quite a few people said, well, no, you got to get a tractor. I said, well, I'd like a tractor. I love tractors.
Yeah.
But I don't trust that the tractor's going to continue. If I went down to the Kubota dealership and I spent $24,000 on a tractor with a few tilling implements or whatever, and then the diesel reserve runs out, I mean, I might as well have, I don't know, gotten a mule team or something.
Yeah. It's
a weird time. It's like, I don't really trust that a lot of the stuff we have will stick.
It's a very unsettling time, I guess would be the right word to use. I mean, we don't know. I mean, everybody's talking about 25 days of diesel fuel left. You don't know, and I've explained that on my YouTube channel. There's not 25 days of diesel. You know, that's a myth. You know, we have 25 days of diesel we keep in reserve.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and the military has first options at that. And we're at a height right now. Our military is at an all-time high. Every military vehicle has to stay topped off constantly. So military gets first dibs. Israel gets second dibs. Most people don't know that.
No.
Israel gets second dibs on our diesel.
On our diesel?
On our diesel. No.
Come on, man.
And then we get third shots at it. You know,
I would say farmers should have it first.
I would think that the farmers would have second. I mean, I get the military having first options, you know, because that's if somebody can't protect you, then you're going to belong to somebody else. But
right.
The military should have first, and I think farmers should have second, and truckers should have third.
Oh, yeah, because nothing happens without trucks.
Right.
Especially with the just-on-time system. You know, you get 1,600 miles for your bag of sugar to travel before it gets to the grocery store. That sort of thing it's crazy.
Yeah,
it's trucks, you don't have it.
And now they've gone, and thank you, President OB, that put the I'm trying to figure out a kind way to say this. Horse pee. Okay? That's what is what's in these new diesels. That's what you gotta have. Without that you're not going anywhere. The depth. It's called depth that you put in the diesels, you know, now. It's supposed to make them run more efficient, more cleaner, and all this kind of stuff. It's just urine. That's all it is.
So it's just a nitrate.
It's a nitrogen fixer type thing that causes it to burn more efficiently, supposedly. And without it, your diesel will shut down. You can't run it. And now they've got a depth shortage. They had that before they had the diesel shortage.
Some of the it's like it's too incompetent to be. Well, I mean, it's beyond unintended consequences.
Oh, yeah.
You know, they don't know what they just didn't think it through. It's like, I think it's,
No, I think they thought it through.
I think they're both incompetent and evil. There's like the perfect combination here of incompetent and evil at the same time.
Yes.
They're definitely planned a lot of stuff.
Oh, I believe it's definitely planned.
This live stream's been banned from YouTube.
And it probably might be. It may be demonetized and everything else. Whatever, yeah. It's like somebody made a comment to me the other day, said, if YouTube quits, what are you going to do?
I don't know.
I'm going to live.
Yeah. Freedom!
Yeah, it's going to be like, freedom!
I keep threatening to quit. Oh, I'm just, if I get bored, I'll quit.
You don't know how many times I've told Wanda, I'm not doing this no more. Yeah, I come in the house, or I go through all the comments, and I look at them, and I told her, I said, I am so sick of people that just, and a lot of it's bots. You know, a lot of it is a bot system that they have out there just to discourage people, and I get that.
Yeah.
But then you have the legitimate stupid people that just have no clue.
Right.
But then you've got, and believe it or not, we have a lot of young people that watch our channel that are actually wanting to learn. And for that one reason, God won't let me quit.
Yeah.
Because there's that few people out there that's actually legitimate, that sees the need and believes the scriptures, that they're actually real, that we're going to go through some hard times, and they want to know. They feel slighted that their parents didn't learn from their grandparents, and they got left out.
There's a broken chain there of a couple generations now. And everybody's trying to figure out, how did you do that? How did we do that? And if you're to go on, you know, people go and just Google search garden bed, and you get a whole bunch of little tiny raised beds and little 15 buckets raised up in a stack, and it's like all this stuff is these little silly backyard Pinterest plan type gardens. These aren't serious food gardens.
No. I mean, if you go back, you can look this up. You can Google this if you don't believe me. And I like Google's accurate. I mean, but if you've got the actual literature, you can go back to the I want to say it's the 1920s, maybe even into the 30s. And it will tell you that for the average family, it takes 2 acres per person back then in the family to be able to be self-sustainable. Of course, fast forward to today, we have more technology. We understand the soil life better than we used to understand it. The new thing that's out from I think the USDA put this out. It takes 9,000 square feet per person in the family now to actually be self-sustaining and raising your own food.
That seems small.
It does seem small.
Of course, if I had 9,000 square feet near the equator, year-round growing season, volcanic soil, like I used to have, you could grow yams that were this big, and you could have clumps of plantain and banana trees that were making fruit, year-round.
Right.
And the production was insane. One breadfruit tree, it's 500 pounds of breadfruit a year.
Yeah.
And that's a great starch. But if, people will say, how many acres do I need to feed my family? And I said, where are you?
Yeah.
Because if you're in Minnesota, you got 1/3 the growing season that I would have in the tropics.
Exactly.
And I'm in Canada, and we have 90-something frost-free days. What vegetables should I grow? I said, you should grow animals.
Yes, you should grow animals, yes.
I mean, traditionally, and there's a point where you just get to where you just have to hunt because, it depends. It depends. Small grains, as you go further north, people move more towards small grains because it's fast season annual. You don't have a long time to set big tubers or big fruits and a lot of stuff that, you get like oats. You've got your short season or wheat, and then the further north you get beyond that, you pretty much should just be hunting because it's not, You're not going to produce coconut oil. You're not going to produce olive oil. You need to get everything from the animals. The animals will take 1,000 acres and condense it down into meat that will keep you fed.
Yeah.
But it is a 9,000.
Yeah, that's the new quote. It's 9,000 square foot per person in the family. I mean, me and Wanda would take 18,000 square feet for us. You know.
Then
Our, what's that?
why do you need 2,000 acres to grow a pod of cotton?
Yeah, so we are more efficient with our calorie production than most people are because we concentrate on the high calorie stuff first. I usually have my beds of high calorie stuff. But there's a lot of play around. You don't really need a lot of vegetables, like greens and broccoli and things like that, unless you want it all year round. And it depends on where you are too, because you can forage for a lot of greens in some area. When I was down in Central Florida, we had quite a few good wild edible plants. And as the winter came in, there was tons of those winter greens you could just go and pick, and those are probably better for you. I reached a point where I was growing a salad garden, and I said, why am I even trying to grow greens? Well, you can go along the roadside, and I can pick chicory, and we would get smilax shoots in big bundles and cook them with
It's like
butter and
asparagus.
garlic.
It's like a young
Yeah,
asparagus.
just like,
We got tons of it here,
yeah.
everywhere. It's
Well,
the curse of the South.
Oh, it's terrible. It tears your legs up,
Yeah.
and it chokes your trees out.
Except that here, most of it's bitter.
We did.
Yeah.
Yeah, the last place we were at, all the variety of smilax was all bitter.
Really?
Nasty bitter. And there's a couple, there's like 40 different species.
Oh,
or
you're
something.
right.
The one that makes the real big, nice, fat green shoots with the huge things beneath the ground that look like ginger.
Yeah.
Those are great.
I got
And-
those things here by the hundreds of thousands.
Oh, that's valuable.
It's actually like more short.
Oh man, if I keep drinking coffee, I'm gonna get crazy. I'll get hyper.
Coffee with more. Aren't you already?
No, I'm not that hyper yet. Feels good. Tell her thank you for me.
Yep.
9,000. Oh well, if you had good conditions, if you had a lot of compost, and if you had irrigation, the less work you want to put into your gardens, the wider you need your spacing. And the lower the fertility, the lower the rainfall, the wider you need your spacing, the more space you need. So you might space, you space your corn at 3 feet with a foot between each corn stalk, and then you count on the rainfall.
Right.
Because you don't have to irrigate it then, generally, if you could time it right. And a lot of things like potatoes and other things, they'll produce if you don't have irrigation, but you can't produce them in a high density.
I was fixing to say, not in the quantity that you need.
The closer you get them together, the higher the fertility in the water has to be, and the further you space them. If you have it's like one tomato plant by itself will sprawl all over the place and get huge, but if you jam them together in a bed, they'll all start turning red. And they'll stop producing tomatoes because all those roots have touched, and they're like, we're done.
We're done. That's
They've
it.
done their huge growth, and then they're like, that's it, we're packed in.
Yeah. Yeah, we do a good bit of experimenting in the greenhouse just simply because we can grow year round in them. That's what we like about that. It's
Oh yeah, you can that pineapple.
Oh, that was amazing, isn't it?
He's got a beautiful golden pineapple, and Wanda took it out and said, check this out. And you could smell the pineapple for 2 to 3 feet away. It's not like a store pineapple because it actually got ripe on what do we have here?
A satsuma cake.
That is fantastic.
You're on video.
It's sustainable, free trade, locally produced, gluten-free,
It is
It's
gluten-free.
gluten-free.
there we go.
I'm gonna bring yours
Got
in just
everything.
a second.
and non-estrogenic.
Yeah. Made from homegrown
Oh, that's fantastic.
satsumas.
That's the whole satsuma. You put the
You got the zest in there, because I can taste that bitter, that oil. Oh man,
Yeah.
it's so good.
you put the whole satsuma in there, the peeling and everything. You just take the seeds out.
Then that's a cornmeal.
No, that's
Corn?
ancient
No.
grains. It's got the amaranth, brown rice, quinoa.
That's a mixture.
It's a mixture.
This is unbelievably good
It's a mixture of flours.
with that orange oil scent over the top
Yeah,
of
you
it.
can just smell it. Yeah. All right, let me go get Danny's.
Pour some cane syrup on it.
Yeah, that
Yes, it's
just take the steak, reach over and just dip it in it. Take the skimmings off with it.
What's that Def Leppard song? Pour some cane syrup on me?
That's
Is
it.
that right?
Yeah, pour some cane syrup on me.
Yep.
Who wants to boil?
They were
right
really into
here?
sustainable.
So how much space do you have dedicated to cane right now?
Just right on the other side of those high tunnels. We saw a system grown in another country, planting it in wagon wheel shapes. Works out better than us in rows, than planting it in rows.
Wagon wheel shape.
Yeah. We planted that method this year because we've always planted in rows. And this year we did the wagon wheel, and I'm gonna tell you what, I had better results. Zero, we had to weed it one time when it was little. After that, no more weeding. Because it literally shaded out everything. Had no problems with anything. Now the only drawback that in our soil type that we found was that our soil is kind of sandy, and I couldn't throw any dirt up to it, kind of like corn, to keep the wind from blowing.
Couldn't hill it.
Yeah, I couldn't hill it. That was really the only drawback that we saw to it. And I'm willing to, that's okay with me. I mean, I
I think
can,
the sugar cane is so pretty. I talked at a neighborhood with an HOA once. They wanted me to come talk to their gardening group, and I was talking about all these different plants, and they're like, "We can't grow any of those here because they have a prescribed list of plants." I told them to move out.
that's what I said, I would move, yeah.
What are you doing? Like, you all are gonna die. But anyhow, I told him, I said, there are some things you can sneak. I said, I'll tell you what, if you wanted to grow a little sugar cane, I said, it looks like an ornamental.
Yeah,
I said, some of the varieties are just downright beautiful.
I agree.
I said, you put a little hunk of sugar cane up near your front door, like a little columnar,
Yeah,
you know. I said, it looks like a bamboo, but it's not invasive like a bamboo.
right?
So you get those, some of those canes are black, some of them are white. I've seen
Yeah.
a white, there was one growing in front of the rum shop, Wester Hall Rum Distillery, down in Grenada. They had these ghostly white canes that they had in clumps along the front. They were beautiful. And then there's there's a real tight jointed type that's kind of a red and black, and it looks like it's been lacquered, and the joints are only about that far apart. I got some of that from
Oh, no, that's cool.
Chinese,
Yeah,
and it's like stripe, all the way down. I have no idea what type it was, but I got it at an Oriental grocery. One of those ones that is so authentic that you can actually buy birds that are about to hatch in the eggs because they cook them in a soup or something horrible. I mean, it was really, it was a bizarre. They got all this stuff you're going.
right,
Even the hipsters are scared of this place, you know?
yeah.
But I can't imagine having to hide your food production to that level of, I can't have a vegetable garden.
We get those kind of comments all the time with people in HOAs, and I just,
Why did you buy in there? What are you thinking? Don't do that.
my mentality of that is I don't have a mentality of that area. I can't even comprehend it.
I don't know why you would move there.
For me to spend several $100,000 on a piece of property and then have somebody tell me what I can and can't do, to me that doesn't
That's
equate in my
horrifying.
brain.
No, can't do it.
It's just not who I am. I can't find a rhyme or reason to that. Why would somebody do it? I mean, I know there's people out there who say they don't have any choices, but I'm like, we all have choices. I mean, I'm not condemning anybody who does it. I don't understand it.
Get yourself a van.
Yeah.
I mean, I would rather live in a shed than live in an HOA with a nice, perfect,
Yeah.
artificial chem lawn neighborhood.
Yeah.
I'd rather live in it. Actually, I have. So
I was fixing to say, you're describing some parts of my life here.
Asking this?
Yeah.
you might want to move back a little bit. Maybe. No, I mean,
What do you mean move back?
ready.
Oh.
I don't want you to get any on you. Don't get skimmed.
Yeah. Not scammed, but scam.
If you go real slow, it
Yeah.
seems to catch it.
It's like skimming milk, except you're skimming off the bad.
Yeah.
Right. You're taking the bad stuff off to the good stuff.
Turn it off.
Yeah, that's the difference in milk.
You guys milk your Dexters.
We have two that we can, but right now we have a friend who brings us milk. He has his own cattle.
It's like
Yeah.
it's like you want a friend with a boat. You don't want to own the boat.
I don't know. There's only 2 good days with a boat.
The day you buy
Right,
it, the day you sell it. A boat is a hole in the water you throw money into.
Exactly. I'm that way about it. A lot of people don't understand. I'm that way about horses.
Yeah.
Horses to me is a bucket with a hole in the bottom of it. Because, I mean, unless he is a draft horse that you actually can plow with, or he's a good riding horse that you can't drive anymore and get you from point A to point B, it's just a waste of money.
Yeah. So we had a dog, and the
Twice.
dog caused more damage than keep. People say,
Yeah.
well, your dog can guard the homestead, and your dog can do this, and your dog can do this. I said, yeah, but the dog's always a pain in the neck.
Yeah.
I mean, we trained him as best as we could, did all right, but it still did doggy things, like going running through a row of vegetables you just planted and trash about 30 transplants in a second. Like, like, no, don't do that.
Look, a shotgun can guard my homestead and it won't bite on my furniture.
I mean, there's definitely,
There's a place.
everything has a place.
Yeah.
And if people love their dogs or their horses, or
We just don't have the personality for animals.
just want to eat them.
That's like, I'm really thankful today that we're not smelling the raccoons, because if an animal shows up on my property and it's not one of my animals and it's not beneficial to me, it becomes compost.
You should compost your enemies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And people don't understand that. They come here and they go, what is that smell? I'm like, well, he's buried right over there. I said, but he's.
He probably got dug up by one of his friends. Hey, buddy. Couple of raccoons out there holding a vigil. There's little candles, and you're like, oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
There you go.
I've got one. I didn't get out yesterday because I didn't have time. We were so busy. There's one still in the trap down there. I mean, he's not alive, but he's still there.
Yeah, the secret of cane syrup.
This
How
tastes
hot
a
is
little
the
gamey.
People's always asking me, so what do you use in your plants to make them just grow so well? And 90% of it's urine.
Yeah.
And they're like, what? Oh, God, no.
Questions.
Don't ask questions. If you don't want to know the truth, don't ask.
This is not a cottagecore channel.
No. Now, I don't take medicines, and I don't have vitamins and all that kind of junk going into me, but I'll be honest with you. I used to dilute it. I do it straight now. And I am having amazing results in my plants.
It works.
It works.
It works really well. I did a couple of videos on it, and I get so many comments. You didn't mention anything about people on medications, and I'm like,
Don't be on medication.
Don't be on medications. I mean, you know, just don't. And then
Yeah.
I said, well, you know, you could figure these things out. I said, but of course, if you're already taking medications, you've already taken most of it, right? You filtered whatever's coming out filtered is probably not going to hurt you again. I mean, you're already on it. Maybe
Yeah.
you'll save a little bit. Well,
Yeah.
it doesn't look like you need as much Lipitor.
Yeah.
You know, I'm getting it in my leaks now.
Exactly.
I have no idea. I don't think about those things because I
Well,
try to avoid the
You're
system. as much as
riddling
possible.
your cabbages.
That's why Wanda's always like, you should have said something about this or about that. I'm like, well,
Skim together.
to me, some things are common sense.
Right. I'm a Christian in most things, but I'm a Darwinist in a few.
Yeah.
Oh, I did say earlier, you know, there is a label on the back of the shampoo that says don't drink it. I don't feel like I have to tell people that.
I don't feel like I should have to. I mean,
I
it should be,
really,
some things should just be common sense, you know?
well, like we were talking about cassava, a lot of people said, oh, you didn't tell people that you need to cook it a certain way. But I don't see these chefs shows, you know, necessarily, oh, this is raw chicken. Let's be really careful we wash up everything because we're handling raw chicken today. And
Right.
let's talk for a little bit about E. coli before we continue this pad thai recipe, you know.
Let's talk
Come
about
on, you
Come
know.
on, man.
Come on, look at it. Besides, it's probably not going to kill you anyways.
let's talk about how dangerous raw
Wait.
shellfish is.
It's amazing how many labels there are on everything that's out there. I mean, one night we were laughing on, was it, somebody had some, what's it called, Boudreaux's butt paste. You know, and it only literally says this is not for internal consumption.
Well, yeah,
Like,
I mean, I figured by the label that I would not want to eat that. But you know what? I went to the zoo and I tried to glue a couple of gorillas together because the front of the you know,
that gorilla glue.
tore my arms off. I thought these guys are vegetarians. They should be peaceful. Every other vegetarian I met can barely walk around. I thought, you know,
Really?
strong, you know.
Oh. This is crazy. I'm sorry, people. We have not seen the chat. And I know y'all probably have put some good comments over there.
But check it.
Super chat like half an hour back.
Thank you for the super chat, whoever it was.
He asked about terrain theory.
Terrain theory?
Oh, terrain theory versus germ theory. That'll get you banned from YouTube.
He's probably a fed. Okay.
Common sense hasn't been common for a long time now. I don't think it ever was.
Uncommon sense.
Have a safe and blessed day of peaceful resistance. Take the warning labels off everything and let it sort itself out. HOA rep is another word for Karen.
It's pretty good.
Yeah, like that. Why would a baby try and fall into a bucket of water head first and drown in
Well-
3 inches of
Guys, don't get in trouble now. Don't say anything else.
Yeah.
Michael says, what I've noticed is most HOAs are in areas that people are concerned about looks and being affluent. I don't know, it's just me.
I used to be worried about looks, and then I grew up.
Yeah, and I realized too, when I was a teenager, there was a fellow that had this big collection, like a museum-worthy collection. He was a multimillionaire, and he didn't know much about the internet and something like that. And so somebody I knew worked for him and said, oh, you know, David, come over and take pictures of that, because he wanted to auction some of it off.
Yeah.
He's getting older. He's coming up on 80 or so.
Oh.
And he's looking at all of his collections and thinking, well, you know, he spent his whole life accumulating, and now he's going to ditch some of it.
Yeah.
And I was thinking, everything that you have is going to somebody else. And to see an old man who's really not in great health anymore, kind of tottering around through this huge collection of stuff that he's got. You know, I was telling my kids the other day, I said, if you're laying in bed and you know you're going to die, and I said, you're taking your last breaths and your family's around you, and somebody comes up and goes, $500 million lotto, right here, you won! You won! I said, you don't care anymore.
Right.
I said, none of that stuff matters when
Doesn't
you
matter.
get down to the end of it. And I said, so that, you know, that's the HOA stuff. There's the appearance of affluence, and then there's actual affluence.
Teach
Yeah.
kids how to do it.
You know?
I kind of figured it out.
As long as they don't scrape bottom,
I
Right.
didn't scrape bottom.
Nope.
No.
they're doing a good job.
Yeah, it's.
But that, you know, the real affluence is you've got your kids, you've got grandkids, you've got your own good food, you're out of the system as much as possible, and you're doing something that you love, and your soul is in the right place. If your soul is in the right place, I told people in one of my talks, I said, you know, it's no good if you go home and you figure out how to fill your belly, but your soul is empty. I said, even that, I mean, it's a good thing. Food is a good thing. It's a good thing to be homesteading or whatever else. But if you don't have Jesus Christ, you don't have affluence.
Nope.
And you're in grave danger. You know?
Well, I just did the video telling people the only way you can have all the food in the world you want. With what's coming, food is just a very minute part of it. People are going to be balled up in the corners of rooms with their thumbs in their mouth because they're afraid. And unless you know Christ and have that peace that it talks about that passes all understanding, because you're not going to understand what's happening. It's going to have to go beyond understanding.
Yeah.
And you're going to sit there and you're going to freak out because it says in latter days, the age in which we're living in, that men's hearts will fail them for fear.
They'll fail them for fear. They'll just collapse.
They'll collapse and they'll just ball up in corners and they'll just get in a fetal position. They won't know what to do or anything. And without Christ, you're going to see a lot of that. And you'll see a lot of it with Christ because they don't practice or exercise what they believe.
Yeah.
We find that more than anything. People are like, well, I know the Lord. Well, how well do you know the Lord? Is he a rabbit's foot or is he?
Right. Or is it, you know, and your focus, your daily focus is one of the most important things too, because whatever you have your eyes on,
Mhm.
you kind of, what is it, like target acquisition? You hit
Yeah.
you hit what you're looking at. And I have a tendency to get negative and to get frustrated because I say, why can't people see these things? Why do people, you know? And then I'll get on and I'll see comments and why didn't you do a disclaimer on your cassava video? And I'm like, because secretly I hate people and I want you all to die. No, that's not what I'm gonna write.
That's my line. You can't have that.
goddamn. Secretly, this is all a setup.
To get out as many people as we can. The world is overpopulated. Don't y'all realize that?
If you do more and more stunts without disclaimers,
Yeah, exactly.
eventually.
Here's me eating raw cassava. We juiced this. Just by putting it in my champion juicer.
Yeah.
No, I mean, but
Somebody's
it's
gonna do that, Dad. Stop saying.
stop. No, but there is a, you know, it's much easier to go, that's not a big deal when you're not already focusing on. If you're wandering around the yard thinking, I got too much stuff to do and this stupid thing is going to happen, you know, and you start getting like that.
Yeah.
And then somebody comes up to you and says something, you know, one of the kids says, Dad, the water's not running right in the house. No, it's got a broken pipe or something.
Yeah.
It's like you're already off. But if your focus is, thank you, Lord, that I feel great today. You know, thank you, Lord, that I've got such and such growing here. Thank you that I've got my kids here. Thank you that I got a piece of ground I can work. If that's where the focus is, those other things, I mean, Paul was praising the Lord from prison.
Yeah,
You know, writing his best letters were done when he was locked up with a Roman guard.
yeah.
I was just thinking, can you imagine being the Roman guard that was chained to Paul?
Mm.
It would be hilarious. I mean, it's these Romans are like, he's just sitting there and he's just writing these, you know, or he's
singing.
dictating it.
Yeah,
Or he'd be dictating it to whoever's writing. Occasionally he signed them himself, but
yeah.
see with what big words I wrote, you know.
He's like, can I have your arm over here just a little bit further?
Yeah.
I gotta get my tablet right here.
Yeah.
Really? Really, I'm a good prisoner. I'm not causing you any trouble. Could you just give me a little slack? You know what I mean?
And I get the idea that he liked to stay up really late at night and talk and sing hymns.
Yeah. Yeah.
And you imagine being a Roman soldier, you probably were the bottom Roman soldier getting assigned to the, the prisoner duty. You're a little too drunk last night and raucous, so you get assigned to the prisoner. You're going to go get chained over there.
Go get chained to that guy right yonder. That'll break you.
And you guys, Paul's just like, hey, how are you doing? Yeah, can I tell you about my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, you know? And he said, probably your philosophical system. Are you a follower of Job? Or would you consider yourself an Epicurean? Or would you, you know, there's a Roman soldier probably going, oh, he's got a hangover. He's going, oh, no.
Yeah.
Guy.
It's like, yeah.
And then I can just imagine Paul turn over and look at him. My faith has found a resting place.
Oh, no, we just shut up.
Crazy Jew, man. He wants it. Tribe of Benjamin. Got my card.
Yep. That would be horrible. Literally.
This guy. I imagine he probably spoke Latin too.
Well, we know he spoke several different languages. I mean,
He's a Roman citizen.
he was a Roman citizen. He was a Jew of Jews, a Pharisee. I mean, he was a lot of things, you know. I mean,
Yeah.
a well-educated man.
So he would have at least read Hebrew.
Yeah.
Um,
We knew Aramaic.
probably spoke Aramaic
Yeah.
commonly. And wrote
Even
in
Greek.
Greek.
Yeah, wrote
Yeah.
in Greek. Yeah.
I like when he goes to Athens and he's just like, you know, they've got the reputation for the highest philosophy in the world. He just kind of looks around. He's like, these people don't get it. He doesn't give them the time of day. He goes out and gives his speech, and they're like, "We'll hear you again on this matter." And he's like, "You guys are just trying to entertain yourself. I'm out of here."
I'm out of here. Yeah. I'll go make more tents.
Yeah, he liked to work with his hands. When he had a break and he had downtime,
Yeah.
he was building something.
Yep.
That's really loud.
It's really hard.
Why don't you skin it on the top of that log there so it won't thump the whole thing? So how long is this going to take to boil down what we have here?
Most of the day.
Just a slow cook.
You know, occasionally I run it up. I kind of watch it because I don't want to get it because them thin pans, they're not thick. If they're thin, it will
Just start scorching the bottom.
start scorching the bottom of them. Yeah.
So that's just kind of a slow roll on that back one.
Yeah.
And this one never comes to a boil.
Occasionally I will.
Simmering a little.
Yeah, I just keep it smoking. But occasionally, if I'm realize how long I'm gonna be here, you know, I'll make it happen.
Yeah, like
Yeah,
jam a few pieces of the lighter wood in there.
yeah.
And I see how you line the bottom of it. with
See, like now?
bricks.
Yeah, and I can take a piece like this one, and I'll lay it in there, and give it just a few minutes. A while ago, the back one was boiling over because I had it just too hot. I mean, I had to back off of it. I had to take some of the juice out of that and put it back in the front one. But I like to let the back one get down a little bit lower, and then take the juice out of this one and put it back there.
Well, with how chilly it is out here today, it feels really good to sit next to this. Like, I can't hardly get close enough to it. you
Yeah.
know?
This hand stays cold.
Yeah.
This one's warm.
My hands are about half numb.
And this one, of course,
That's your warm thumb.
has no feeling. But yet
You
it,
should be the warmest.
but yet it freezes the fastest. And I told him, I said, I don't understand why this thumb, my whole hand will be warm, but this thumb is cold, but yet it doesn't hurt to me to touch it. And they said, well, it's because the blood vessels are exposed on the end of it. And when it gets cold, they begin to draw in like that, and that's where the
Yeah.
pain's coming from,
How'd you cut it?
The wood splitter. Well, the wood splitter didn't do it. I mean, I had the wood splitter set up there, and I grabbed the block of wood like on the side as the blade was coming down in it. And because of hurricanes, our wood's under compression. Because the grains will be real tight on one side and they're real stretched on the other.
Right, because
Yeah.
they bend.
Because it's been bent. And I'm sitting there holding it and watching it as it starts to touch it. I usually let go of it, but I just kind of held onto it just a split second till it got into it good, and all of a sudden it went, oh, it just popped real quick, and I jerked my hand back. I'm like, man, I was like, man, that's close. And the guy who was cutting the wood for me, he goes, boss, I think you're hurt. I'm like, where? And I look at it, I mean, everything's just bloody. And I'm like, where am I hurt? I'm thinking my legs, and I look at my thumb, it's just, the end of it's just gone. And I'm like, oh. So I went and put it under the water and started washing it off real quick and put a towel thing around it. And I went and got Wanda. I said, I think I got to go to the hospital. I said, I'm going to pinch my finger off, So it never hurt. I got to the hospital. They checked it and done all kind of stuff to it. And they said, well, there's nothing we can really do for it. I mean, it is what it is. So they kind of fixed it up. And I come home and I told Wanda, I said, how did that happen? So I come back out here and the piece of wood was still standing up just like that one yonder. And I walked over and looked at it, and there's the end of my thumb. Or the wood, it's done closed back together, but my thumb and thumbnail and all,
Get in there.
it's just still there. And I'm like, really? I said, how did that happen? But I got to looking at
It grabbed it in the split.
and the split, it opened and closed so fast that it just pinched it right off.
Yeah. When I cut through these tendons right here with a machete, it was so unexpected because I was opening a coconut with a machete. One of the kids said, can you get me open a coconut for me? No problem. So I was in the middle of my gardening day and I did this. I had a cane knife and there was a hook on the back.
Oh, the hook, I got one of them.
And the hook caught the edge of my straw hat. I brought it back and it went, and it hooked and directed the blade smack down into the back of my hand while I was opening that coconut. And it just split it wide open. And I looked at my finger and I went, uh-oh, it won't move. And I looked into that gap and I saw the tendon sink back inside my hand and I went, oh, shoot. And I went in and they sewed them back together. I watched them. They pulled them back out with a pair of little pliers and reconnected it.
Yeah.
And it's like I told him, I said, can I play? I want to play guitar again. He said, oh, we'll fix it. We'll fix it. His Canadian doctor named Dr. Dragon was his name. And he says, I'll put it back together for you. No problem. You play guitar again. Yeah, maybe 2 months. Okay, all right.
All right.
All right. But I was like, oh, Lord Jesus, please give me my finger back. I don't want to lose my pointer finger.
A lot of famous guitarists ended up losing some of their hands.
That's going on. That's why I said, will I be able to play the piano again? He said, of course. I'm like, yes, I couldn't play it to start with. That's why I'm so happy.
Sure. You have a prosthetic thumb. Got a little hook. Just one little hook there.
Yeah, you can play the
Little
banjo.
thing tip. That's it. Banjo. Bing, bing.
Hills Mills Homestead jumped in.
No,
Mississippi. Hello, 3 Mississippi. They ought to be down here helping.
now.
Tell Mike. Him and Sydney need to come.
Said, bring Frankie with you.
We got all day tomorrow. Let's see who else is in here. Soul to Soul.
Oh, their neighbors down the road here.
Seeds in 60 seconds. I hadn't heard that one before. Ghost Prepper.
Ghost Riders.
The I Am of Me.
I know the I Am of Me.
You've got all kinds of people jumping in.
Tore that.
Are y'all being hate because,
Yeah, it'd probably be better to pour that, because this.
I don't know what y'all
Pour it
do.
real slow.
Yeah.
The dregs will probably stay on the bottom of it.
Okay, I'll try to ignore the dregs. Try to keep that.
You know, while you just pour that in there real slow.
So the camera's picking up pretty good. Danny, if you'd move. Yeah, there you go.
Those chickens are fine.
A while ago, I was listening in the kitchen, and all of a sudden, y'all were so quiet, and I thought the sound went off, because y'all were really quiet for
Yeah.
I don't know how long. And I'm like, okay, what happened to the sound? And everybody says, oh, they're just not talking. I said, there's something wrong. Those two are not talking.
I'm on.
You got to run out?
Yeah.
Here, take this with you.
That's probably when I grabbed the camera and I was filming him. with
Well, we were reading comments too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hello, everybody. Yeah, I've been inside making soup and some rice. We've got basmati rice from McCaskill Family Farms in Braggadocio, Missouri.
They make rice up there. They grow
Oh,
rice.
yes, the
Oh, that's
basmati.
cool.
You don't have to get it from foreign countries. And that's where the popcorn came from, too.
Popcorn was good.
Yeah. So the boys have been enjoying hot chocolate. And
Maybe a little.
when I go back in, I'm going to make some more coffee. So if you need coffee.
I think we're almost making it in that pan.
Yeah, just about.
Just gotta watch it, make sure it doesn't overboil.
It's getting close. How much more you got?
Oh, half a cup.
It shouldn't run it over.
It won't run it
I'm
over.
trying to see if there's dregs, but there's not really.
It really
It's
strained
pretty
it.
clean. Look at that.
Yeah, that's pretty clean.
Okay, we're
I
gonna
wouldn't
make
worry
it.
about
We're
it.
good. We just barely made it though.
Yeah, I wouldn't worry about it. Now you can skim off. But that looks awesome. So how different is this from what
Real
you?
slow. It's too high. Push it.
Yeah. How close is this to what they're used to? You're used to doing. I mean, it's like on a big scale.
We used a big pot. Last one we helped with a big 90-gallon pot,
Yeah.
and it just boil. You know.
Hours and hours and hours and hours and hours.
Yeah.
So
You probably
long.
put like 60, 70, 80 gallons in there more. Yeah.
Yeah, at least the first time I'd say they probably had 60 to 70 gallons in it, and then
Let it
the
cook.
next weekend I went by to say hi, and they were doing a couple of smaller batches. He said, "Oh, there's only a couple of us out here, so we just decided to do, I don't know, they probably put 40 gallons in it or something."
Yeah. So this was probably, I don't know, how many gallons you think that thing pulls? I don't even know. Maybe 4
We
gallons.
reckoned it was
apiece?
about 8 gallons total between these two pans. But yeah, so those are probably about 4 gallons.
Yeah.
Those
I
pots,
let
because
it
they
cook
just
for a
about.
while now if you want to. I did good.
This one could use a little bit of.
Yeah. It's getting.
Look at the difference in color, though. This one's golden, and this one is greener.
Because he added the fresh.
That's right. So this is the fresh stuff.
And then.
Probably wants that a little less hot on the back.
Yeah.
Since he put that huge hunk of lighter wood there in the middle.
Yeah, I think so. It's pretty hot, isn't it? But it smells good. You notice the smell now?
It's wonderful.
The
great.
smell's starting to come. That cane smell. So I've got some vegetable soup and some basmati rice, and we're gonna have some cornbread. I think they have sweet potato cornbread. You ever had that?
Nope, sounds good. Everything's good.
So we'll have that after a while, and also I'm trying
How
to.
much syrup will we get out of this?
I don't know yet.
Miss Lippy popped in.
Has Lippy popped in?
Yeah, she's been in the sugar shack this morning.
I had just choked that off a minute ago because the back was getting very,
Trying to boil
very
over?
boily, and it was about here, so I just shoved it in a little bit.
You're bouncing between 575 and 610 people at any given time.
It's like watching sugar boil.
Yeah. One lady said she was at work and she says, I can't quit watching. I need to be working, but I can't quit watching. And one person says, I need to be working, but I hate to turn this off.
You guys should just quit your jobs.
And
I
sit around
highly
and watch
recommend
YouTube.
it. Yeah, just sit around and watch YouTube. Professional YouTube watcher.
Sugarcane, huh?
No, I am working right now. This is it. Watching Danny load the
Professional
fire.
sitter.
I'm a chair tester.
How's that rocking chair feel?
You know, it has a balance. There is a little bit of a creak and a pop in the center when you turn it, but that may also be the unevenness of the terrain. In my previous testing, we've noted that on some models.
Wait. You're contractually obligated not to test anybody else's chairs. You really can't do this. You can't tell them what you think of them.
Please go online to rockingchairs.com and put in DTG for your 15% discount.
$15 a chair.
They're running a Black Friday sale, you know.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's it.
Nice.
By my
Nice
word, this is the
homemade-
best cane boiling chair I have ever sat in.
Barely.
Wow, it's so comfortable.
The chairs are nice, foreign-made chairs from an assembly line. Poor quality wood,
Classic Chinese.
$29.95, and with your 10% discount,
That's right.
they
But I
got
feel like they were made in the U.S.
Well, it's hard to say. They were shipped to the U.S., partially assembled.
Right. Designed in Cupertino.
Yes, and we put the label on them. Thus, it made them American made.
Stamp.
Yeah.
That's right.
In America.
We have this great metal shop in Mexico that prints the labels for us.
and all the tools that are used to assemble it were made in China. And probably half the workers were from Mexico,
That's it.
but it was put together on
assembled.
USA soil, right?
Did it take all the juice out of the thing? Did it empty
Yes.
every bit of it?
Yeah,
Okay,
just,
good deal.
No, there
just
was no
made it.
dregs in it.
No, there wasn't any dregs. It was very clean.
China.
And then you build it on top of it, built on American soil.
That's right.
That's something a company would totally do.
Yeah.
The
The
embassy.
stuff they do. The stuff is built in the embassy. Okay, so we've got about another gallon in this one that hasn't gone in yet.
Okay.
This front one's empty. Oh, good catch. This front one's empty, and then
And there's only like a gallon in the back one. Okay.
maybe a little more.
Good deal.
We will make it.
Okay. Several of them said they'd have to quit and come live with us if they quit their jobs.
Well,
Never mind.
We need workers.
you probably wouldn't want to work for me.
These boys are doing a good job
They're doing a
working.
good job. A real good job. One of them can grab an axe and start putting some of that wood up.
I don't know if he can
Don't
hold
let him
that
fall.
axe.
Can y'all do that?
You're gonna have to back
I
out.
don't know. Depends on what Dad says. What do you think?
Could be fun.
You're gonna have to back out away from all this so it doesn't splatter up into the cane.
Yeah.
Where do you want
Okay.
Where do you want them to split?
Just any of it. Just break it up. Cut it up into smaller
Do you
pieces.
have a you don't have a stump to set it on.
No, that ground's hard enough right here behind this. You ain't gonna have to worry.
You want to do it on?
That's more of a mattock than an axe, right?
Yeah.
How good you aim?
I don't know. I've never tested.
Okay, now where's it?
Bad.
I
I know
can keep
where-
it big for you. Let me try.
Is it small?
YouTube.
All
fail.
right.
There you go.
Yeah, he did it.
YouTube fails.
Stop.
Hey, hey, hey,
Hey.
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 Trying to see if I can pick him up.
Funny joke. Try not to laugh.
99% fail.
All right,
You won't
Daniel.
believe what happened when
Can
we
you
gave
move this
kid
way a
an
little and they
axe.
can see him?
He came to my house.
Poor emoji. Poor emoji.
Don't split wood at
All right. That's what I'm talking about.
That's a ticket.
Perfect. No, it don't have to be no smaller. That's
Can I
perfect.
try splitting wood?
Just throw it right here. Look, lay it right here beside it. Where all I gotta do is just bend over and get it.
So, Danny, you got a fence we can whitewash while we're at it.
Oh man.
Create a lot of chores.
We've got to keep the viewers entertained.
Let's hope we don't chop off fingers and toes and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Danny's one finger's enough.
You should have been streaming while you were chopping up wood.
What is on
Oh,
viral?
man.
Oh,
Well, we were in the middle of
Give it a
filming
thumbs
video.
up, because I can't.
Yeah, we were doing what was we doing a live stream with
life
Tag
done free, yeah.
Life Done Free. No, we was in a meeting with them.
Oh, we were in a meeting. Yeah, it wasn't live stream.
Wasn't live stream. We was in a meeting with them, and they said, "Well, what are you guys thinking in the meeting?" I says, "Well, I give it a thumbs up," and I said, "Well,
Well,
I'm
you use
sorry,
your finger
I
like
can't
this.
give it a thumbs up." And Rowdy goes, he got so tickled.
He couldn't quit
He
laughing.
couldn't quit laughing in the meeting. And we were trying to have a serious company meeting here, and he's every so often I go, it was funny. Yeah,
I have done very poorly at actually showing up because I'm really not much of a social media guy, though I love the way they set the site up. And
Freesteading, yeah. Freesteading.
it's really great.
Yeah.
You know, it's a great setup. But I only go on every once in a while, just like everything else.
Yeah, that's the way we are. It's
I'm like, oh
hard to
man, I
think
should have
all
answered
day
these
long.
300 notifications.
Yeah.
So many pains. Well,
that's fine. You don't have to bust it no more.
But I do appreciate what he's doing.
It's gonna be a great site.
You need alternative ecosystems to the big corporations that are running everything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Step
You
over.
got to get out of all that stuff.
Step to the side, Elon.
At least he's amusing.
Yeah.
It wasn't funny before, but now it's funny.
Yeah, now it's funny.
It's,
Let that sink in.
it's like real Pope Francis. There's a verified account. Don't be fooled by the other
And then you might as well
accounts.
just
This
let it
one
sit,
has the
'cause
blue
it's not
check
gonna
mark.
come out.
Our indulgences are 100%.
Yeah,
Yeah.
just let it go for a
Yeah,
while.
just let it set for a while so it thickens up. 'Cause
Yeah, and then it'll come out.
it'll come out and have a big skim on the top of it.
Oh, that one's really boiling in the back now.
Now, that's what I want now.
It's time.
Since we've only got a gallon like something left, I can,
Did you ever put your lemon juice in it?
Yeah.
Okay.
We should do it a quick talk on axe safe and never mind.
Just please be safe. The hospital's like 20 minutes away.
Really, the best thing you can do is just wear shoes.
Then I already
A
won.
helmet and
Helmet, eye protection,
knee pads.
man. Without having just
Oh, of course. You need shoes.
With no laces because you could trip over them.
Shin pads.
Yes.
shin pads.
Safety vest.
There you go.
Got a pretty good swing.
Have water vest.
Did you watch? You've probably seen the Magnificent Seven, Yul Brynner and
Oh,
Charles
yes.
Bronson and everything. There's that scene where he's hunting for different guides and he's going from place to place trying to find his team to go down to Mexico
Right.
with him. And he comes across Charles Bronson who's splitting all this wood, and that's how he's paying for his room. You know, that's like,
Yeah.
oh, he's just itinerant, just wandering through, and he's like, you want to stop that? Why would I want to stop this? Boom,
Yeah.
boom, just, you know, I'm retired, you know.
That'll last him for a while now, maybe.
Yeah.
Okay, let me,
Now they want to keep doing it.
Let them go.
all right, I'm gonna
It's gonna
put,
be a long time for this to spin.
yeah, I got a few hours.
Nice job.
What I like about that, it's got the weight. You don't really have to swing it very hard.
It's
That's
a
nice.
combination splitter.
Yeah.
That's nice.
Nice. Just use.
I really want one of those axes with the double-sided heads, but they're so dangerous.
I've got one of those.
Yeah. That one's gonna be harder to split.
They said
How many gallons of syrup do you think you might end up with? How many do we usually like out of, was this what, about
Good shot.
It's
5 or
about
6 gallons of juice?
It was rotten.
Or 4 to
No,
5?
I think we had 8 gallons of juice.
Do
we
have
had 8, and then we had y'all brought back 4 more, which brought it to 12. And then this last one, I don't know how much you said is a gallon or so.
About a gallon left. Yeah.
So maybe 13
so
gallons
13
of juice?
gallons. We'd probably end up a little over a gallon of syrup.
Gallon and a half.
Now it's going to depend on how much sugar content's in it, you know, because it was a dry year this year.
I bet we hit
Ooh,
2
be
gallons.
careful.
That's going too far. Gonna get a little oak cask flavor in the
Sugar cane.
sugar cane.
Age it for a while.
That one don't want to split, does it? Wow.
Use those.
there you go.
Look at that.
He's stocky. He's got it.
How many? You need a lot of firewood at your house, right? You got to have a lot of firewood chopped
We
up.
are
So
gonna, yeah. See, what I'm gonna do
just-
this winter is I am going to go into the woods. There's some no man's land near me too,
that's fate. So
and
let me go see about.
I'm gonna coppice. I'm gonna coppice oaks and other trees and sweet gums.
Yeah, gums, yeah, sycamores, gums.
But you got to do it. You got to do it at the right time
Yeah.
of year. So when everything's asleep, I'm gonna go out there and chainsaw and coppice. So I'll take that wood from there. But then in 2 or 3 years, I'll have
Yeah,
good size for the burning.
I prefer stuff that don't have to be split. But
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like the coppicing is just sort of a long-term way to do it. I have a lot of popcorn trees.
oh, they're illegal here.
Oh, they're illegal where we are too, but everybody's got them in their yards. They're everywhere.
I mean, yeah, here the forestry department tells you if you've got one, please cut it down. You know,
Yeah.
if
Because
someone,
they're horrible invasives.
yeah, they're invasive, bad.
Yeah.
They
We've
make
cutting them
these.
down, so.
We're taking them apart. I'm building my entire chicken coop out of popcorn tree.
Yeah,
I'm just making big posts, and I'll just raise it up off the ground. We'll probably get 5 years off of
oh,
it
you
before
will, oh, yeah.
if they're under a roof, which they will be.
That one's got a knot in it, it's gonna be.
That's gonna be hard to split that way.
Yeah, that way it's almost impossible.
Here. Can I try it?
Come on around and I'll introduce you.
Pretty lady.
I know you're talking to me, right?
This is my girl. This is my girl here.
Hey, how are you,
Go over that way so they can see. Faith, go that way.
David?
Nice to meet
Good to
you.
meet
They
you.
can't see you. That way. Toward football. Well, now they can't see you. Wait.
Down here.
Right here. All right. This is Chasing Rabbit on YouTube. She is my granddaughter and her
Favorite.
favorite granddaughter. Okay. Right.
Love her.
And then she's gonna be helping me inside for a little while. So we're gonna go in. I've got lunch started. I don't know what time it is.
Time for all dogs to die. Ain't you glad you're a puppy?
Yeah.
It's 10 o'clock.
All right, this is David, this is Fate, and boy number 1, boy number 4, and boy number 5. He has 10 children. He beats your mom and dad.
She's one of 7.
She's one of 7.
Hey, all right.
She's like,
I was
Somebody-
one of 7. I was the oldest of 7.
she's the oldest.
All right, you're the responsible one.
Yes. If you want to call her that.
Yeah, she's responsible for everything that happened.
Yeah, it's not often she meets somebody with more children than she has in her family.
That's awesome.
Big families. And her youngest, the youngest in the family are twins, twin 3-year-olds.
What fun.
Yeah, they
That's
have been
gotta be
nowadays.
so much fun. We never had any twins.
You
I
can
kept
have
thinking it
them
would be
if you
great.
Buy one, get one free.
Yeah. I thought if I could get 2 at a time, it is. It's like a 2-for-1
Yeah.
thing.
Cool.
But no, my wife insisted on having just 1 at a time, every single time, just 1 at a time. I'm like, why don't we, I don't know why she didn't just do like 2 or 3, but
Get it over with.
it's
Twins
cheaper,
are fun.
It's cheaper.
Twins are a lot of fun. You know, you were talking about the little one, the things that the little 2 can get into.
Oh yeah.
Try 2 of them at one time.
Oh, it's gotta be amazing.
So
That's so much
I'm
fun.
gonna go check our rice and I'll be back.
There you go.
Taste it down.
That's not in it.
So you're saying it's not splitting?
It's cooked off. I mean, we'll be able to put that last gallon in before too long.
Yeah,
That's
I keep that back one boiling pretty good. It'll cook off pretty quick.
It's pretty fun. The last place, fellow was putting all the bagasse aside, all the crushed out canes. He had a
Yeah.
big pile of it. I said, "What are you gonna do with all those?" He said, "I'll just burn them later." And I said, "I use them for mulch."
Yeah.
And he says, "You can have them." So I stuffed the back of my van full of it. Drove home that evening, intending the next morning. I was like, so the next morning, I'm gonna take them and
That's
drive around the back because it was already dark. I'll drive around back and I'll pull them all out by the garden area. But I didn't want to go driving through the fields at night.
Right.
Ah. Well, the next morning, the kids went out to the car,
I can only imagine.
and the whole inside of it was dripping.
Dripping.
It was like a store, but we had to like wipe out the inside with a towel, turn the vent on full. It was
Yeah.
hot outside, I think, but it was terrible.
It was
Yeah.
like sugarcane steam,
I didn't
and it smelled amazing.
Well, yeah.
I think it probably rained in that car in the middle of the night.
and the fleece was wet.
Gideon's cane. It's getting a little scummy. Starting to stick together. Well, I did find that they call the crushed canes bagasse down in the Caribbean.
Yeah.
I don't know if they
That's
call
same,
that.
yeah, same thing here, bad. We call it boggers.
He said, "We don't call them bagasse. I've never heard of that." He says, "We call them the leavings."
The leavings.
So that he said, "I'm no educated man. Those are the leavings." So anyhow, the bagasse we had used it. I used it for mulch in the gardens down there. But when it comes out of one of these golden mills, it's got too much shape to it. Still, it's not
Yeah.
quite as shredded as the big mills seem to make it.
Well, yeah, the big mills, well, they'll chop it up in smaller pieces, especially commercial.
Yeah, it's got a lot of shreds.
Yeah.
And it was a very fluffy, shredded material that we used
Yeah.
for mulch. And I went and I said, I'm going to throw some of this stuff down the one of the pads of my grocery row garden, but it was a terrible tripping hazard. It's just a
It was
big,
bad.
fluffy mess. And I said, they're going around the fruit
It
trees.
takes it a while to break down too, in that
Yeah.
condition.
I like it. I like that it takes a while, but it's
I wonder if we put it through a wood chipper.
just keep shredding it.
Yeah.
It's too much effort.
It is.
So I think I'll just take all that rough material, put it around all the fruit trees we just planted in the food forest. If I've got any more cane left over, something on there.
At the current rate, you're gonna have near infinite split wood.
That's all right. I've got a whole day of cooking tomorrow.
Oh, there's a hornet on
Funny, there's a lot of stuff coming up again off of this first one. From all that new stuff.
Uh-huh.
Yes, and we'd probably go check the comments to see if there's anything going on there. We just started this long welcome to a nice long clean boil live stream.
Spam bot down in.
Okay, somebody's banning them.
You always have those, yeah. There's always gonna be one that jumps in.
Yep, this comment's like, wanna be friends?
Somebody said, wow, that's a huge reduction. Our Rocky Dream on the Elephant Farm says, is David traveling around nabbing syrup from everyone? Yes, I'm actually going to go to another, I'm going to go to another boil on Saturday.
Yes.
So
It's a way that you get syrup on your homestead without actually having to buy it.
So here's the thing. So I did my little documentary on cane syrup over at my friend Marcus's place, and so he's got the the golden cane mill and all that stuff. And I wanted to see him do this thing, so I did it all beautiful like a documentary with all the close-up shots, the talk over, the B-roll, and everything. And it's just basically cane syrup making in the Florida Panhandle. And my views are like a third of what my normal views are. And it's the most beautiful video I've done in a long time.
Oh, wow.
And people are, well, maybe it's because you don't normally do cane syrup or, and it didn't have a clickbait type title too.
Yeah.
People be like, oh, you got a clickbait title. And I said, well, if it didn't have a clickbait title, YouTube's algorithms don't take off.
Yeah.
So you're trapped. I didn't make the system.
Right.
Don't hate the player, hate the game or
That's
whatever.
right.
So I did this thing and people are like, well, we're just not that interested in cane syrup. And I'm like, oh, really? I'm going to do nothing but cane syrup videos from now on.
Yeah.
That's it.
That's it.
So I come over, Danny's doing cane syrup. I'm going to go film a cane syrup video with Danny.
That's it.
And then I'll go film another cane syrup video. That guy.
Well, like it sooner or later.
I hit my 250,000 subscribers. I don't feel comfortable anymore. I want to get back down to 20, 249, 999, and then hold it there.
Well, they'll do it for you.
Yeah.
YouTube is good for that.
I'll just drop it at some point.
Yeah. They'll go back and take your subscribers away from you.
Go put them on PewDiePie.
What we notice is they tell us this month you gained this many subscribers, but yet our count didn't go up.
Yeah.
I'm like, how does this happen? I said, evidently somewhere way in the back they took some away.
Yeah.
And they,
People will say, I got unsubscribed to your channel. I said, I don't know how it works. I don't know. I know that YouTube has my best interests in mind and has always been an excellent partner. So,
well, YouTube always has our best interest in mind.
I have been treated very well by YouTube. Everything is fine. Tell them that they're kind to American. I like the rice and the beans. They are high quality. Yeah, hold the script.
Oh.
Please read this very slowly and
Read this
articulately.
very slowly and articulately. If you screw up, that guy over there will pull.
I'm trying to blink as a glass.
Watch the eyelids. Oh, man.
But yeah, you're doing the opposite of selling out. You're finding something that makes you almost no money and then just doing videos on that.
Right.
Yeah.
It's hard.
It's not manipulation. That's what makes it not so popular.
I just thought it was awesome. I thought I'd love to see that old cane mill running, and just to see the, some just people from the community talking about how they did it.
Yeah.
And how did you get started in this? Like, how did you do this? What gave you the idea?
Literally, I learned from all the old men. I mean, I just literally, I made it so, when I set this place up across the road over here, we set the big power mill. One of them had a power mill and asked me, said, can I bring my mill to your place? I was like, bring it on, you know. So he brought his mill, he brought his tractor.
Oh man.
He brought a 1,000-gallon propane tank, set it all off because I had the furnace. And he said, we'll use my propane to cook with all day. And people were bringing sugar cane from everywhere. I mean, the whole community got involved in it. We had all the old men who knew how to cook it. And the thing about it was, we didn't have no squabbles because one of them didn't think his way was any better than the other ones. Everybody, even though they were in their 70s and 80s, was like, that's interesting that you would do it that way, you know? And they was like, I could see the benefits of that. I mean, the mentality back then was just different.
Right.
Today,
Yeah.
you don't have that today. Today people go, well, that way. You know, this is what works better. We've discovered that.
Yeah. What brand of corn syrup do you cut yours with?
Yeah. I mean, it just.
No, you're right. You're right. And there's if I go out and I till the garden, people will say, I can't believe you're destroying all those soil organisms. You need to look up Elaine Ingram. I was like, I've watched 5 or 10 minutes of Elaine Ingram. That's all I could watch.
Yeah.
But I said, yeah, no, I know that there's soil microorganisms, but I really just want to grow food. Another time, I did an area where I mulched all this garden area, and this woman said, I don't know why you would use mulch like that because it attracts so many pests, it'll kill everything if you know. In my garden, everything gets killed if I have mulch. Yeah,
You can't please everyone.
You can't please everyone. No matter what you do, somebody is not going to like it. And so pretty much the primary thing I want is for people to grow food. And if they're growing food, I don't care if you're victory gardening it or if you're square foot gardening it or whatever method you really gets you growing.
Right.
If you're growing food, you're out of the system.
Yeah.
That's good. And it's going to be, you know, even if you do kill a bunch of microorganisms and bacteria, what you're making at home, you know exactly what went into it, what got sprayed on it, how it was handled, and you know how fresh it is. You can grow absolutely high quality food in a 5-gallon bucket or in a victory garden or in a lot of different ways. But I just always try to get people, do the most simple way to get food first and learn how to do that, and then you could tweak stuff later. If you
Yeah, I
want.
was going to say, you don't have to be the best at it the first year. People always ask us, where do you get your soil from? I make my own.
How do you do that?
And they're
Yeah.
like, how do you make soil? I said, well, all these trash piles, and now you see me pushing up right here with a tractor,
Yeah.
I don't burn them. I push trash piles, or brush piles. I just keep piling them up and keep piling them up. Because of our humidity, next year, they just went from here down to
Right.
here. And because of all the termites we were talking about and the fungi and all that junk growing in there, I go in and take the bucket from the bottom and I'll just pick it up into my tractor and I'll just flip it. And by the second year, it's all dirt.
It's soil.
It's just pure soil.
Yeah. Oh,
And
yeah.
I can dig into it and earthworms are in it everywhere. They're just piling out of it. And I take that and I put it over into my containers or I put it into my raised beds. And I mix a little bit of perlite, vermiculite with it, just because it's sandy here.
Mm-hmm.
And from that point on, I just rock it. I pour my urine in. And I do a soil
That's
analysis.
alive.
I do the soil sample to see how much lime I need, because we have to have lime here like crazy.
Well, I could tell by the way your dirt looks. It's like this is acid.
Yeah, it's all acidic. Everything here is about a 5.
Yeah. Great blueberry place.
Now we have
Blueberries
trees over there that Cadillac, you know. That's why all the oaks do so good here and everything, because everything's just acidic.
Yeah. Yeah, people are funny about, I have to buy soil. They buy soil. There are rare times where you are on a rocky ridge or you're paving over a parking lot or something like that. But most of the time, I mean, composting is not that difficult. You can, if it breaks down, you think you've got to have your 25-to-1 ratio and your greens and your browns and all that stuff, and you got to have all
Right.
these rules, but you can pull beautiful finished compost out of your gutters if you don't clean your gutters
don't-
that often. You pull
in
out this
1 year.
beautiful, soft, spongy material.
Yeah.
That's just that carbon ratio was all wrong. That was all oak leaves. But now look at it.
But now look at it, and actually it broke down really fast.
Yeah.
I mean, because believe me, I clean my gutters out, and I'm telling you, like you said, you can run your hand down through it, and it's just
All
like
those
looks
little
like
grains.
sphagnum peat moss when you come out the other end.
Yeah.
You know?
It's not rocket science.
No.
I mean, God designed it to work. You really have to kind of. I don't know how you would screw it up if it never got wet. You know, that would do
It would
it.
just slow it down. That's all.
Yeah.
It would still work.
Just have to wait until it rains.
Yeah. That is not gonna split that way. I can tell you.
No.
Oh, split.
Now I guess we'll put one like that either.
I got on the back of the cart
Yeah.
that we were using to pull the thing around. And I got a shot around the mill
Oh,
from the
nice.
perspective of being right in front of the handle pulling it while they're putting the sugar.
Oh,
cane
that's
in.
cool.
So that should be a pretty cool shot. I got it twice just in case.
There's a lot of scum in
Give
there.
people vertigo.
Yeah. That's when it skims the best, man. It
That's
gets to be
the
thick
best.
like
It's got a
that.
nice big skin on it. You can see
That's the way you
chlorophyll in
want
it.
it. That's what you're looking for.
It's much warmer than it was just even an hour ago.
It's gonna come out.
There, all over the edge there.
You're hot now.
Good work. Let's see what we got on the comments here. I'm at the tire shop getting tires changed over for winter, making the time go by quick. I can't imagine having to change my tires for winter.
Oh,
Terrible.
What, like put chains on them or something?
Put spikes on them.
I don't know.
What do you do? You switch to tank treads?
That'd be fun. I'd do that.
Shelly says I should put on a t-shirt, whatever gets you growing.
Put on your live, laugh, conquer your enemy shirt.
Yeah. Double A says, what happens on the bottom of those pans? Did the sugar start to stick to the bottom of the pans?
No.
Why did Danny stay off the porch and why is there no Portishead playing? That's funny.
That's a good question.
Why is there no port said playing?
So are y'all all talked out?
Oh no, we never talked out.
Got more topics?
Damn, they're so close.
So you're not close to making
Burn
syrup
that
yet,
out
are
in
you?
there. I bet you we could do it.
Oh, we still
Probably a
got
little.
more? I thought
Yeah,
you'd
let's take
already.
a couple more scoops out of there.
Let's
I'm
see
just
if we
I mean,
can-
it may boil over on me, but I hope not. It don't matter if the skimmers get in.
So close.
Keep 'em
Okay,
off.
let's see, they're chatting. I can't tell who's doing what, but
Of course, the soup today.
Hey, take that.
yeah.
Let's try it. Yeah, it'll do it. It'll do it. It'll do it.
It's gonna make it.
And that's it. And that concludes today's
And ladies and gentlemen,
Syrup.
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 Okay, so
Okay. These two things can be washed.
it says, what happens on the bottoms of the pans? Does the sugar start to stick to the bottom
No.
Okay.
Not, I mean,
Nope.
if you roasted it, if you had this thing just flaming hot,
I mean, you could scorch it if you really ran it up really, really hot, you know. But for the next little while, we've got to be really
oh, that's
careful
skim.
because I could boil the back one over easy, you know.
Look, it's right there. You see that?
Yep.
It's starting to go over a little. Look at all that steam coming off there when you blow on it, though.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it
Crank it up.
If I don't drink lemon juice,
Let
my
it-
breath will
let it-
crystallize.
bubbled really good for a minute. And, oh my goodness. It's starting to smell like cane syrup all over the
Put more
place.
lemon juice in that front one.
You think it's
The back one still got it in it.
Would lime juice also work?
Yeah, any here.
Any citrus?
What exactly does it do to it?
It prevents it from crystallizing.
turning to sugar?
Sugar,
Somebody asked earlier. Somebody asked earlier about making sugar, freeze drying cane syrup and making sugar. Now, freeze
It's just
drying,
weird. Who thinks of these things?
freeze drying anything with that much sugar, like a syrup, is not.
It won't work.
It won't work. It just stays sticky.
Yeah, it's like grease. You can't freeze dry.
It'll pretty much
Freeze.
turn it into
Yeah.
thick
You
molasses.
can't freeze dry gas station pizza?
Probably.
You probably could because it's not real.
No, I mean, it's
It would be
mostly
like, it would
grease.
be more like a piece of cardboard than it already is.
Yeah.
McDonald's burger.
Ugh, it's not really preserved for it. Doesn't spoil.
It won't go bad. Believe me. Throw it out in the parking lot and let it go back a week later. Ugh.
It's
It'll be over a few times.
If somebody hasn't eaten it, it's
It's still laying there. And it's still non-toxic.
Lots of plastic.
it's just styrofoam.
I really can't believe it's not hot.
Right 50 years later.
I did see
Recycled it.
freeze dry some air so I can carry it with me underwater. And just like snip a little powdered air inside of the diving bell.
The boys have to go back and watch Danny's dehydrated water
Yeah,
video.
dehydrated water.
The boys would love that.
Oh, that's good.
They always like that one. It's
Dad,
one of your best survival tools out there.
Dehydrated
Dehydrated
water.
Yeah. I can show how to rehydrate it.
Dad,
Wait. I
I
saw,
think that's good, like.
yeah, I
It'll
saw
skin
one
up
video
again.
where some guys got some dehydrated water. You just add water to this powder, and then you drink it. And,
Oh, Danny's is even better. He
Oh, I-
shows how to can it,
I show how to can
and he
it,
shows how to
everything.
rehydrate it and everything.
For long-term storage, everything. I mean, I have it all in the videos. One of our best, one of our all-time best prepping videos.
Everybody wants dehydrated water.
Everybody. I'm gonna be doing freeze-dried water next.
Yeah,
We're gonna freeze dry some water and put it in a package.
yeah. I put water in the freezer and it gets really hard. Like
it's crazy, isn't it?
Isn't it amazing?
that's getting too hot. That's getting
You may have to
over
pull
there.
it back some. Yeah, you got the back way.
it floods onto that and it instantly
I'll just-
turns into molasses.
Yeah. Let it
Yeah,
sit for
But
just a minute.
it's gonna boil over, man. I mean, it,
I did it. This is my fault. I'm endangering the mission. I shouldn't have.
I
come.
shouldn't have come.
In 50 years, there won't
All right,
be
they
no
can't see
gas
what you're
station
doing, but
pizza.
Danny's taking some out of the back just to kind of keep it from boiling over.
you let it sit now, it'll be fine.
Snap it back in there.
Yeah.
They never
Yeah,
degrade,
that's a
so
nice
there
bit of scum.
won't be pollution of gas station pizzas because
Because
they
they never
never
degrade.
degrade.
They just
Is it
break into
boiling
smaller
too
pieces.
hard?
And
Or is
McDonald's
that-
burgers.
That's the way it needs to?
It'll be fine.
Okay.
It's fine.
Think it's fine?
Yeah.
All right, let the back one boil for about
Yep.
4 or 5 minutes
Yeah, just leave it now. It'll be fine.
and keep an eye on it. What you smell now is actually what got on the stove.
Yeah, you smell what got on the outside of the burner there. Yeah.
Yeah.
How many people do you have?
Let me see.
Oh man,
It's not really that cold now. It's warmed up. It's
Let me show them.
445 people.
All right, let me show them what's going on here. I got to be able to see the. You can pull your table closer.
All right, we're going up. Can you do that?
I got to be able to see the.
Yeah. Can you see what you're looking at?
Yeah, I got it.
Okay.
This is what we're looking at.
The
The back one is boiling really like it's supposed to. The front one is basically just sitting there. I mean, I know you probably wonder how is this possible that the front one is not boiling and the back one is. It's all in the design of the cooker.
and the way you have the wood in there helps.
Yeah.
Uh,
The back one is done turned a golden color. The front one is still a dark green color.
by the end of the day, all of it will be in the back one,
Yeah.
and the back one will cook down to about a gallon or gallon and a half.
Yeah, it's coming along real good now. It's cooking like it's supposed to.
All right.
Okay, let me put it back now.
Ladle thing you were using. Somebody's asking about that. The one, the stupid thing. Cornet. You had both chairs in there a while ago. I don't know how you don't have both chairs now.
They got up and then sat back down until they moved.
Put the
It's good.
GoPro back a bit.
Slide it back.
Well, let's see which way I need to go. Like that. Maybe both of them will be in there somewhere. If not, we'll rearrange. Does it? How do we not get it that?
You'd either have to lean forward on one chair or the other one to make it.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. That one of them's got to sit forward or something.
I was sitting forward.
Okay, that's what it is. Okay, that should get them pretty close. The ladle, that's what they were asking about. So did you cover that you're using now? They want to know about that. Can you bring it up to the camera and show? We'll have it in a video, and it is in a past video.
I went to a dollar store and I bought a little small aluminum pan.
It's a pot. Handle.
It had a handle on it, but the handle broke off, so I fastened it to a stick here. I don't know if I can get it up where you can actually see a little bit better.
Yeah, they can see it.
That's what it is.
And the aluminum doesn't hurt?
No, the aluminum doesn't hurt anything.
Okay.
Matter of fact, it stays really clean. I don't even have to worry about it.
Yeah, nothing sticks to it.
And the other one,
Bring it up.
this one is made. I took some metal.
Come down some and
Where I can get a little bit closer to it here.
back out. Right there.
And I took a 16-penny nail, and I went through there and I tapped tiny holes all in it, just enough that the juice will run through, but the dregs won't. And I bent it out of sheet metal, and the width of it is made to fit in a baffle pan. It fits exactly between the baffles on a evaporator pan. And I just formed and fabricated the end of the handle here where it I could screw it onto a wooden stick that I had, and we use it. It's all galvanized. I washed it off with vinegar to kill the galvanize in it.
Okay, somebody's asking a different question. How long can you wait after a pig is butchered? Will the fat keep before rendering?
As long as it's in the freezer, it can last for months.
Up to a year.
Yeah, it lasts a long time.
I got you.
Allison says she's gonna check the basement for an old-timey skimmer and see if she can find one, which would be awesome. Miss Allison's brought us some nice stuff that she's found in her house.
Good find.
The corn dryers that we had this year, she brought us. That was
That's really cool.
Thanks, Allison.
That's cool. This is for you too.
What is that?
That's velvet bean. We just harvested
That's
some.
what that was.
Yeah.
I've seen those.
This is a Mucuna pruriens variety utilis because it doesn't have stinging hairs on it.
Oh, wow.
But that's a fantastic nitrogen fixer, animal fodder, and it's got dopamine precursors in it. They use it to treat Parkinson's.
Oh, really?
And also testosterone boosters, which you don't need, obviously, but
Oh, come on.
Yeah, those are awesome. And they've actually got velvet on them. Isn't that amazing?
yeah. Now they will make you a little itchy if you get it on your soft
Wow.
No different
skin
than okra.
sometimes. A
Did you
little bit,
lose your
you'll
hair?
go like, oh, my neck is a little itchy
That's amazing.
when you're harvesting them. But they make a lot of nitrogen because I can put them in the worst soil and the leaves come out deep green.
Oh, wow.
They're often used to cover an area to restore soil
Yeah.
and then just shred it into the ground later.
That would be
But
something.
they're a very aggressive viner. And even where we are in zone 8, I think some of them reseeded. Some of them reseeded over the years, so it's possible they may slowly reseed and a few of them will live on their own.
Mm.
They're half
If
wild.
they acclimate good, that'd be great.
Yeah.
So that's what we try to do here. We're all about acclimation. If we can get something to acclimate, and that goes back to what me and you were talking about earlier, about the people who buy the buckets of seeds for the 20-year seed thing, you know. Those seeds could have come from an environment that totally is not conducive to where you live at. And the first
Right.
crop could be so skimpy and so poor, and it takes like 3 years to acclimate something to.
Yeah.
You're not gonna make it 3 years.
I had a Rasta friend down on the island who bought lettuce seeds. And then he saved seeds from the lettuces that seeded themselves and grew all over the place. So over a few years, he had lettuce weeds growing along the edges of his pathways and popping
Oh,
up in
wow.
his beds and popping up between the trees and stuff. And he saved seeds from those. And he says, these are a variety for here.
Yeah.
He said the first year, the few of them that went to seed, we just let them go to seed,
Mhm.
and we saved what we could. He says, but now he says, pretty much all I have to do is just go dig them out here and there and put them in rows if I want them.
Yeah.
It's like it's gone weedy.
Yeah.
You know.
It's like tomatillos in Mexico. They're just a garden weed. You know,
And then people.
But
plant them
people
here.
here-
Oh, and he struggled to get them to grow
they
here.
struggle, you know.
Yeah, all these
Once
problems with them. Little worms get into them, and
Yeah,
they
grew
rot
them.
on you, and all kinds of things.
we grew them things here, next thing we know, there's one over here, there's one over there, here's one over here, and I'm like, oh my God, we done got these things gonna get out of hand.
Now they're out of trouble. It's the
What were these called again? The black velvet bean?
the velvet bean.
Okay.
Velvet bean. This is the
Not black velvet, but
they're
just velvet.
just velvet.
Oh,
But
okay.
they're-
I put black in there, so.
They are not that easy to find inside of the States. But
Wow.
my daughter sometimes has them in her seed store. Good Gardens on Etsy.
Now, I didn't get to ask you earlier, about the yams. What's the best way
Oh,
for
yeah.
us to preserve the yams?
Do we have those roots?
Yes, let me
Where
go
do they
bring
go?
them.
We'll bring them around.
Okay,
I'll
cool.
these two cookies in, and I'll
Thank
bring
you.
the yams, and y'all can talk about the yams.
Because I
You
want,
want me to bring the cassava starch?
Oh yeah, you could do that too.
Okay.
yeah, because I want to get to know as much as I can about the yams, because people misinterpret sweet potatoes as yams.
It's a problem with common names.
It's a marketing
You know.
scheme, is what it is.
Yeah, we're gonna call them yams.
Yeah.
They're yam root, but southern yams. But it's all good. Yeah, it's confused. It's like that last video I did on cassava. I said, look, don't get it confused. There's yucca and there's yucca.
Yucca.
There's two C's is yucca. That's a totally different plant used for rope fibers and that sort
I
of
have
thing.
those growing here.
Yeah, we've got some here and there through the woods. They like acid, poor, high draining soil. You
And
know,
you can't kill them once you get them going. If a piece of root's left in the ground anywhere, it'll just keep
it'll come
coming.
back. They're beautiful.
Oh yeah.
I love them. But
I love
they're-
the flower stalk that comes up in the center of it, the way it just flowers out.
They are cool, but I said, look, don't get it confused. Yucca is a Spanish word for the cassava plant. I said it's also called manioc, manihot. and tapioca.
Yeah.
I said it's all the same plant. But then somebody says, so these yuccas that I have growing here that we make ropes out of, can we also eat the roots? And I'm like, no, I mean, don't get on the common name. Go look up Manihot esculenta if you really want to know what it is. There's a reason they came up with the Latin names, because every little town had its own name for a plant.
Right.
You know,
No.
you say I'm growing peas in the South. People think you're growing zipper peas or powder peas or.
Well, people up north, when you hear me talk about peas here, people up north think I'm talking about green English peas or garden peas. Garden peas, you know. But I told myself, we're talking about field peas. You know.
And they would say, oh, like black-eyed peas.
Yep,
you know,
they
that's
say
how they
black-eyed.
might know it.
Yeah.
It's like, well, there's black ones, there's pink ones, there's tan ones.
Right.
There's...
Okay, so I want to ask about the cassava right quick.
Huh.
I noticed it's alternate like the cane was.
Yep.
Do you lay it this way and plant it?
Can you cut it into sections and plant?
Yeah, so if you're in a tropical climate, generally what you do is right after you harvest it, you cut it and you look for the leaf. There's a little bud above these leaves.
Yeah,
These
I
leaves
see
are all
that,
broken
yeah.
off. So you see where that bud is, so
Yeah.
that we know that way it's right side up. And you get a piece about that long. You could get 3 planting out of this one, but
Yeah.
I'd probably just cut it like that.
Good.
Bury it halfway in the ground, sticking up out of the ground, and then it'll grow. However, in our climate, where this time of year, if you planted it, that entire top would get destroyed the next frost. 'Cause
Right.
They have no cold tolerance. So we've discovered if you bury them about that far beneath the soil, that thing will usually sleep in the ground all the way until March, April, when finally the soil gets warm enough again and it feels like growing, and it'll grow, much like the sugar cane. Sugar cane will put out sprouts when it feels like it's warm enough, and then they'll freeze off.
Right.
And then sometimes they'll put a couple more sprouts, and then they'll freeze off, depending on the year. Or sometimes I've had to sleep through the entire year without ever coming up again
Yes.
because it's gotten nice and cool on a regular
Yeah.
state. So if you bury them like that deep beneath the ground, they'll be fine. They'll probably come up in the spring. Or what I'll do sometimes is I'll just lay them in a bin and put a little bit of very slightly damp straw or something over them and just let them sit until the spring, and then plant them out and plant them up. It doesn't seem to matter that much. I've gotten pretty good roots on them. If you plant them like this, the roots will come out the sides along where the growth buds are. And it's the weirdest looking thing because you'll have these weird big fat roots coming out the sides. If you plant them like this, the roots come out in a spoke like a wagon wheel from the
Okay.
bottom. And some people say that if you plant them on the diagonal, you have better results because it'll make a couple up top and a couple down below. But I have not tried planting them all side by side to figure out which is the best. But a cane like this, you could either keep it through the winter by just putting it someplace where it's not going to freeze,
I let it boil for a little while.
or cut it
Tweak
and
it a
just
bit.
bury 2 of them in the ground sideways, and they'll come up. As for the yams,
These are amazing.
These
Never
are-
seen them before.
these are the ones that these are 1 year yams. So I started a lot of these from little individual bitty pieces. So I chopped some into chunks and put them in there, or this was the original planting piece. This was an aerial root that I stuck in the ground, and then it digested that and it made the vines. This is all squishy now. There's nothing good left to it.
Okay.
And it rebuilt this root later in the year, but we had drought, we had very terrible soil, and that's how much it got. It went from, an ounce or 2 to probably a pound,
Mm-hmm.
Now,
maybe a little more.
can this be done like a regular Irish potato? Can it be cut up in pieces and planted?
Yes, you can cut them up and plant them, but you want to do it after it's warm. I would leave the entire thing intact until you're ready to do it, and then you cut it, and usually you dust it with ashes. So you cut this into a few different pieces and dust all the cuts with ashes, and then plant it
Okay.
about that deep. And they'll pop up usually within a month or 2. The most active growth comes out of this old area where the vine was before. And so if you bury the entire thing, this thing will blow up into a big root in the second year. First year, it's making a small root about like that. If this was happy, though, could have got a root that was 4, 5, 6 pounds, but it was
Right.
poor season, poor soil, terrible conditions. But this one here will grow you a root easily up to 20 to 30 pounds if you plant the entire thing. If you cut it into pieces, it's probably going to give you multiple pieces that are 2 pounds,
2 pounds.
something like that. The second year is when they really take off. And then one of the benefits about the second year too is that as it gets later in the season, they'll make a bunch of aerial roots along the vines.
Right.
And if it's a big root beneath the ground, it's got tons of energy, you'll have all these little ones hanging down the vines, which becomes seed for the next
Because that was
season.
gonna be my next question, is how do I get starts so they come off of the main vine?
Right. So these are basically like ready to go. Next year you will have tons and tons of seed that you can plant. And you'll get a bunch of them. Sometimes they'll get, that big on the vine. You'll have
Yeah.
these roots hanging along. And those roots are technically edible, but they're not that palatable. They just have a bad texture and the flavor's
So
not
how
great.
big of a vine are we talking about? How many feet? I mean, do they?
It could easily grow 60 feet in a season,
Okay.
the vine. So if you put it at the bottom of a tree you don't care about, and you dig a little area and throw a cow pie underneath it, or something like that, it will cover the top of a tree. I've had them grow up to the top of a black cherry tree and put leaves up all way on the top. I go way back and I see all those little leaves hanging on top.
Right.
They'll just go for they will go for the sunshine. However, if you have a 6-foot tall fence or trellis or something, they'll cover that too, and they'll just keep climbing over it and over it and over it and make a big mound of.
Kind of like a Cherokee tan pumpkin. It just keeps like
It just keeps wrapping over
wrapping
itself.
and going and going and going and doesn't quit.
And I've pollarded a sweet gum sapling before. So when it was about 8 or 10 feet tall, I cut it off at 6 feet and put yams at the bottom of it and let them climb it. And as the new growth grew out of the top, they climbed that too.
Okay.
And that way I had an always living trellis.
Yeah.
But if you were going to cook this, all you do is peel all this stuff off the outside and cook it until it's fork tender. Some people are a little sensitive. There's some oxalic acid in it that needs to cook out. So if you're sensitive to, if you have very sensitive skin, my wife cannot peel them by hand. She'll put on a pair of gloves when she peels them. I peel them. It doesn't bother me at all. But her skin's more sensitive than mine. So
And somebody was
This will grow
asking
you a
where
lot.
could they get that?
you can't get these.
That's big sense. I mean, if you found an Asian store, you might.
Did those come with you to Alabama?
These
Or actually,
think.
Florida first?
I got these from a gardener in Florida that gave me some little pieces that I started them up with. And they were pieces that I had originally shared years ago. Once you have it, you just pass them around. The problem is that some states have put them on the invasive species lists.
Ooh.
Really?
They don't like them. Yeah. So it's got a cousin that's really obnoxious. This variety is not that obnoxious at all, but there's
Right.
the cousin is the air potato, and people are scared of the air potato. And so this one got added, I think, by well-meaning bureaucrats,
Yeah.
Because it's canned.
Right. And so sometimes there's like if you go to a nursery and you say, "Hey, do you have any of those yams?" They'll be like,
Let it drip,
"No,
drip,
I can't
drip."
give you that."
Yeah. And then go over.
But I have varieties that are not on invasive, and some of them are probably on invasive. And then there's cultivars that they ignore. It's just it's kind of the whole thing is silly, but
Yeah.
but trying to get them traded around, and of course I don't sell plants. You have to you just have to be my friend and run into me somewhere when I happen
Right.
to have a few in my van,
Exactly.
But I highly recommend.
Hey, come into the van. There's free roots.
Free roots.
That's
Got the stash in the van, y'all. Come on out.
Come on.
Somebody asked me, "Do you have any of the where would I get a lot of bulbils?" And I was at an event. And I said, "You see that beat up old van over there? Go into that van. There's a bag on the floor of roots. Go help yourself."
Did they do it?
Yeah. It's a trap.
sending people to the spooky van, huh?
go over to that van. There's
It
a
says
bag of roots on the
Perdido
floor.
bats on the side.
Yeah. So there's I highly recommend making friends with other gardeners and homesteaders and finding permaculture people and meetup groups, even if it's not your type of people, right? Like, oh, they're a bunch of hippies or whatever. Or I don't like those people because they're some wacko religious cult or whatever. Okay, just go make friends with them to the extent that you share plants. If you see somebody that's got something that you like, growing in his yard, for example, you just go and go start mulberry cuttings.
Yeah.
And start things from seed and start cuttings and whatever, and just go to that person's house and say, hey, I saw you had a bunch of gardens. I brought you a mulberry tree. Your door is open. You have a friend.
Right.
Nobody brings fruit tree over and just randomly gives it
Right.
to somebody. But I've done it a ton of times, and I've had people just like their entire demeanor changes.
Yeah.
I went to the mechanics, and I said, "You guys have any kids?" "Oh yeah, we've got a couple of daughters." And I said, "I've got something for you." I went back out to the car, and I came in and I brought him a mulberry tree that I'd started from cuttings. And I said, "Kids absolutely love these." I said, "It's like a sweet blackberry." She goes, "Oh, my grandma used to have a mulberry tree." "No way, that'll grow here." I said, "Oh yeah, that'll grow here."
Oh yeah.
And suddenly
You
it's
see that one on the back of the high tunnel? That's our
Yeah.
one of our mulberries. Big, long, beautiful. The kids will sit and just eat and get them all over them, red.
it's the best.
And we got a white one we planted back there, and one guy came here, he said, "You better cut that thing down now." I'm like, "Why?" He said,
They'll
"That's the-"
cross with
he said,
our
"That's the-"
native
he said,
reds.
"That's the hardest," he said, "that's the nastiest thing you'll ever eat in your life." And then we have friends from California that tells us
They're one of the
they're
best.
one of the best ones to have.
So we're gonna see.
We're just gonna see, I mean.
I've had white mulberries that were delicious. I mean, I've never had one that was bad, but I have had red mulberries, the native red mulberry that was so and always tasted a little overripe.
Mhm.
They have this like
That little
it's
tree
just
we've
not
got
quite
over
right.
So
here.
we've got one
It's
that's got
got the
miniature ones on there about that long.
Little bitty ones.
Yeah,
They're tart.
They're really tart.
They're really tart. They make a good jelly, but just to sit and eat, we didn't hardly ever eat them because they just didn't taste good. We got this big mulberry tree, and gosh, it's like candy. And I
They're
freeze dried
so-
Oh,
some.
yeah.
Oh my goodness, freeze dried are awesome too.
I'm pretty sure everything.
No, they stay the same
They
size.
stay the same size.
just takes all the
We just take some moisture
takes all
out.
the moisture out.
Yeah.
The white mulberries that I had, I found the original one growing in an old parking lot where they had a car lot.
Oh.
And had been an office park turned into a car lot. And I was looking, I was like, those look like mulberry leaves. Wait a minute, it was making fruit. And they were white mulberries about that big, nice little fat like the end of my finger.
Right.
And we tried them, and they tasted like honey. It's like just like honey.
Yeah.
It was a very nice little sweet, didn't have the tart undertone that, some of the black ones do.
Right.
But it was a very nice little delicious fruit. And so I took cuttings. I asked the owner, "Can I take cuttings off of these mulberries?" I didn't know there were mulberries back there. There was like 3 or 4 of them
Yeah.
just kind of scattered around this lot. Somebody
Wow.
planted them at some point.
At some point somebody did it.
'Cause
They rooted very easily.
White mulberries don't grow here. Like,
No.
Actually, they're
not
not
they're
native.
They're from Pakistan or somewhere. I mean,
Yeah, in China, they used them in the silk
Yes.
trade.
the silk
And-
trade.
And then the Mormons brought them to the United States to try and establish a silk industry.
Mm.
And Greece and Rome had them too, because in Greek and Roman mythology,
Yeah.
it talked about the white and red mulberry. And someone was killed and grabbed onto the roots of the white mulberry tree, and it turned the
It stained it. Yeah.
Are the roots of the white mulberry as orange as the roots of the wild one? I wonder?
Every mulberry that I've ever dug up looks orange. The roots orangey yellow. They're
Yeah.
really bright.
They're really bright colors.
We just dug one the other day that I think was a white. What was that one that we just bare rooted? Did you see the roots? The one that we dug up from the Grocery Row Gardens?
I wasn't.
Yeah, I don't think.
Jersey Good Girl says, okay, a van beat up, I'll bring the Hershey candy bars. All right, somebody's confused about yucca and yucca. Y-U-C-C-A, and somebody put Y-U-K-K-A.
No,
No.
no. Y-U-C-A is a Spanish word for cassava. Y-U-C-A. Y-U-C-C-A is a common native plant to the southern United States
have 'em
and out
here.
west.
We call it bullgrass here.
We have some over on
Because
the,
we hung meat in the smokehouses with it. I mean,
I think it's Yucca filamentosa.
Yeah.
That's our native one here.
Yeah.
So yucca is just a Spanish name, but it's gotten confused with everything. Don't go by the common names. It's hard to cassava is a common name, but that's one that you actually are gonna. That's the only thing it is. But the yucca thing is. Somebody said, could you do a video comparing the two plants? I said, well, it'd be like doing a video comparing duckweed with mulberries. I mean, they're so completely different.
Yeah.
I don't even know why I would do that other
Yeah.
than they, common names are deceitful. What you want to look up is Manihot esculenta. There you go. And then for the yams, look up Dioscorea alata, Dioscorea cayennensis, Dioscorea polystachya, Dioscorea rotundata. There's a couple others. I don't have them all in my head. That's cooking down.
Yep.
Especially this front one.
I'm trying to keep the front one now pretty warm, along with the back.
Did you say you've been doing this like 20 years? Wow.
Probably a good 20-something years. A little over 20 years, probably closer to 30. 40. That'd be close to 40
Because
years.
you say you were in your 20s
Yeah.
when you started?
That's close to 40 years, I think. Yeah. Because when I moved to Poplarville, I was in my early 20s. Yeah, so it'd be close to 40 years.
I was fascinated with the idea of tapping sugar maples when I was younger and would read about that.
Yeah.
What a cool thing. But it was never anything I lived in a climate to do.
No, it's not going to happen down here. I mean, I brought a sugar maple here and planted it. They told me it would never live here. And that's the tree I told you that grew up and something happened, like one half of it looks like something
Like it burned.
burnt. And then from that point forward, it just started dying into the wood. And it took it many, many years to kill the whole tree down, but it eventually killed the whole tree.
Now I've heard the red maples here can be tapped for syrup, but the timing is almost impossible.
Yeah, the timing is
trying to get the
almost
sap
impossible.
rise.
We have tons of red maples, especially on my property. I pushed up into how many. As a matter of fact, that's what this here is. This is all red maple right here.
Is there anything? Is it worth milling the wood from
Oh,
a red maple?
it makes
Is it
beautiful.
pretty?
Yeah, it makes beautiful maple wood. That there would have been spalted maple.
I could see the checking marks.
Yeah.
Like the rock maple.
Yeah. The only thing that happened in it was just termites got into it because I left it laying on the ground too long, and I ended up having to cut it up for firewood. You could see, I mean.
I could see the spalting in it too.
Yeah.
All those green and blue patterns.
Yeah. I have some spalted maple over there at my barn that you brought me. It's just here.
I'd love to see that.
This one probably 4 years now. Three to 4 years I've been doing it for this particular setup.
Would you say the amount of cane that you grow, you got enough syrup for the year?
Oh Lord, yes. Oh yeah.
So I can't ever think in terms of 1 gallon of something, because the sheer quantity of stuff we go through. If I cook, and it's only a couple of people, I always way overcook.
Yeah.
I have no. I mean, when we went to go buy raw milk in our neighborhood for the first time, I found somebody that sold raw milk, and I said, "Can you sell us raw milk?" And she said, "Sure." And she said, "How much do you want?" And I said, 10 gallons a week. And she goes, I don't know if we can do that or not. I'll talk to my husband. I don't know where our... Will you use 10 gallons? Yes. Yes, we will.
Oh, wow.
You tried milling the sweet gum? Does it make a nice wood?
It's gum trees, the grains in it are so twisted that even though you cut lumber out of it, unless you have it where you can stack it properly and kiln dry it real quick, it will warp and twist and curl. It's kind of like live oaks. You know, you just can't do anything.
They twist as they grow,
Yeah.
like that.
Yeah, they just literally, and if you try to bust it, you can't bust it. Because it just, if a wood splitter will actually basically push its way through it. But as far as just being a good wood to split it, you can't always split it, you can't. I mean, you can saw it into lumber, but it'll twist
Yeah.
up on you.
A friend of mine made it. You've seen Flomaton Famous's table. He made slabs of sweet gum that are about that big and dried it. But I don't know if he dried the wood before he cut it. You know, left that log for a long time.
That
And
would
it was
probably be
pretty.
your best bet.
But I don't think you could do anything small with it because of how
You can't do it.
twisty it is.
Now you can use it in pallets. Because I've seen pallet people use it before.
They probably cut it green and hammer it
They
in.
nail it together as soon as they put it down.
Yeah,
you know?
before it starts moving all over the
Yeah.
place. Huh.
What'll happen here is the front pan will eventually get down really low, and the back pan will have a lot in it. And what I'll have to do is turn the water on and fill the front pan up with water, and just let it sit there and stay full of water, just
Mm-hmm.
staying hot. And then we'll do nothing but cook the back pan down.
As you've got to plug that gap.
Yeah,
So you have to have something to plug the gap.
yeah. I usually, from this point on, I just let it sit there. I really don't do much skimming on it. Just let it sit there for a long time. Because the back is getting fairly clean back there now.
Mm-hmm.
And it'll start making a really thin skim that really, if you start skimming it too much, you'll get it in it and can't get it out of it.
And as you can see, I was making a skin, and even the bubbles just stay.
Yeah.
Well, I'll check the comments here, see what people are doing. The tribe of David the Good, 10 gallons of everything a week. Yeah, that's about it. Edward's Homestead says, Brother Danny and Brother Dave, we are watching you all from the Bahamas at Edward Homestead. Just pulled up a ton of cassava 3 days ago.
Oh, wow.
That's awesome. Jennifer K says, invasive is just a pessimistic way of saying abundant, in my opinion.
I agree with that.
Yep. Teresa asks, how many hours will it take to cook down to syrup?
Let's see, we started cooking, I don't even know what time it was when we started cooking. Probably around 8, wouldn't you say?
Yeah. Yeah, it was about 8.
8, and it's 11. So I would probably say 6 to 7 hours. You know, probably 6 to 7 hours.
Where we did it before, it took like 4 hours.
Joel says, a question I ask myself, an ox in a cart, if all the original books of the Bible were placed in the cart, would the ox be able to pull it?
That's an interesting concept.
I think you need to go check out the Council of Nicaea. That sealed it. It's done.
Yeah,
Except for the Book of Enoch,
yes.
which is definitely awesome.
Probably one of the better books I've ever read
Yeah,
is the Book of Enoch.
it's fascinating.
It is fascinating. It actually covers from beginning to end of time, and even names the angels.
Yeah, it's pretty bizarre.
It is very bizarre. Tells what they brought down to man, what they taught man, everything.
And the rebellion against God that led to a lot of problems. And the flood.
Jude.
Right. Jude
Yeah.
quotes the book of Enoch.
Yeah.
That's right. But there's a lot of garbage books that were written by the Gnostics and others. You know, there's things like the Gospel of the Cross, where a talking cross comes out and starts, you know, like explaining. Like,
Yeah.
there's a lot of stuff that
We're gonna wait on the skimming.
it doesn't, it's textually, it's not going to happen.
Right.
And it's directly contrary to what the Gospels wrote down as the words of Christ.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Gospel of Judas. There's a lot of weird stuff.
Yeah. There's.
Judas Iscariot.
Yeah, pulled from the other side. I figure if the Lord preserves His word, He will, if, you know, He can preserve what He wants us to know all the way through history.
Yeah.
I'm not really that concerned about it.
If it's made it this far, and everything that's happened in history, we don't have nothing to worry about.
Yeah. No, however, if the original books were written on basalt, then maybe it might take 2 oxes.
Well, yeah. I get that. Yes.
Big Kid 71 says, what opinion of biochar or charcoal being added to the soil do David and Danny have? I separate all the coal out of my ash to use. The ash goes in the gardens and fields, and the char goes in a starter mix. What do you think about biochar?
I don't take it out of my soil. I actually turn it under. Because I think once it's deep under the soil like that, it really helps the organisms in the soil. I mean, that's my personal opinion. I mean, now if I just need to add potash to my soil, then yes, I sift out the char and I just put the ashes in the garden. But that's only if my pH is even low. If my pH is not low, then I'm very cautious about what I do, because you can run your pH up too high.
It's much harder to deal with high pH than it is to deal with low pH.
Yes, a plant's a
Low
lot more
pH is
tolerable to a low pH than it is a high one.
Right.
Yeah.
I used to have a citrus tree growing next to the Lime Rock Road, and it would get yellow leaves moderately often because the pH, I think, was just too high.
It's just too high, yeah.
You know, it didn't like that. It didn't like that high pH.
Yeah, there's some things that love high pHs. I mean, and there's some things that hate high pHs. I mean, you take like a red cedar and stuff like that, and they can tolerate more of a higher pH than the other trees can. But you're right about that. The higher the pH, when you get neutral, let's put it this way, when you get neutral or above, it's very difficult for plants to assimilate what they need to out of the soil.
Right. Because if you understand how plant roots work, there are chemical processes going where the plants are releasing chemicals in order to dissolve and use and take what they need from the soil. And there are also certain fungi relationships that are transporting it to them as well. So if the pH goes to a point where the plant's chemical reactions do not work properly, you may have a level of aluminum toxicity or an inability to pick up boron, or an inability for it to use, phosphorus effectively. Yeah. And it really depends on the way the different plants actually pull things out of the ground. Some plants that love that low pH, pH is in the 4s, and they do just fine. Other plants just simply cannot tolerate that. They won't be able to function.
One of the biggest issues I run into with people is they get the pH right for their garden for regular vegetables, and then the following year they believe in rotation. So the following year they'll come in with potatoes, and they'll go to planting them in the garden, and then when they're potatoes, they go to harvest them, and they got like an alligator skin on the outside of it.
All scabbed up.
Yeah, and they can't figure out what's wrong with them. Well, your pH, potatoes got to have an acidic soil, and if you limed it properly, it can last up to 3 years limed right. So sometimes crop rotation is not always the best deal for certain plants,
Yeah, you got to know each plant is going to do a different thing.
But now I do believe in companion planting. I'm a big advocate of that. I even though I do a lot of I call it monolithic type gardening, where everything's just in rows and everything is, I mean, it's like a smorgasbord for an insect. I do believe in throwing in something every so often that I call it as a tracer or something to throw something off, you know, like like a marigold. Just throw something in periodically down a row of beans or something like that. Or if you plant carrots, go back and in your carrots every so often put your tomato plant in there, right in there amongst them. You don't have to worry about weeds under your tomatoes because you're going to take care of your carrots.
Right.
And your carrots is going to actually give off stuff that your tomato plant actually loves. And then throw a basil in there with it. You know, because hornworms hate basils anyway. Now, it's not going to affect the whitefly, but I mean, the hornworms hate the basil. And it actually changes the taste of the tomato too, I've noticed. Your tomatoes actually take on a different flavor. And that's what's blowing my mind on how that actually even happens.
Yeah, I've noticed the more plants I have mixed together, the less I really have problems with each individual plant.
Yes.
It seems like, you know, I mean, like if you look at the woods are just packed with a bunch of different species. They're growing they're green, they're happy. There's hardly any issues that take them out. But if you try to grow an orchard of peaches, suddenly you've got every single problem in the entire world. Yep. You know, things getting bored and things getting chewed, and it's
Chestnut.
I think there were too many of them. Well, it was a quarter of the. It was about they say it was about a quarter of the forest were the chestnut.
Yeah.
The chestnut. They brought in plants from China.
China. Yeah.
And then the chestnut blight spread through it, and they had no natural immunity. They'd never grown around that pathogen before.
Right.
And it was done.
Well, the same thing with the chinquapin here. It used to, whenever I was a little boy, chinquapin trees, you could go pick the acorns up under them, and they just make big old huge trees, big nice trees. Now, you'll see a sprout come up, and it'll get to be about 2 to 3 inches in diameter, make a nice little tree, be loaded with chinquapins, and die the next year. You know, I mean, the blights is just wild.
Blight's got the chinquapins too.
It's got the chinquapins.
Oh, that's too bad.
Now we call them a southern chestnut because they look just like a chestnut.
Yeah, they're very, very closely related.
Yeah.
There's a beautiful chestnut tree some miles from us that we discovered when we were out driving one day, and it was so beautiful I had to stop and take a picture of it. And when I stopped out front to take a picture, the owner comes out and said, "Hey, how you doing?" I said, "Fine." I said, "This is the most beautiful chestnut tree I've seen around here." He said, "That tree's about 250 years old."
Wow.
I said, "Oh, that's fascinating." He says, "Yeah, power company almost cut it down."
Oh my
He said,
goodness.
he says, "I caught a guy out here with a chainsaw because it's underneath the line. He was going to take it down at the trunk." He said, "They told me to cut this tree." And he said, "You cut that tree, I'll cut you."
I was fixing to say, you know, I'm one of them kind of people, something like that, I would tell them, say, "Look, dude, we fixing that problem."
So he saved it, but he told me, he says, "You know, we only save a few of the nuts for ourselves. We don't need a lot of them." He says, "I tell people if they want to pick them up, they can." He says, "So help yourself." So I got some buckets of them, and so that we're planting lots and lots of chestnuts. Because I figure if that variety's growing that well in my area,
Yeah.
it's probably got Chinese.
I got
genetics,
3 of them
you
on
know.
the hill over where we were just grinding cane at this morning, but they're the Chinese variety, you know. But now I do believe this, and I can't prove it scientifically, but I believe if a person saved the nuts off of those trees and kept replanting them, I think after you did it, if you lived long enough and you could do it 3 to 4 times, you might actually breed some of that out of them and have a plant that has become acclimated to the area.
Yeah.
'Cause
Yeah.
people don't understand today, even trees are being genetically modified. The pine trees here are all genetically modified now. If you buy a pine tree to plant, it's a genetically modified pine tree.
The tail risks on this stuff are just incredible. The unforeseen consequences are what I worry about.
The futuristic ones is what I'm concerned about. What is it going to do in the future? Because right now, I mean, we've got friends up in New Hampshire and places up there like that. All the maples are dying. I mean, literally diseases. The ash borers taking out all the ash trees.
Oh yeah, I heard about that.
Stuff is just dying off at a rapid rate.
That chestnut blight, it's like basically if somebody introduced a different chestnut to a different, like, let's say they decided, how about we take this kind of oak to here? And then suddenly all the white oaks start getting a blight, and then they're all gone, and then
It would be huge.
just everything is empty.
Yeah,
Some things are
Love
just
to
not
use
meant
that.
to be in some places in the world.
yeah.
It's just like I tell people, grocery stores has done more damage to the human race than anything else has. Because if you're born and raised in the South, you need a particular type of food to keep you alive. If you're born and raised in the North, you need a particular type of food up there to keep you healthy and alive. And it's whatever grows native in your area. It's
Yeah.
what your body needs for that area. But yet people want to try to go to the grocery store and they want to buy bananas in New York. They want to buy strawberries in New York. They want to buy everything out of season.
Yeah, even the eating apples the entire year round. That's not the way we're supposed to eat apples.
Right.
The different things come in at the right time that you're supposed to eat them. I
That
think.
your body needs it for the upcoming seasons.
You're supposed to have apples for like tons of apples for like 2 months.
Yeah, something like that.
And
yeah.
then
And a few Stamen wine sap apples down in the root cellar if you can grow them.
Yeah.
Dry out through the season. But yeah, I was reading. There's a writer named Nassim Taleb who wrote Anti-Fragile, Black Swan, a couple other books. He's a philosopher. It's very interesting. But he talked about. He says they analyzed the Mediterranean diet. He said we hear that the Mediterranean diet, these folks on these particular Greek islands are living longer than anybody else. So the Mediterranean diet has got to be what it is. He said so a bunch of people jump on the bandwagon, and he says they start eating goat cheese and some pita bread and olives and olive oil, and he says and seafood.
Yeah.
And he said there's our Mediterranean diet. And he said, but he said they didn't pay attention to the fact that that's not what they eat all the time. He says, as a matter of fact, he says that was one of the most religious Greek Orthodox areas.
Yeah.
And he says the Greek Orthodox calendar has all kinds of prescriptions. You don't eat any meat for 1 month here. You're skipping 3 days of fasting here to pray for the saint so and so. And he says they have like the most like up and down strict calendar of feast days and fast days. You eat a huge amount this day. You don't eat anything this day. This day you don't have fish. This day he says because the body is then resetting constantly.
Yeah.
He said you're much better off. He says people will switch diet thinking they got the perfect diet. They want, the body needs such and such amount of vitamin C. So everybody takes the exact same amount of vitamin C and the exact same food to make sure they're getting all these bits and pieces. He said you'd be better off being a vegetarian for 1 week and then a carnivore the next week.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. He says keep
Yeah.
resetting. Whoa.
Right. Retinue.
This is
Don't
awesome.
let us to bring it out, Y'all enjoy.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah. Father, we thank you today for giving us a good day. Thank you for giving us this nice weather, Lord. It's nice and cool. We're not sitting out here burning up. And Father, we're just praising you for that. And we're praising you for the fact that we're going to be able to take a product and recreate it into something that you've blessed us with here. And we thank you for the fellowship that we're having one another. We thank you that we have the live stream going. We're able to bless others while we're being blessed ourselves, Father, by them. And Lord, just go with us through the remainder of the day. Help us to make no mistakes in this. And let it turn out to be something that we can all learn from and we can all use for our future now. We love you and we appreciate you and we thank you. We ask this in thy name. Amen.
Amen.
Okay, I didn't.
This is definitely worth praying over. So,
Everything here is from here,
oh man.
except the rice.
What about the raccoon?
I don't know if he's in here or not. I think she must have took him out.
Cornbread.
Oh, there we go.
No.
That's what those meat fragments are in the cornbread. I thought that was crackling.
Oh, that's good.
It's the second season raccoon. It was
The first season.
underneath and so it's big, basically in the cornbread.
I hear you.
Oh, right. The raccoon got reincarnated into corn.
Oh, yeah. Oh, we'll be Calvinistic now. I mean,
It was predestined to become corn.
yeah, he's predestined.
Dad, my women.
You better get him Miss Wonderful. I've got something for you in there, man. We'll get your bite for you. Don't want to be eating in front of you.
That's beautiful.
Yeah, these collars come out of the high tone.
She didn't give me any colors.
She didn't give you none?
I miss those colors.
Oh, she gave you the soup. instead
Got
of
the
the
soup,
collar.
yeah.
Yeah.
She's got you on a special diet. The high
Yeah,
oxalate.
Yeah, maybe with kidney stones. Little by little, let's just get rid of it. Little by little.
We got red beans and carrots and potatoes on basmati rice. We had beautiful eggs this morning, deep, rich, orange yolks,
Oh, yeah, those
fried at home, rendered lard.
home rendered lard, yep.
A relative of my wife's just about freaked out when she said she cooked everything in lard. He's like, you shouldn't do that.
Oh,
My wife reads all the Weston Price Foundation
Uh-huh.
literature and listens to their podcast while she milks the cows. If you guys don't know the Weston Price Foundation, if you want to know how to eat well, they've really got some good traditional, from fermentation to eating lots and lots of animal fat and feeling good about it.
whenever I did research into cancer, I've done probably 10,000 hours worth of research into cancer. And one of the biggest issues I found was we starve our bodies from the right fats.
Right. Yes.
We think
Yeah.
that we've been raised to believe that fats are not right for us. Now, there are bad fats, but there's good fats.
But people think if you fry things in canola oil, you're doing the right thing for your body. We had corn oil margarine growing up because
Right.
my parents had been told that saturated fat causes heart disease.
Yeah.
So we had the, I don't know how much saturated or trans fat
Trans fat,
I
yeah.
ate instead of good saturated fat.
Hydrogenated oils and trans fat. I can't believe it's butter. And because it wasn't.
I can't believe it came from a factory.
Or what was it? The one that spreads real easy. My mind's one blank on it. There's one of them that spread real easy.
Country crock,
Country crop.
whipped, whatever. There is. It's just I mean, you could pack your bearings with it in your car, maybe, but
Yeah.
I wouldn't eat it.
I mean, what margarine was what? One molecule from plastic. It was actually created for turkeys, I believe, in the beginning.
It's not digestible properly.
Right.
Oh, that cornbread's good.
I love it, cornbread now.
Well, you got sweet potato and the cornbread.
Yeah, they sweet
Yeah.
potato cornbread. Yeah.
That's almost Yankee though. Got some sugar in it.
Just a little bit. She puts a
A
touch.
little
in it.
bit Yankee.
Yep. Yeah, I almost had to accuse my wife that passed away of being a Yankee. Because when she went to pour her grits in her plate, she covered it up with sugar.
Oh no!
Yeah.
Oh
And I told
no!
her, I says, what are you doing? And she goes, we got to put grits on it. And I'm like, oh no.
I guess it's less destructive than burning Atlanta.
I reckon.
sweet potatoes, great.
Yeah, I've got here. These are the I gotta get I don't know if I gotta get their name right.
It's got a dark tint on it.
Yeah, these are for development in. They were the Evangelines.
Hmm.
Every plant. I mean, I've been saving my own sweet potatoes for years and years, and I met this old gentleman. He lives probably 20 minutes from here, and I was out of sweet potatoes, and I was at his house. We were butchering a pig at his house because he had a cooler there. I didn't have a cooler at the time, and I told him how much I love sweet potatoes. He said, "Well, go over there and get you some." He had his in the house, in a storage box in the house, to bank them.
Yeah.
And I was like, he lifted the lid up. He said, "Get you some of them." I was like, "Man, I'll take your potatoes." He goes, "I got plenty of them. Just get however many you need." So he gave me a 25-pound bag of them, and I brought them home. And I took a bite of one of them, and I said, "I got to have this."
It's like a pie.
Yeah.
It's
And I
creamy.
planted
It's
them.
almost creamy.
I planted those things along with mine as a comparison. Every one of these right here, the potatoes you see sitting on our plates here, 6 and 8 of them to 9 and 10 of them under every plant. Some of them that long. Perfectly,
Whoa.
just as slick and smooth skinned as they can be. I'm talking about perfect potatoes. And when I found out the name of them, I was like, I will never grow anything but these again.
Wow. I've played around with a lot of different sweet potatoes that just, you get a different color one and plant
Yeah.
it. Just anything I could find, I'd stick in the ground. I never paid that much attention. But the best yields I had on sweet potatoes was when we built a new food forest, and the food forest didn't do all that hot the first year, and then the second year we got a few dump trucks of mulch dropped by the power company.
Yeah.
And I threw grocery store waste around the trees because they had just boxes and boxes of expired produce. I threw that all over the place, and then I covered it up with full solid foot of mulch at least. And then that first year, when the spring, I think we did that in the fall. When the spring came around, I planted sweet potatoes, made little pockets in the mulch and stuck my slips in. And we had fantastic yields underneath the trees. I mean, like each one would have a bunch of sweet potatoes off it. But my yields on sweet potatoes are always up and down, especially this bad soil that we had was so nasty. They did well in the lasagna garden, but they didn't do so well in the regular rows.
This is the one thing we found one thing here with our sandy soil, they do fantastic. Literally.
There was stuff that would get into the ground and just chew holes through them, which I think is when you have severe nutrient deficiencies, the pests just come and eat the stuff that you plant. Like they just know there's a distress signal that plant's putting out. Just come and kill me.
Well, the biggest thing with sweet potatoes you run into is wood lice. Wood lice will chew holes all through them. That's the reason we try not to put any mulch or anything like that when you start sweet potatoes, because that wood lice goes in the potato.
Well, they breathe like crazy in it.
Yeah.
There have been times I've mulched with wood chips or whatever I had for a season and raked away and composted it at the end of the season, or after the winter, and then done it again because you were kind of resetting that you had to break that cycle.
Yeah, you have to break the cycle.
And I really like to hoe. I really like running a hoe through the soil. And wood chips aren't good for that.
Well, we plow everything, literally. Or broadcork. It depends on what it is. It depends on what I'm doing. If it's a nitrogen fixture, I usually broadcork it. But if it's anything else, I'll plow it. We have really good success doing that.
Yeah, I think if you're, especially cover cropping of running stuff under the ground, you're rebuilding that bank of organic material.
I mean, I add a micro boost to my soil occasionally. I'll add some kelp. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
you know, some different stuff that literally our soil here, it's not going to get any other way. I mean, I have to add it because literally, this has got I live in the poorest part of the world, soil-wise. I mean, it's really the worst soil I think I've ever had in my life.
We were the last place that we had. I looked up the soil drilling, the USDA soil map, and they had done test drills through that area. And I looked up where our new property is, and because I dug into it, I said, man, this is like a black loamy sand. You know, it's either deep gray, almost black. And I said, this stuff, the grass is so thick. Because the grass doesn't have any patches in it. The old place, there's a patches of white all through the grass, like a lot of the south. All the grass was thick, and when I tried to cut through it with the broad fork, it was really hard to actually break through the sod layer. Man, this stuff is thick. It's like rip when you pull it out.
Yeah.
I said, this is pretty good. So I said, I got to go see what the soil drills were through this area. And so it was exactly what I thought. It was dark gray, loamy sand. Prime farmland, all crops. Whoa.
Wow.
So I said, well, I'm going to look up my previous place. And it said not suitable for most agriculture. You know, acid grit, powdered, tends to get hard and compacted and be very hard to break, even though it's a sand.
Yeah.
So it has like weird clay-like tendencies, even. So finally I'm settled somewhere that has a little bit of decent soil. But it's a good learning experience. And our biochar was helpful, going back to that question. Like the biochar,
Oh, yeah.
we soaked that with minerals and put it in the ground. It was like a battery. The crops definitely did better on it.
The wind is going to be terrible on this syrup. It's going to knock it down.
We need to park that 4x4 right there. Back that sucker up and park it.
I may have to.
It may cut it off a little bit. I think we'll park my van over there. I'll block it.
Yeah.
So what are you guys doing today?
What are y'all doing?
We're watching cane boil.
Yeah. We try to throw some nuggets in every so often to make it interesting anyway.
But I realized about 90% of the stuff we have in common we can't mention on YouTube, so there you go.
Yeah. This Wanda's already given us strict rules that we have to abide by. Because otherwise, we would probably be pulled off. Because the things that we talk about are, what would be the word? They're unethical, maybe now? I mean,
Unpalatable.
unpalatable, yeah, definitely.
Too true. This is fantastic. Now let me see what we got here.
See what we got going on.
Joel says, as a child, I didn't like the fat. Dad said that's the best part, most flavor. He ate mine. I remember cutting all the fat off of my steaks and stuff because I
Yeah.
didn't like it. But my little 2-year-old, she always comes and goes, Dad, can I eat the fat? Can I eat the fat? And I'm like, yeah, you can have the fat. So I'm always cutting all those pieces off. She'll eat it off of my steak. I'll still eat it. But I can't eat a huge amount of it, but
Right.
she wants all of it. The I am of me says, when my mom was alive, it took me years to get her off margarine. She believed all the hype.
My mom believed it till the day she passed.
Dixie Living Homestead says, are wood lice the same as roly-polies?
No. And wood lice is also different than wireworm. Wireworms, if your garden is planted where a fresh lawn was at, or a field, it's quite possible that where there's lots of grass at, you have wireworms, and it's really bad on potatoes.
Scott says, your old soil was like a gravel driveway, David. Glad you got some good soil now.
Yeah.
Thank you, Scott. It's nice to see you. AI is always listening.
No! Come on.
So Jack Spratt could eat no fat and his wife could eat no lean.
I remember that.
Which one of them you think was thinner? And that's the thing.
That's what they don't tell
That's
you.
that's what they're hiding from you.
That is it in a nutshell.
Jack Spratt had heart disease and his wife was the healthy one and she was lean. He could eat no fat, which means that he wasn't getting enough cholesterol for proper brain function.
They took his gallbladder out.
Took his gallbladder.
That's
Yep.
the first thing they told me when they took my gallbladder out. They said, you can't have no fat. Let me tell you something. I ate more fat, and I've actually felt better since I started eating the fat.
Yeah. But you have to eat something with it to help it break down.
I mean, they want me to take a powder substance, you know, to go along with it. Well, what do they call it?
An enzyme?
An enzyme, yeah. They want me to take those.
Probably a pine or something.
Yeah, but I don't. I mean, I literally don't. And I have absolutely zero problems with it.
I think it's if you put a couple of drops of Dawn in the fat, it cuts it.
I mean, it's got to be the original, though. You can't have the scented or, you know.
You don't want the lavender scented.
You don't want the lavender scented Dawn, no.
It's not, yeah.
'Cause then you'll sleep through everything.
So we are getting lower there. I wonder if I could show you guys how those pans are boiling down.
The difference in the colors of them, too.
If you could see here.
This one's down the depth of the pot, which is about 2.5 inches. The back one is actually down a little bit. I could actually put a little bit more in the back, but the reason I'm gonna leave it a little low is I'm fixing to kick it up and make it really start boiling hard. You're gonna start getting a syrupy smell here before long.
It's very nice.
I'm fixing to go right out here and get me some wood.
A huge pile of wood chopped up here by the kids. So really, you guys, this is all I'm gonna do since I didn't get that many views on my cane syrup video. I'm just gonna keep pushing it until that's all the content people want. All you want. what I think is, people need what they need, not what they actually want. So it's going to be the David the Good cane syrup channel. And that's why I'm here. That's why I'm here. I'm trying to get as much cane syrup into my head as possible. David the Good, Pancreas Destroyer. Oh, there's some hot stuff. It's all lighter wood.
All lighter. We're going to speed the process up a little bit. We're getting to the point now we can start cooking.
So you get that rolling boil on the back instead of just around the edges.
Yeah.
All you need to know is about cane syrup, guys. Just stop coming to my channel and looking for gardening videos. It's just going to be cane syrup from now on. I mean, from this point. You're going to have to do reuse a lot of content since cane crushing syrup season's almost over.
Yeah.
We'll basically just do recaps through the year of
Yeah,
how much we enjoyed cane boiling.
We'll have a quarterly review of
Cane syrup.
We'll show the pantry and how many jars is left quarterly.
Yes, yeah, that's right. We have to just stop.
Yeah.
Well, actually, we lent against these jars. This is fractional reserve syruping here.
Yeah.
We have 1 pint of syrup, but we've actually promised 5 gallons off it.
It's kind of like the story in the Bible with the oil and the wine, or they kept taking away from it. It just kept staying.
Right.
Yeah. This stuff is magic.
It just never goes away.
It just never goes away. Believe me, get it off.
We made some cane syrup derivatives off of it, but most of that got sold to the pension funds.
Yeah.
You should see how much leverage you can get on this cane syrup.
It's amazing. You need to invest in it. Forget crypto.
Yeah, I mean, this is it.
This is it.
Cane coin.
Yeah, it's gonna be the new currency of the future.
So you don't understand how you mine this stuff, but what you want to do is start collecting different canes and then find somebody else that will buy them from you for more.
Buy while the market's down, though.
Block cane.
Yeah, block cane instead
It's
of
blockchain
chain.
technology. You got to buy while it's low.
Yeah.
There's definitely a bottom on this. We're definitely going to hit a
We're
bottom.
going to hit a bottom before long, and when it's just like any other market, when you get to a certain point, you can lose it all.
But then you pivot.
Yeah, but if you don't lose it and you actually get it where it needs to be at, it just goes to, I mean, it literally skyrockets.
Absolutely.
But trust me, you can get burnt.
Especially if you cook it too long.
Yeah. You have to understand the similarities between everything there is in the world.
Block cane.
Who'd have thunk it?
It's boiling down a
So
lot.
if I had sold the rest of my Dogecoin, I could have bought a cane crusher. That would have been a good choice.
That would have been a wise investment. I had a fellow YouTuber told me a couple of days ago, really good friend of mine, he missed a cane mill for $100.
Oh, that's like the scrap price.
That's like getting slapped in the face. I mean, it's like that's like having the mother lode right in front of you and then and not being able to touch it. You know.
Mm.
I know where there's a cane mill at right now. That's just sitting under a shed. And the old man told me, he said, I just don't know if my brothers would part with it. And it's just sitting there under a shed doing and it's a 2-horse mill. It's not a 1-horse, it's a 2-horse.
That's serious.
It's probably this big around and that tall. It's really big, you know. And I have actually considered stopping back by and asking, would he sell it to me? Because he's a good friend of mine.
Yeah.
And just see if what's better from the other end.
I'd buy it if I could.
And just see if he would
Let
actually
it go.
let it go.
So a friend of mine, there was a town had one on their historic display, and it just sat out there and sat out there and sat out there, and he ended up being, make up a deal on it. But it's like people use this stuff for yard art,
Yeah.
and a cane mill is not an attractive piece of yard art. It doesn't look like much of anything. But I was talking to a fellow at the gym the other day who told me, I was telling him, I said, I'd like to have backups to all the complicated systems so we can still grow food and do what we need to do if things get bad. Like I need outdoor cooking, a lot of these things.
Yeah.
Just so you can switch over. No big deal. It's just like going to emergency backup batteries.
Right.
Well, I'm just going to switch. No problem. Tonight we're cooking outside. And he said, yeah, I've got a old mule plow sitting out in my yard. He says, one of the handles is rotted out. He says, but it's got the turn plow and all the, you want it? And I said, sure. But he said, I'll see if my wife will give up that piece of decoration because it would be nice to see it used again. And I was thinking, I could probably hook a dairy cow up to it. I mean, that cow is 650 pounds. She's stronger than I am.
Yeah.
She ought to be able to pull a single mule plow.
Yeah.
But I have thought about it. I mean, we have a bull too, and he was raised bottle baby, so he's really chill.
Yeah, he's really chilled out.
My daughter jumps on his back and rides him around.
Oh, yeah.
So, I don't really know how I feel about castrating the animals. I kind of just like to let them go.
I don't castrate any of mine. With the bulls now, the pigs, I do castrate the pigs because I have noticed a serious taste in the meat.
Yeah.
But the bulls, I can't tell any different. Of course, now I butcher all of mine if I don't sell them before they're like 14 months old anyway.
Right, so they don't have a lot of time to age out.
And they've never been with a cow. They never, most of them, their testosterone levels have never really peaked or anything like that. So, I've got one right now. I've either got to sell a bull, I've either got to sell, or I've got the butchering, one of the two.
Yeah, those Dexters are nice little cows.
We were looking at
easy to handle.
a lady has some miniature ones not far from here. And she had made me a deal on one, but then she just don't want to go through with it now. I think she's realizing that times are going to be kind of hard.
You maybe want to keep your cows.
Yeah. I'd like to get a little female like this, a small female, to get some more miniature. And I'm learning Dexters are the way to go. Because they can live on the leaves on them trees right there.
They live. Yeah, and see, I've got a friend who he sold us the Dexters so he could get jerseys because he dairies.
Right.
And so the production on those jerseys gets 6 gallons or 8 gallons in a day. It's incredible what they can pull off. But he's got a cow that's going into ketosis regularly because they burn a lot of energy to make that much milk. And she'll go crazy and try to eat tires and stuff.
And, wow.
And
you be giving her some molasses then.
Yeah, he says you just like trying to keep her in. He says they just are much more flighty an animal. And it's a high production animal.
Yeah, it's a high production animal.
And there's usually a trade-off for high production. If you've got a plant that makes a really big, beautiful fruit, often it has another problem, like it has a weak root system, or it's real prone to this or prone to that.
Yeah.
Like Brandywine tomatoes. It's a fantastic tomato, but that is a pain in the neck plant to try and raise.
Yep.
Whereas you get something weedy like the Everglades tomato, you can get buckets and buckets of little tiny tomatoes.
Right.
And the plant takes care of itself. But it's not an awesome, huge sauce tomato or a slicing tomato,
Oh.
And I do think that the Dexters are a balance between a foraging animal and a production animal. We'll get usually between the two cows, they give 1.5 gallons to 2 gallons a day,
Right.
each of them. And sometimes it's down to about 1 gallon each. It really depends on what they're foraging on. If my wife gives them more alfalfa pellets, she'll go and get alfalfa pellets. Suddenly the milk production's like right up again.
Definitely.
But then they're just munching on some acorns and eating some dry grass here and there. They don't suffer from it, but they drop their milk production.
Their milk
drops
production
first.
will
That's
drop,
the first thing you notice.
Now, are yours A2 milk, or have you had them tested, or?
They're supposed to be A2.
Right. I haven't actually had mine tested yet. I've seriously considered it, because my ones that I milk, they're Jersey Dexter cross.
Jersey should be A2.
It should be, and the Dexters, if the girth is real thin and real flexible and pliable down through there, usually they're an A2. But you have to pull the tail hairs out, send them off and have them analyzed.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, you got to have some.
She's got that little wobble thing going on.
Yeah, so if you're full, it's usually A2. Almost guaranteed A2.
Huh.
I've got a pet. He's been out with the herd now for about 4 years, and he's still pretty gentle, but he can be horsey when he wants to be. When he gets in his
They
moment.
get the Dexters really will tell you no when they don't want something.
Right.
They really will shake their heads.
Yeah,
Like
they'll take
if I
their
go
head.
over and I'm like, and I got nothing in my hand, she'll go up and sniff my hand and go, no,
Yeah, no.
I don't want that.
Yeah.
I don't want nothing. I'm not a petting animal.
Right.
Give me food.
Give me something. Yes.
But they love my wife.
It's funny you say that. My bull, there was a lady came here, and she stuck her arm through the fence, and I'm like, whoa, I'm thinking, he's so strong, he don't slide.
Crush that arm in the fence.
And she sit there and talk to him and pet him, he never moves. Now I can go up there and he's moving his head around.
Yeah,
everywhere. It's like he knew the difference
Between a man and a woman.
between the man and the woman, and he maybe remembered the pet zoo days. I mean, I don't know.
Put him on the Supreme Court.
Yeah.
It is kind of funny. My daughter's really good with the little cows, and they'll follow her around.
Oh yeah.
But when I go out there, they're all right, but they're not that happy. They do like to be talked to.
Yes.
If I go up and I say, "Hey, Brandy, how you doing? Having a good day? Having a nice day?" She'll just kind of.
Yeah.
They just sort of like get peaceful, But what is funny? We've got one of the 2 dairy cows. We have 2 dairy cows and 2 calves, 1 heifer and 1 bull calf. And then we got the 2 girls that are at milk, and the garbage truck will come up to the front of the house, and Brandy is the leader cow. She's the queen cow of the group of them. So if she thinks there's danger, she starts getting upset, trying to get between the cows and whatever it is. She
Yeah.
kind of acts like a bull. So the trash truck comes up. If she's in the stanchion, she's like, yeah. So Rachel has to let her out, and she'll run out in the field, get between the cows and the garbage truck. Every time
Yeah.
the garbage truck comes, she's like, "Come on, you checking my babies?" It's like it's so crazy. She's got to run out and threaten the garbage truck.
Wow.
I didn't even know they cared, but
Oh yeah. I've got Nixie's that way here. And Dexter, if I go to load up calves to haul off, or somebody comes to buy one, Dexter gets all bent out of shape now. You taking one of my girls,
oh yeah.
he's the bull, so he'll go to, bellering and carrying on and throwing dirt up in the air and stuff like that. I got to get him separated and get him off over to himself, because he just hates it.
Yeah, those are my people.
Yeah, he said, "You taking another one of us?" And the mama's Dixie, she just gets all beside herself. And who would have thought they'd have had that kind of personality?
Yeah, they do protect each other. I mean, they're cruel, to each other sometimes too, but there's
Right.
there are noble things. Like you can see that rooster and you say, man, that rooster just beats those hens up all day long. But then when you find a rooster dead in the entrance to the coop because he fought the raccoon to try and keep him away from the hens, you
Right.
say, well, there's something noble in there too. Just a punk, but I can't stand effeminate roosters. I tell you that.
Oh, I hear you. We had a rooster. I want to say he was a Dominecker. Because we got a bunch of baby chicks one time and there was a rooster in the group. They literally pecked his legs off once he got to be mature. Literally, I couldn't put him in the pen.
Hens?
The hens pecked his legs off. I mean, he would go get up on the rooster as high as he could get it, and they'd get up underneath him and sit there and peck his legs until they were just bleeding everywhere. And I'd have to take him out and put him in a separate pen until he healed over, and then I'd put him back in the pen, and they'd go right back to work on him again. He would not fight them off. He'd just sit there and just kind of like. Oh. But then I went and put a Rhode Island Red in there with him, and so he put them in high gear. He was, I mean, they come after his legs, and he took off after them. So he it's fine.
Yep. Don't be weak. I mean, showing weakness is just asking to be attacked.
Yeah,
Learns a lot.
Jacket.
cold out here.
It's colder than I thought.
Yeah.
How did y'all enjoy lunch?
Loved it.
Y'all were okay?
That was fantastic.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, this one came down quite a bit.
Yeah,
It really
we're just
did.
letting them go now. Just don't let them sit there. We'll skim them when they get
Yeah.
close to the end.
Oh, is it pretty close?
No. I
Okay,
said
well-
when it gets close to the end.
But you
Not
done
this-
took a lot out the.
What was that?
It's like it's fixing to explode. No, it's
The
just-
boiler's about to blow.
No.
Throw yourself over the hill.
Yeah, like a hand grenade, jump on top of it.
It's darkening up a lot.
Yeah. Okay, let me take.
So
Let me
funny.
go get a.
Oh, good. Thank you.
And
Delicious.
I'm gonna take the boys down there and then go get my jacket and we're gonna
Cut
come.
that cane and go stack it over yonder. Yeah. Here. What do you think?
I think I'm gonna make
You
some.
think it's
home-
possible?
It's very, very good to have when you're like as long as the lid lasts 50 years, then you can have dehydrated water. Then you just add water and it's fine.
To rehydrate it, you just add water back to it. It works perfect. We was actually in a collaboration with another YouTube channel to do some April Fool's videos,
Yeah.
and Wanda kept telling me, she says, you got to do this, you got to get this done, you got to get this done. I said, Wanda, I'll get it done, don't worry about it, you know? But I don't freak out over stuff. And it got up to like 2 days before April Fool's, and she said, are you going to do this video? I said, go get the camera, let me do this, will you be quiet? And she came in, because I was just going to do it April Fool's Day, you know?
Yeah.
And because that's when you're supposed to do it. So I went and took the camera and I went and shot dehydrated water. And everybody's like, what? I said, it's the perfect April Fool's joke. And look, I had people with PhDs freaking out that they might have missed something, that I knew more than they knew. I actually had people who knew me and couldn't turn it off because they go, how did he figure that out? I mean, they
Yeah.
literally were,
Brilliant.
yeah, because I never cracked a smile. I was dead serious the whole time.
It was so fun.
Did you see the Haas Tools corn sapping video? They're tapping corn like maple. He's like, you got to do this at the right phase.
I missed that. What,
He's got these like
is this Greg? Now, Greg?
thimble cut. No, it's another fellow, I think. Little thimble sized cups, and they had little like juice straws sticking out of the sides of the cane, just dripping out of the canes of corn, right? So the corn is just dripping, and he's like, one of our most beautiful times of the year. I'm out here
Wait a minute.
tapping corn.
I think I've seen that one.
I laughed. It was
That was
perfect.
Travis. Must have been Travis that done that one.
Travis, the young guy.
Yeah. Greg's the older guy.
It was an older guy.
That's Greg
Yeah,
then.
it must have been Greg.
Yeah, Greg wears his overalls all the time. He's the older guy.
Have you forgot you're live yet?
No,
No, not at all.
not at all. It doesn't matter to me.
This is just your life.
This is how I live.
Sitting in a chair, boiling syrup.
I talk about everybody all the time.
Talking about now?
Hostel.
Oh. Yeah,
I don't know if I missed that video or not. I'm just not sure.
which one?
Where they show tapping corn. And the stuff draining out of the lights.
It was a joke, I think.
It wasn't. No. Well, I certainly hope it was. Because if it wasn't, I've missed a lot.
Last year or something, maybe the year before, I don't know, but I do remember Hoss doing that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I'm taking these boys and we're gonna go cut that cane and go.
Go get it cut and stacked.
Do you wanna film anything?
Yeah, I probably should.
If they want, the camera, I don't know where the camera went, but.
I got it right here.
Oh, okay.
Always wanted
You're gonna be cutting more cane?
Yeah, we're gonna get it cut and
tomorrow.
stacked for tomorrow.
Gotta do one.
That's
more.
perfect. And then I could pretend that happened first.
You could.
Yep. Perfect.
Perfect.
The wonders of video editing.
Yes.
You want to take over sitting here?
I'll take over sitting here.
All right, Daniel,
What?
I'm putting this stuff over here and I'm gonna just back around and.
I might need another battery, Perry. Unless you gave me one already. I have two in my pocket. No, I have one in my pocket.
Which one's the bad one?
Alright. Probably one of these will be alright.
One of these is good. Oh, I think the hologram one is good.
That one's the best.
It's pretty nice.
That's the official one.
So where are you going?
So they're gonna leave you up here this time, huh?
All right, time to green now.
We're getting closer.
Is there time to pick this up and carry the rest in, or?
I just took her down to get to a certain point. Then we'll run through the water hose. I'll fill it up with water, just so that it's not empty, because if it stays empty, it'll burn.
Yeah.
So, I mean, like you see how the size of the pan is scorching?
Yep.
When I put the water in there, a little later on, a lot of that'll come off.
Okay.
Just fall into the water.
Good. Don't want to ruin your pans every time you.
We still have to scrub them pretty good, because they will mess up.
Well, one time we had an electric stove back 6-7 years ago, and a frog got in our house. I don't remember how, but landed on the electric stove and just burned into the burner.
Oh,
And
no.
somebody put a cast iron pan on top of it, I think. So we had this frog-shaped thing, both on the bottom of the cast iron pan and on the burner.
No.
It was terrible. It was disgusting, but it was kind of funny too.
Was it a glass top?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say, oh, wow. Can you imagine being a frog and jumping onto the top of a glass top stove and it's hot and you just like, yeah,
You burn right
you
into
just
it.
burn right into it, sear into it.
Ah.
Now I've had frogs get in my my pump switches on my pump where the electrical contact points go together
Yep.
and get fried between them, and my pump was working. I'm out there trying to figure out why the pump's not running, and I open up the pump switches and there's a frog stuck between them, you know?
Yeah, sometimes like mice will chew wires, sometimes mice and
Yeah.
rats, and then they'll get electrocuted as soon as they break through.
Yeah.
And you're like, why are the wires not working? You go up, there's a dead rodent.
We find fire ants are really bad in our electrical components a lot of times outside.
Yeah.
But yeah, the ants will build
I
it.
wouldn't think of that, but I saw a picture where a guy put got a fake cast of a wasp nest, huge wasp nest, and put it on his electrical meter.
Oh
And he
no!
This is how I get my power for free.
Oh wow!
I don't know how long you have to do that. I don't know how long you can get away with that before the city actually sends you a letter. Please remove.
Please remove the wasp thing from your meter base.
Please let us bill you.
We're gonna start estimating.
Oh no.
There's lots of places that already do that. They just estimate. Of course, some people want that done. I don't. I don't like mine being estimated.
No. I think it'd be cool to be able to sell your power back to the grid. But solar panels and stuff, they're so finicky and expensive to set up.
Well, with what's coming, solar panels may not actually be the best option.
What do you think, Will?
Look, the honeybees coming.
It's gotten slightly warmer.
It's gotten warmer now. The honeybees are starting to show up. They just brought like 50 boxes and put in on the other side of us over here.
Oh, do neighbors have them?
My neighbors have them. And what will happen is if one bee finds this,
They all find it.
and then he goes back and tells the rest of them, "Hey man, there's like the mother load of honey."
This is incredible.
It's like, come on guys.
Get everybody. Get the whole neighborhood out here. This is incredible. Free food. How cold does it get up here?
In the morning it'll be 26 in the morning, but I have seen it get down to 4 degrees.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Matter of fact, when the morning it was 4 degrees, I was involved in a 10-car pileup on a bridge, and the whole bridge was iced over, and everybody just started,
As if the day couldn't get more unpleasant with it being 4 degrees. You also had to be involved in it.
When it started out that morning, I was on my way. I had to drive 30 miles to work. On the way to work, my truck ran hot because it didn't have enough antifreeze in it. And at 4 o'clock in the morning, I'm getting some guy at a service station. He has a little house beside his service station. I'm getting him out of bed to try to borrow a telephone to call to see if I can get somebody to come get me. So he gets up and he goes, "I think we can help you," but I called him to come get me anyway. But he goes in and gives me some antifreeze, and we start pouring more antifreeze in the radiator and finally get it thawed out where to run. But I'm able, the other person come to pick me up, but I was able to have him follow me on to the job site or to the place we would be leaving from. We got there, we all got in service trucks, and we started heading north. And when we headed north, we realized I had 3 18-wheelers following me that belonged to us. When we went up on the bridge, the guy who was driving realized the bridge was iced over.
Oh.
And he started trying to stop. Well, the truck started sliding sideways, and I looked up ahead of us, and all I could see was vehicles piled up. And I said, "Hit the railing on the bridge, hit the railing, please hit the railing," because I didn't know who's out,
Yeah.
So he finally steered it into the railing, and we stopped right when we got to the other vehicles. And when I looked out my door, here come a huge 18-wheeler, it wasn't ours, jackknifed across the bridge, heading straight toward, just right into the side of us. And everybody's jumping out of the truck. Some guys jump over the bridge that's in the service truck into the dark. They don't even know what's down there. They just jump.
Probably into 4 degrees.
And I managed to get around the front of the truck and get out into the grass where I could actually run, but he actually stopped the truck, within inches of our truck. And I walked up, and of course there was a lady laying in the pavement. She was broke all to pieces. And she was in hypothermia, and she was just sitting shaking and bouncing on the pavement. I was able to get her stabilized so we could fly a helicopter in there and actually pick her up. And then from that point, I told him, I said, "We going back home, boys.
There's no way.
There's no way, man. We just turned around and went home." I'm like, I said, "This is crazy. Ain't no amount of money worth that."
No.
None.
I saw a video from China where there's black ice on the road.
Oh, yeah.
And cars keep zooming through. One guy is trying to stop him. And a big truck comes alongside one side of him. And he jumps over, and like a Honda or something comes along the other side, like a small car.
Right.
And he almost died like 4 times trying to keep cars from just accelerating into the ice, but
That's
he
great.
couldn't do it. It's dangerous.
Yeah, it got to the point where when the weather's a certain way now, I don't even get out. I just leave it alone. It's like it ain't worth it.
No. There can't be anything that worth doing below freezing.
Yeah,
temperatures.
I don't mind it freezing, or I don't mind in the 20s and stuff like that. But when you get down into the single digits, now up north, when I was working up there, it was no big deal. Everybody,
Yeah.
people up there know how to drive in that. Down here, people don't know how to drive.
I don't know what to do. Like when the huge ice storm hit Texas a couple years ago. There was no way anybody could do anything. It shut Texas down completely, and all the Northerners were like laughing on, you don't know how to do it. But they're not prepared.
They're not prepared. I mean, here we have no salt trucks. Now, we do have sand that they'll put on bridges and stuff like that, but they don't do any salting. If it snows, nobody gets a road plowed. None of that kind of stuff happens. You just have to wait it out, you know?
Yeah. And nobody has any of the chains or
Nope, we have no chains, we have no studded tires, nothing like that. That's why I do keep a four-wheel drive, just in case something like that happens.
It's coming along nicely.
Sounds like they're having a lot of fun down there.
Cutting and throwing sugarcane.
Yeah. What we got going on in the chat over there?
Let's see. Thank you, Danny and Wanda, for live streaming. Content idea. How to use cane syrup as axle grease, cane syrup as skin softener, etc. It's weird. Oh, Scott Head said that. I know him. You could be the George Washington Carver of cane syrup.
I mean, there's a lot to do. I mean, cane syrup is not that hard to do, but there's a lot of there's a lot of ins and outs to it that most people just miss. It's more or less just a sit and wait thing. Once you get to a certain point, you just have to kind of just like wait.
Yeah. This is so awesome, live syrup making. Michael, I don't know how to pronounce your last name. Just drive like you have no brakes. That's what my father always said. Huh.
There's a lot of truth to that. Yeah.
That's true. Once our brakes went out while my dad was driving, so they just drove really, really slow to the mechanic shop.
Yeah.
Him and my sister were driving. We had a van that must have been cursed.
Yeah.
There was something wrong with it every month. It was terrible. I feel like the guys at the mechanic shop probably crossed themselves every time they saw us drive there.
Oh yeah, every time they saw you coming, oh no, not them again. Caravan of people.
Well, there weren't that many people. There weren't that many of us at that time. There were only like 5 kids, I'd say.
Oh, okay, y'all were okay.
But the van was awful. It was terrible. You had to hit the when the left turn signal was on, the AC didn't blow as well.
Oh wow.
And you had to actually hit the railroad tracks at a certain speed to make the AC turn on at all.
This is crazy. That sounds like an electrical
And
store.
there
Yeah.
were so many weird issues with it. We ended up selling it to a guy who was going to just take the wheels off it and use it as his office.
Oh man.
So some guys
I
got
gotta
it.
wonder what kind of line of work he was in. Though you use a van for a You gotta stop and think about
Wait
it.
a
Man.
second.
When a van's your office, you gotta like say, okay, what kind of line of work are you in here?
What are you cooking?
Yeah, exactly. It ain't cane syrup.
It's not monetization friendly.
No,
But
this is crazy.
I mean, he got a good deal on it.
Yeah.
It was a terrible van. It's probably on GovDeals.
Yeah, probably is.
Van we seized.
Yeah, let's get down where it's cooking good now. The smell, guys, is a lot different than it was. It actually is starting to smell like syrup now. Even though it's still a pretty good little ways away, it's actually taking on the flavor and the smell of syrup. The color's even there.
Off topic. Mr. Danny, should we cover our potato plants tonight in the freezer or cut the plants off at ground level?
Cut them off at ground level.
Thanks again for doing this live stream. So fun to hear y'all talk. Glad it's winter. This is the longest video I've ever watched. Thank you, Snow.
It's the longest video I've ever done.
Somebody appreciates snow.
Yeah.
Down south is basically the end of the world if snow is really
Oh, if it snows down here, the world shuts down.
they know how to do it up there.
Yeah.
But the cars get used, beat up faster because of
Really?
the salt at the bottom.
All the salt on them, they rust out, they deteriorate. Yeah, really, really bad.
But it's a small price to pay for not crashing.
That's true. That's true.
Depends on how much you pay for your car, actually.
Yes, that might be true too.
If you're gonna buy like a $250,000 car, just move to Florida.
Yeah. Have you seen, well, I don't know if you have, but the price of vehicles has gone through the
It's
roof.
terrible.
It's insane. You can buy a house and land cheaper than you can buy a vehicle.
New at least.
Yeah, a new one. Yeah.
The Ford trucks are all $90,000 each if
Yeah.
they're that cheap.
Yeah.
It's stupid.
Yeah, we was looking at a used one just so I can have something to get in and out of a little bit easier as I age.
Mm-hmm.
They're talking about 48 to 50 something $1,000 for, and I'm like, no, I ain't doing that. I won't do it.
It's terrible. I think I'll wait till the market implodes before I buy a car. It'll implode.
At some point, it's got to.
And keep going higher.
Yeah, you want to try to get those skimmings off of that back one?
Sure.
The front one's okay, but the back one, I need to try to get those off of there. Be real slow and easy with it. Yeah, that's good there.
Now, if you keep the skimmings in, it'll get bitter, right?
Yeah, well, yeah, it'll be nasty looking syrup. Well, the front one's actually starting to boil really good now. We got it down low enough now, it'll be making syrup too. I'll have to keep my eye on it. Now, you don't know, the bubbles are a lot different right now. When it gets ready to make syrup, it'll look 100% different. The bubbles will look different. Everything starts changing.
And is that when you sheet it?
Yes.
Start sheeting it?
Yeah. There will be a lot more skimmings in it. Now, there'll be a little bit more, but the skimmings is going to gradually get to be less and less. You can see the different levels in the pan if we take it down each time. It's like a 3/4 of an inch each time.
Just gotta keep refining and refining.
Yeah. It actually smells really good, guys. I mean, this smells awesome. And you wouldn't think there's that much liquid in that juice that has to come out of it, but there's a pretty good bit. I'm kind of really anxious to see how much we actually end up with out of this, because we had like, I don't think we got the full 16 gallons of juice. I think we had more like 13 or 14 gallons, and I'm just curious to see how much syrup we actually get out of it, being this was a year of drought for us.
Now, if you captured the steam, is that stuff you don't really want? Like it, you know how,
I think that the steam would hurt you, because actually steam is what distilled water is.
right? Would it just give you water, or would it be slightly sweet from the?
I would just using common sense. I would say it would probably have a little bit of a sweet texture to it, but because just simply smelling it,
Yes, definitely.
when you smell it, it has a syrupy smell to it. So I would just guess that it would have a little bit sweeter taste in the distilled water. I could be wrong about that, and I don't know.
I was standing in the steam, and the steam was making my jacket sticky, so I had to
Yes.
take it off.
Yes. I've actually where we were cooking like hundreds of gallons a day, I've actually on a cold day had my beard and my mustache to just turn to sugar all around. This would be like white sugar.
How many more hours does it take to turn syrup into sugar?
Probably 2 to 3 more hours to get it. If I can keep it at a boil like we've got right now, it won't take near as long. But with the wind, it's blowing like 15, 20 miles an hour out here.
Mm-hmm.
It's knocking it down really bad. I think it'll be perfectly fine for a while. And with that being said, guys, I'm fixing to go take a bathroom break, and I'll be back with you in just a few minutes. I think the fire's okay till I get back.
I think so.
Okay, guys, I'm back. Ah. All right, guys. Everybody else is cutting down cane and they're getting it stacked up, shooting videos about that. I'm left here all by myself to monitor this. And it's really coming along really, really nice. It's not coming along bad at all. It's actually it's cooking out probably a little bit quicker than I thought it would. I'm kind of excited to see exactly how much I'm going to actually get out of this. From year to year, you never really know the exact amount you're going to get. You can always have a pretty good rule of thumb. It's usually 10 gallons of juice equals 1 gallon of syrup. That's kind of like the happy medium for it. But it's not always guaranteed to be that way. I have had some years where 8 gallons of juice would make a gallon of syrup. I've had it where one year the cane was topped too tall, and it took like 12 gallons of juice to make a gallon of syrup. So it's there's always some leeway there. And I'm gonna check out the chat for a minute. Let's see what we got going on here. We just actually ate some greens a while ago. That was pretty good, Ted. Oh. Now, David's wife is not here with him today. David only brought 3 of his sons with him. Chalk Bluff Homestead, I'm not really familiar too much with the loquat trees. I have a couple of loquat trees, but ours have never really begun to bear any fruit. So I can't really, I don't really know a lot about them.
I had to get coffee.
Yeah. I hear them, they must have all the cane cut.
Looks like it.
Yep, they got a load on there. Y'all can probably hear Ms. Wanda in the background. We're cutting down our second load of cane, which we'll be squeezing tomorrow and cooking again tomorrow. So this will be another process all day tomorrow. Of course, I don't think tomorrow we'll be actually live streaming again. Of course, you never know, Ms. Wanda. She might want to.
Well, I don't think we'll be here for tomorrow. So.
No, y'all won't be here tomorrow.
What's the point?
Yeah, why would we live stream without you?
Oh, yeah, they've got a big load. Gotta get back.
We're getting down there, man.
It's almost.
Almost one pan, almost gone. Probably the next time I dip out of it,
That'll be it.
that'll probably be it.
And then we can just make dehydrated water.
Yeah, make evaporated water. It's still a Cadillacing up there.
That controls the airflow, right?
Yeah. There's actually one on the bottom that controls the airflow too, and I have it turned most of the way off because if it's open too much, it has a tendency to not be able to control the draft too as good as I need to. But see, with the wind kicking up like it is now, that just knocks it down so bad. It makes it so difficult to be able to actually cook. And then you get the smut swirling in the air, and it comes up under here and wants to land in it, and we have to skim that back out at the end.
You think you might try to boil corn ever? And do corn syrup?
I don't see me doing it unless I get awful hungry. Yeah. And I have no sugar cane left.
Now, what if we, hear me out on this one. What if you made corn syrup and you upped the fructose? So it had like high fructose in it.
Right.
And then just put it in everything. Do you think people would like that?
Well, actually, there's nothing wrong with corn syrup as long as it's not genetically modified.
Right.
It's the genetically modified that makes it so harmful to the system.
Yeah, all the corn, it's almost like corn chips are worse for you than potato chips.
Well, if you eat a genetically modified corn chip, what will happen is it actually mutates. The mucus in your intestines actually will mutate for up to 2 weeks. So you can have gastrointestinal problems for up to 2 weeks from just eating one batch of corn chips.
Ouch.
That's the reason we refuse to eat them. We just won't do it. Let me put it this way: I won't do it. Now, Miss Wanda, every now and then, she just likes a bag of chips.
Well, if you get the blue ones, they're not genetically modified.
I've heard it. But most of these things.
Some don't. I don't think fine. So we try to get them when we get them, which is
Yeah.
very rare.
Yeah, Wanda will get some occasionally, but I never eat them anyway. Now, potato chips, on the other hand, as long as you're not eating the Simplot varieties, because the Simplots are genetically modified.
I realized I had genetically modified potatoes.
Yeah, it's called Simplot. It's a white potato. McDonald's uses a lot of them, or used to use a lot of them. Now, they may have since quit, but actually they've changed the word genetically modified to a new word now.
Really?
Yeah, it's I had it right on the tip of my tongue. Something fortified. Biofortified.
Really?
Yeah, it's called biofortified now, and it don't have GM. It won't have GM on it anymore. It's biofortified, if I remember correctly.
Does that mean the stuff that says GMO free is not necessarily GMO free because they changed the name?
Well, you have to look on it and see if it says biofortified. If it says biofortified on it, then it's still genetically modified.
Yeah, ever so often you just have to change the term so that people won't know what to look out for.
Well, yeah, I'm trying to think of some of the other chemicals out there, like my mind just went blank on it. I had it right on the tip of my tongue. Accent. Accent was the first ingredient that came out, and I think this came out in the early 1950s, where you could sprinkle it on your food, and it supposedly made your food so good. Okay, you just like, this is the best food I've ever ate in my life. And then from Accent, it went to I got GMO on the brain now. I mean, I'm sitting here thinking about everything's
Is
genetically
it
modified.
MSG?
MSG.
Yeah.
He went to monosodium glutamate. Well, monosodium glutamate now has 11 different names because people got wise.
Looking out for it.
Yeah, they got to start, because I got to where I would call companies and I'd say, like, y'all have monosodium glutamate in your stuff? No, we don't have that in there. I said, but you have this, this, and this, and these are the other names for monosodium glutamate. And they go, yeah, but you asked about monosodium glutamate. I said,
It's the same thing.
it's the same thing. And they refused to tell you the truth.
If we call it differently, it's a different thing.
They just, and now they've made it where you don't really even have to tell anybody if something's genetically modified. You don't have to tell them the origin of the country. You don't have to tell them any of that anymore.
It's dangerous.
And lots of people think just because they're getting something organic that they're getting a good product. When something says organic and it says like it comes from China or Pakistan or
You don't know.
Brazil, and before it can come into this country, it has got to be sprayed. So even though it may say it was grown organically, but it's not organic by the time it gets here.
But also, they don't have food laws in China like they do here.
No,
Even though they don't have very good food laws here.
no.
Like in China, you could spray raw sewage on your crops.
Oh yeah,
and they do
matter of
that.
fact, they use that a lot.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
you have to wash and boil all of your
Yeah.
vegetables and everything in China. They don't eat
Yeah.
anything raw.
I mean, y'all lived in a lot of foreign countries.
One.
Well, I mean, you've lived in different islands and different places like that. Is it any different there as far as having lots of bad food, or is it just lots of just locally grown stuff?
They used to be healthy
Yeah.
before mass importation made cheap American food accessible.
I got you.
And then they've got, like, they did a lot of dumb stuff because down there, they started treating farmers like second-rate citizens.
Yeah.
And they decided to capitalize on tourism because they had a major holiday in the middle of the year. They put their carnival, their Mardi Gras,
Yeah.
at a completely different time from anywhere else so that they could profit from tourism money.
I got you.
And so they kept talking about importation and making deals with our other companies to import stuff because we make our money on tourism.
Right.
Why do we need a garden? They used to feed half the Caribbean,
Yeah.
but they didn't do it anymore because they figured, oh, it'll be easy to just make tourist traps and sell stuff.
Yeah. That's
So
nuts.
the cheapest water, they had a natural crater lake, but the
Right.
cheapest water on the island was imported from Turkey. Cheapest water at the
Really?
grocery store.
That's crazy.
It really
Just
is.
because there's no fresh water? I mean, what is it?
No, it was because they had some sort of a trade deal.
I got you. Okay.
And the locally sourced stuff was not, they weren't taking the impetus
Yeah.
and taking the initiative to make it themselves and be completely sustainable. So the government of that island would have to come begging to the farmers who live in the mountains
Yeah.
if any tariffs or anything were declared upon them, and if anybody decided to stop importing.
Yeah.
The supply lines broke, half the island would starve, and the other half would have to fight them off
Yeah.
to keep them from taking all their food.
Wow.
It was bad because they had the perfect environment for growing, but everybody wanted to work office jobs because being a farmer is a low down, like it's a bad
See, that's
profession.
never what I've been able to understand. The farmer is the backbone of any nation,
Yeah,
and yet he is the lowest and the worst treated of all of them.
right. Nobody wants to be a farmer.
Nobody wants to be a farmer because you have to do what? That four-letter word? Work?
Work.
That's a curse word.
And like, bankers make so much money, and bankers are affluent, and everybody wants to invite them to their parties and everything. But farmers, they just feed you. That's it.
That's Imagine living with no food.
Bankers have money,
Yeah.
but it's crazy.
Actually, the Bible tells us about that one day. It says one day they'll throw all that in the street because they can't eat it.
That's right.
Yeah.
It's terrible.
That it is.
Well, I don't see any more bees. That's good.
Well, I was noticing that. I seen that there was that couple, one came over here behind us and then one came over here, and I said, okay, they've had enough time to go back and tell their buddies and come back. Good Lord, that stuff getting in my sinus.
Yeah, it's.
Oh man, it's getting so close. This first one here is
You can
getting
see
down.
the bottom.
Yeah, you can see the bottom in the first one.
This one's not boiling down much though.
Well, I keep adding to it.
All right.
Yeah, it's fixing to start. I just kicked it up another notch. It's fixing to start cooking really fast. And I might take some more out. It's a little bit at a time.
Yeah, not too much.
If that back one goes to boiling real fast, it'll start splattering up on the drum.
I wonder what the chat is saying.
Found the sponge.
Just wanted to probably load it down there. He probably pitched it down there.
There's only a little bit
Yeah, this is getting pretty low.
because they're dipping it out and.
Yep.
Half the chat's saying biofortified and the other half saying bioengineered.
That's biofortified, I'm pretty sure.
Well, I use both of the terms, but I think it's probably biofortified because. Well, it's the substitute for GMO.
Yeah, I'm gonna start paying pretty close attention to it now. I gotta start slowing it down a little bit.
They're probably coming back soon to look.
I think they got it unloaded. They're probably making a trip around. He's taking them over to the cabin, I'm pretty sure.
Did you build that cabin with lumber you got off your land or not?
No.
Just wondering.
Nope, I had to buy it all. Got a little bit too much back there.
Is that before you had to take out a loan to get lumber though? Like
Yeah, we just took our savings.
lumber used to be. Lumber is terrible right now. It was much cheaper a couple years ago.
Yeah, a couple of years ago, lumber was really, really a good price, but now it's not as high as it was.
No.
But it's like the new normal. Everything now is based on the new normal.
Oh yeah, gas has always been $3 a gallon.
Yeah, but that's what it'll come down to. People's been paying $5 to $6 a gallon, and when it goes back to $3 a gallon, they'll be like happy.
Crazy. You're still paying $3 a gallon for gas.
Yeah.
I went to buy gas for all the lawnmower and the chainsaws and stuff the other day.
Yeah.
It's terrible.
It is definitely bad.
Back again.
What are they up to? Oh, she's probably looking at the holly berries. The American hollies here. We have American hollies, and they got the prettiest red berries on them. Yeah, that thing's cooking now. It won't be long. I'll tell you what I do need. I need that water hose undone right yonder.
Go get it. Right.
It's right down the hill right there somewhere. It needs to be undone. It should be up here higher. Come back up this way.
Well,
No, not that one. That one ain't no good. The one that's sitting right here, they should be screwed together somewhere right there.
oh, right here.
Yeah. It should. It's turned off. It's supposed to be. I think one. Yeah, it's still. It's turned.
It's not. Last thing I want on such a cold day is to get so
It should. It shouldn't spray.
the remaining water.
Is it not coming loose?
Not one that turned. Coming slowly, but
It's probably got dirt on the threads.
it does. Mostly that my hands are freezing. I need a wrench or something like that. Oh, there you go.
No, you wouldn't hold your mouth right?
Yeah, I would have pulled it right. There we go.
Just lay it to the side.
It's a nice golden color now.
Yeah, we're getting there with it now. This is getting a lot less.
It's a lot purer.
Found an egg in the can.
All right, now. You turn the water on for me?
Yeah, let me just find the. Oh, here it is.
I threw the egg back in the pond and I can't find it. Oh, you put it all into one. That's crazy. Well done by half.
All right, guys, what we're doing now is since we've taken all the cane juice out of this one pan, we're going to fill this one up with water so that it doesn't scorch the pan or mess the pan up real bad or anything. The water will do nothing but literally sit here and just evaporate out. And by putting cold water back in the pan, any of the black stuff that's left on the sides of the pan, a lot of times will actually break and come off. You can kill it now. Now this tool can actually be left sitting in this
To get it to,
because it'll stay hot. And then plus when you like, the secret to this is like if you're sitting here skimming, you want to go real slow with this now because we're getting to the stage where it's starting to be more syrupy. When you don't be shaking it or anything like that, you just kind of lightly take it off, and then when you come over here and shake it out like this, bring it back over here, stick it into there, and all this stuff will come off of it. And it's back clean again. Now we have no skimmings on the back of it at all. And this can literally just sit there and
Wind's picking back up.
yep. I have to make sure the stack don't start boiling too hard right now, because if it boils too hard, it'll boil over, because I got it really close to the top.
Yep. We can't put it back in here,
I
really.
can't, I can't transfer it back now. So I gotta kind of let the back of it kind of like chill out for a little while till it gets down a little bit lower. I mean, it can boil, but it can't.
Boil that
Yeah,
much.
it can't boil that much, because it'll start splattering out everywhere.
Why is it that it's always beans that boil over? For some reason.
Yeah, you have to put baking soda in them. The baking soda will stop that from happening.
Really?
Or, the old people said, if you take a wooden spoon and lay it across the top of the pot.
Huh.
I don't know if that's a wise tale. I'm not a cook. I don't know. Somebody in the chat may know.
That reminds me of when we had some friends from Venezuela when we lived down on the island.
Yeah.
And she came over and she offered to cook us empanadas. So she came over with her pot and everything and started cooking. There were flies in our kitchen. So she took a big sheet of paper and wrote 52 on it and put it up in the window. And she said that'll keep the flies out.
Come on.
And I don't know if it worked or not because I wasn't in the kitchen the whole time. But later I'm like, why is there a 52 on a sheet of paper? Keeps the flies out. I'm like,
Really?
yeah.
I'll have to remember that one.
I don't know why,
Oh,
but she barely spoke any English.
wow.
But weird.
That's interesting. Or somebody in the chat may know what we were talking about.
The old wooden spoon
The old
trick.
wooden spoon trick. Does anybody know if that's actually real or not?
Someone says, never tried the wooden spoon for beans, but it works like a charm with pasta. Someone else said, a wooden spoon does work on a boiling spaghetti pot. The I am of me says, I know a wooden spoon will keep a pot from boiling over. So 3 people.
So there may be something to it.
There might be something. Let's put a wooden spoon over this.
Yeah.
Why would that stop it?
I don't know what, I mean, I've always heard that my whole life. I'm not a cook, so I mean, I don't know what's heard it.
It just doesn't sound. Well, I make pasta a lot. Whenever we make pasta, I make pasta, but I don't think I've ever boiled it over.
That's interesting. But there's so many things out there that is real
Yeah.
that people just make
Things
fun
that-
of. I mean, you know.
That's true.
That's beyond my eyesight.
Amino sweet is the new name for aspartame.
Yes, I knew that. Amino sweet is.
I
Yeah.
had no idea.
Yeah. That's true. They changed the name of aspartame.
Huh. Psalms 144 says, the wood absorbs the steam. Huh. With the wooden spoon trick.
Huh.
And then the item of meat says, I have no idea why it works.
Huh.
That's weird.
I guess the wood absorbing the steam does make sense.
But if it's just a spoon or like a big pot, depending on how big the pot is.
True. I have a gumbo paddle in my shop that would make me curious on a big pot. If you laid it across it, would it boil over or not?
Hmm.
Yeah, we shouldn't be getting any more steam off of the front one anymore. Hopefully the back one now. I'm gonna get it kicked up a little bit.
It just makes the bubbles pop. I suspect it happens because of the airy nature of the wood. Huh. Spoon breaks the bubbles and buys you some time. However, if you're not paying attention, it will still boil over. Okay.
Well, that makes more sense.
That does make more sense than just... It's a... Well, careful. I can get one.
Well, there's some pieces of ladder. I'm trying to get this pieces of fat pine back over in here. Because I want to use all of them up.
These ones?
No, the ones that, right here, looks like pieces of roof.
Oh.
Yeah, there's some of those stuck down there. I want those to go in here to,
Here's the other one.
yeah.
I don't see anymore.
Okay, I knew those two were there. It takes a lot of wood to actually cook off syrup. Now, if this was a big operation, it would take a lot more wood than what we're using here today. And that's the one good thing about using the fat pine is it doesn't take a lot of it to do the job.
The spoon handles pop any bubbles that boil up to it, but I don't know. Sugary stuff is tricky. Shouldn't be boiling that high.
That's true. That's true.
Everyone in chat will try the wooden spoon thing soon. On that rectangular kettle might need multiple spoons.
That's what I'm thinking. You'd have to have 2 or 3 of them across it. Chill it back a little bit. It's getting to be boiling too much.
Maybe just pieces of wood would work. I don't know.
The termites would crawl out of it and fall into the soil.
Probably residue would fall in the syrup anyway.
Yeah, it would.
Wouldn't make sense.
That probably ain't even hot.
No, it's not.
No, it ain't even hot.
Sun came out, but it didn't get much warmer.
I know, I was noticing that. Well, when the sun came out, the wind started blowing, and when the wind started blowing, it stayed just as cold. I mean, actually today was supposed to be just as...
That was the high?
That was a high. But now, in the morning, because it's supposed to clear off this evening, in the morning it's supposed to be in the mid-20s, and I'm looking to have a pretty good frost in the morning.
Yeah. Won't it damage the sugar cane, or is it fine?
Once it's already cut, it's fine. And it's stacked up like that, and it's laying close to the ground. The heat from the ground radiating off of the ground, because the ground is still warm, will keep the cane from freezing.
That makes sense.
But don't let me forget, when Miss Wanda gets back up here, I need her to take some of y'all and go over to the little garden we have on the other side of the house and cover up my squash plants. I got some big old black tubs.
Yeah, they'll burn.
Yeah, the frost tonight will kill the squash. I don't know why I'm trying to save them. They don't have no squash on them.
They're useless.
That's just, I mean, they bloomed themselves to death, and I think we got 2 or 3 squashes off of them. And they just, it's been cold, hot, cold, hot, and they're just like sitting there. And every time it gets cold, I cover them up, and Wanda goes, "Why are you covering them up?" I said, "I don't know. I just want to see them grow, you know."
You name them. Oh, you got a little bit of boiling over.
It's all right. It ain't gonna hurt.
Fill it up again.
Yep.
With water.
Dehydrated.
Now hydrated.
Rehydrated, dehydrated water.
This is some of the.
Well, it should be syrupy already.
It is. Well, flipped over to the side.
Top of that pan may not. It may not. I don't know how hot the top of that pan is because that other one I picked up took off of there.
I don't have any desire to actually touch the metal. But it's gotta be hot. We've been out here how long? Time is it now?
It is
101.
101. Yep.
Been out here. When did we start this?
Probably about 5 hours, something like that. 5, 6 hours.
Yep.
Yeah.
Good long time. How much longer do you think this one will take?
It depends on, once it gets a little bit lower, and I don't have to worry about it bubbling over, I can kick the fire up and go ahead and let it start cooking.
Go much faster. That doesn't need to be done, you know. Doesn't need to be skinned.
Yeah,
that's just the
water.
that's just the residue water. It's just for washing that so it doesn't get skim stuff back in here.
Oh,
Nope.
No, that's just pure water.
I thought that you still had some in here. So here.
No, it's too clear for cane syrup.
And once the back gets down a little bit more, I'll go ahead and kick the fire up and let it.
Some lighter wood in it.
Yeah, look, I'll try to go down there and get me some more lighters out of that pile down there and kick it up.
It's gotta be pretty thick.
No, not yet.
We're starting to get boiled down to like 3.
Hopefully we'll get a gallon and a half out of it.
Yeah,
That'll be-
it's probably boiled 3/4 of it out. It's
At least that's.
Roger, come on.
You enjoy chewing that cane?
Good.
It's good, ain't it? It's not as sweet as the chewing cane I had, but the chewing cane I had, we done sold all of it. That stuff was really sweet. Miss Wanda's not here. David the Good is not here. Miss Wanda's giving David the tour of everything.
Like 5 minutes ago, someone writes, "Is that David the Good's wife talking?" And I'm like, "Gee, thanks." That's John Douglas, whoever you are.
No. That's Miss Wanda. She's giving David the grand tour.
No, they're talking about me.
Oh, you. Oh, no. No. That's just wrong.
Is my voice that high?
I'm surprised my granddaughter's not out here. I figured she'd be out here.
She's working.
Or she's still working.
Yeah.
Just doing what a woman is supposed to. Dishes.
I ended up talking to her about music for a bit.
Well, she loves music. Her father is actually plays the guitar very well. He actually went to Nashville.
I think she's the only person I've met who agrees with me that the Beatles is a terrible band.
Fixing this thing, what do y'all tell me?
My bed's
Yeah.
60 years of girl on that.
According to,
What are y'all up to?
So I've got a problem, and Wanda's been enabling.
I'm
she's an
enabling.
enabler.
Yeah.
You've got only one problem? That's pretty good.
Oh, it's gonna come take
You're
time.
punchy. What are you drinking?
Yeah,
Cane syrup.
Cane syrup.
yeah. I got it down to 1.
It smells good.
Distill cane syrup. It's really good.
You gotta go through a fermentation things first, but
Wow. So are y'all watching the chat at all, or y'all just ain't even paid the chat no
Well, we've
attention?
looked at it every now and then.
All right, we've got all of it cut down. I gave him some stalks. He's gonna make a wagon wheel.
Okay.
And he's got some peppercorns and some aloe, 2 different types of aloe, and
All right.
gosh, it's warm up here now after that.
Oh, well, you're enabling him. Let's see what the problem is now. Okay.
Yeah, I'm giving him more plants. He says he's
Yeah.
a hoarder.
He's
a plant hoarder.
He's a plant hoarder.
Yes.
Yeah, you should see our yard. We planted half of it with trees the day we drove up.
Yeah.
We just had to plant, and then we drove.
And drove. We talked.
You've had to get some wood split.
Yeah, I thought I gotta have it for tomorrow.
Yeah, that's true. We're gonna have to have some. Wow. It
Do you have
smells
enough
good.
lighter wood?
Smells so good.
It does smell good.
All right, let's see
Real
what people are
nice.
saying.
Somebody mistook me for David Good's wife a little bit ago. I'm like,
I
dang.
didn't understand that when it first happened. I thought he was talking about Beck, what's his voice down there in the
No.
high tunnel. I didn't. You the one who brought that to my attention. I was like freaking out there, man.
Yeah, the deal is they may be getting tired of y'all. Y'all down to 300 people. People had to work. Y'all know that. They had to go work, so.
Quit your job.
Yeah,
Split wood.
so
Ew.
what have you
Quit your
got?
job so you can watch us dance around controversial subjects for hours and hours and hours.
Go through that in and watch fish jump over on the pier. Take it, throw it off the pier, throw it out where you can see it, and see if fish will jump in there and get it. If you see any of those, they will eat it. Christ, you got found a bunch of them. Okay, so we need all the cups, so I can take them in.
Oh yeah, there's 2 right here. It's like cleaning up after a party, but it's just coffee.
Coffee and hot chocolate, not anything else. All right, so,
There's a cup over here.
all right.
It's up under the wood pile.
Well, I would have never found it. All right, thank you.
All right.
We've got it all cooked down. I gotta go back and get the last little bits and take it over to the mill.
Dry.
And, then that'll be ready for tomorrow.
Yes.
Did it?
Started slowly sinking and then suddenly, oh my God.
Yeah. I told you, if you see anyone, take them and feed the fish.
Yeah.
They love.
We're not skimming anything right now. We're gonna wait until you get the real big.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll do it like 5 times and then I'll get a fishing pole.
Yeah, hold on till he gets it really close. Cause how close do you think it is? Have you tested it?
Oh no, we ain't. We've got a ways to go yet.
Not to sheeting yet.
Yeah, that's not to the cheating part yet. It'll probably get down about another 2 inches, and I'll have to really start watching it. As soon as it gets down a little bit lower, I'm gonna go ahead and kick the fire up really, really good. We're gonna start rolling.
You can't use
Now, I need some pot holders, like hand things, to put my hands in to pick that up with when we go to dump it in that. And we gotta have the clothespins and the rag.
He's found one here.
Just grab it with your hands, it won't bite you.
There's another one in there, looks like. Dump it on the ground, right?
Yes, look, just grab him, he won't hurt you.
It won't bite you.
Got smoked.
Yeah, he got kind of smushed. They'll eat him anyway.
I'm talking about cast iron in the chat.
I don't know what they're.
I don't know, people are weird.
Okay, I gotta go see what Bates got done.
Danny and Wanda, I know you get up early in the morning. What time is your normal bedtime?
6 o'clock.
It depends on whether we're at the cabin or whether we're here. If we're at the cabin, we go to bed probably no later than 7.
Yeah.
But if we're here,
Danny goes to sleep at 5 and wakes up at 9, and then he's up for 2 or 3 hours.
I'm up for a couple of hours.
I go to bed about 9.
Wanda goes to bed about 9. If she's not editing, now she's editing, she goes to bed a lot later.
Sometimes 10, 10:30.
Yeah.
I can't read it. It's got a glare.
Whoa, that's crazy. 10 o'clock.
Oh, they said for the record, it wasn't me that said I said your voice was low. I just asked if you were Danny's grandson. Okay.
No, somebody
Oh,
did
somebody
before.
a while ago did say that. I
Ah.
did see that, yeah.
No.
All right.
That was right after y'all left a while ago.
Oh, okay. It's hard to tell from a distance if it's a boy or a girl from a distance, and you can't really see their faces. They got a hat on or something.
That's it. I'm getting a haircut.
Yeah. So I'm gonna go put all this up, and then I'm gonna go get that stuff and get them to help with the other, and we'll be through with that part till tomorrow.
All right.
If I toss one in and then I could catch it with the net.
They get up at 4 a.m., so 10 p.m. is late.
They were playing football with mine. One would grab it and then run, and then the other
How
one would
cold
grab
is it today? Just got home from work and started watching.
It probably got up to about 53 or 52 or 53 today, and we got a wind that sometimes will blow up to probably 15 to 20 miles an hour, and then it'll lay down and it blows, and like right now it's starting to blow again, and it is a quarter after 1 almost, and the temperature from this point forward will probably start dropping.
Yeah.
Somebody said, I asked if it was David's wife. Lol, sorry, kiddo.
Ban him.
Check him out.
Then the assassins.
I've traced your IP address.
Ooh. There's a beetle in here.
Oh, a big black one, probably.
Is anybody interested in our block cane technology?
Oh, I don't know.
We're gonna sell it. Dirt coin.
Dirt coin. You'll see him if he's laying out there. He's a big old black beetle. Now, he could have went deeper in the wood.
Deeper in the wood.
Oh, he's laying around there somewhere then. He's up under something, or roll that wood around there. He's laying there somewhere.
So this pan here,
That pan has been completely emptied and refilled with just plain water. And what we use that for, I'll give you a little bit of a show here how we use that. Like if we come here to do some skimming, I usually let it get a little thicker than this. This is for demonstration purpose. We go real slow. Take off that little bit of skimming right there. And then where I throw it in the bucket, now what we can do is, because this water is hot and it's just plain water, is I can shoot that in there and it completely cleans it back off. It takes all the residue off of this here. So I can come back again. And I can get the rest of the skimmings off. Throw it in the bucket. And you see you still have some skimmings on there. You don't want to put that back in the pan, so you'll come here to the clean water and you shoot it in there like that, and it's gone. And I usually just leave it sitting in this because by leaving it sitting in it, it keeps it hot, and I'm not putting a piece of cold metal back into the finished product here that we're working on getting finished.
So could you explain that skimmer to me? That how you made that thing? That is beautiful.
Yeah, I took some just plain galvanized sheet metal, and I bent it up on the edges over here, and I took a 16-penny nail, and I kind of like drew me some grid work in here, and I took a hammer. You don't want to drive it through it. You just want to drive it to the point where the tip of the nail just barely comes through and kind of dimples it out a little bit so that when we run it through here and pick it up, the liquid can run through it, but the skimmings will actually stay on top. And then I just took some other pieces of sheet metal and bent them and took some 1/4-inch screws and just screwed it together here. Made me a back on it. And then I just made a handle piece to fit the handle here. I mean, it's kind of something I just came up with here. And this is actually made to fit a baffle pan or a evaporator pan. It's got the baffle pan. This fits directly just tight between each one of the baffles in an evaporator pan. When you're skimming it out, that's where the width comes from. That's basic. All there is to it.
That's awesome. It's interesting to have gone from one guy's setup, which was quite different, and see a completely different way of doing it on a different scale.
Yeah.
Some of the same bits and pieces are in there, but
Well, my thing was whenever I first sit down and started trying to come up with all this, is there's only 2 of us here, and we don't need 100 gallons of syrup a year. And my big syrup pan that I got around yonder, it can cook 100 gallons in just no time, and I don't need that. So as I began to think about it, I said, I really only need like maybe 2 gallons of syrup a year for me to be able to make it with just me and Wanda. And I've kind of created this system that we got right here. And I can cook 2 gallons real easy with this. I mean, and it's not a lot of work. Most of the work takes place out in the field out there. When you come up here and get to this point, it's more or less just experience, knowledge, stuff like that. It's not really anything physical about it. Now, of course, when we get a little bit later on, everything's going to take a completely different look later on. The syrup's going to take on a different look. A whole different process is going to take place. And it's at that point that all the work we've done could be null and void if you make one mistake. So at that point is when you got to really know what you're doing. Up to this point, anybody can do this. But when you get down to the end, that's where the tricks of the trade come in.
that's awesome. So it's gonna be funny because we're on a live stream.
Yeah.
And they see me, it's so meta. Like I'm filming you on a live stream for a future video that later will be produced. It's
Yeah.
It's amazing.
It gives you guys an idea about what goes on behind the scenes of stuff.
Yeah. And see when it produces it out, and I put all the B-roll over, and we've got shots of the pans boiling from different angles.
Yeah.
Cane getting cut and all that. It's
totally different than what they're seeing.
I think I had over an hour of footage of our last cane boil, which condensed down into about a 14, 15-minute video.
Yeah.
With the talking and everything, because there's a lot of spots where I might film an entire minute of a tractor going around in a circle, pulling that thing, and then keep changing my angles until I find the angle where I'm like, that's the angle.
Yeah.
And then it turns out to be 10 seconds of the actual video, because there's that one piece where that old guy comes around here, and he happens to pass right as a kid feeds the cane into the mill, and it's this beautiful continuous shot. But it took me you know,
Yeah, it
a
took
big chunk of time to get that shot.
exactly. And that's what most people don't realize what goes on behind the scenes of creating.
Not really,
Content.
not really running and gunning a lot of this time. I'm actually trying to figure out how do you make that look cool. There's a lot of wind coming off of that.
There's a lot of wind. It's making it very difficult to cook it today. I can tell you that. Because right when it gets up against the boil, now the part that's going to be detrimental is when it gets down to the final syrup making part. If we get this thing foaming up like we want it to, and I'm watching the little tiny bubbles turn into 1/4-inch bubbles and then turning into 1/2-inch bubbles and then go into 3/4-inch bubbles, and then all of a sudden the wind blows and it all goes away. And you're sitting there going like, oh no, what stage are we in now? You know, so that's where picking it up, sheeting it, and looking at the pan when we pick it up, that's where you got to have that knowledge.
Yeah. So I asked you before about when you, how you got into cane syrup, but I'll have you recap it for a minute, and then I'll run it over what you're doing.
The way I got into cane and making syrup was I lived in a town, or actually a county, a little ways away from here. And I was in my early 20s, and I noticed an elderly gentleman. He was putting up some 4x4s in his yard, and I noticed he had some peeled pine trees. He was notching them to fit on top of them. And on a weekend, I kind of watched him from a distance, just curious, because I love that type of woodwork anyway, being in the construction business. And I noticed he was putting a roof over it, and then I noticed the next weekend they were laying bricks all up under it and everything. I'm like, what's he doing? You know, being a nosy neighbor, I went over, and very kind man. The man was as good as gold, probably one of the best neighbors a person ever want to have. But he told me, he says, man, we're setting up a cane furnace here in my yard. He said, when I was a kid, we made sugar cane all the time. He said, we're fixing to get back into it as old men. And I said, well, man, I'd like to learn that. I said, if you don't mind, I'd like to come over. And he said, come on over, you know. So I went over, and they would let me do little things here and there. They mainly let me start learning how to skim. And if I happen to skim at the wrong time, they tell me, put that thing down, boy, don't you be skimming that syrup. And like we talked about in the live chat a while ago, a lot of people would take that offensive. But that was the old way. They just looked at you and told you to put it down. And I said, yes, sir. And I'd put it down, and he'd look at me and he'd say, all right, it needs skimming now, get after it. And I'd get up there, and if I did it wrong, he'd say, oh, you're going too fast with it, slow down. Pick it up, hold it there just a second, move it off real slow over to the side, and rather than getting upset with being told sternly how to do something, because you can ruin the syrup by doing it wrong. You can get the dregs can get down into that syrup when it gets to a certain point, and you can't get it out. Even if you try to filter it, it'll still be little tiny flecks in there that you almost impossible to filter out. And by just being observant, paying attention for years and years, and then actually doing my best to getting into learning how to make it, and finding my own cane mill, having my own pan made, and all this kind of stuff, I finally come to the realization this is something I want to do on my own. And from that point forward, in some of my other properties, we had furnaces set up, and we were cooking hundreds of gallons of syrup a day. And of course, now I don't have to cook hundreds of gallons. I'm just enjoying cooking a few gallons at a time and showing people on YouTube that, hey, the regular homesteader can do this on a small scale basis. You don't have to have the big old cast iron kettles and all the brick furnaces and the big evaporator pans and all that kind of stuff. You can take a 55-gallon drum with a stove kit and a couple of $100, and you can make your own.
That's awesome.
All right, I think we kick this baby up a little bit. That gets hot on the hand. It doesn't seem like it would, but it does. I'm actually liking the way that's looking there. It's, I mean, I'm curious. It's, still dripping pretty thin, so not quite close enough yet.
Yeah, you could really see how it's starting to darken and thicken.
Yeah, the bubbles will start looking different. The bubbles will start running on the top of it now. Instead of just bubbling up and down, they'll actually get up on top of it and run around on top of it and start dancing. And then you'll notice they'll gradually, as they're separated, they'll all start coming together and they'll start touching one another, and they'll be like maybe 1/8 of an inch in diameter, and then they'll just start forming over the top of the whole thing. And literally, it'll take on a completely different color, a completely different look, and everything. That's what I keep watching. I want to get it when it gets to boil over, because it will boil over when it gets to a point it'll foam.
It's definitely starting to thicken up. You can see the viscosity is
Yeah.
much higher than it was. Just get a good shot of just that stove. I don't have no fancy zoom lens.
So simple. The hardest part's cutting out for the pans at the top. Fit the pans perfectly. Getting the angles right. That is the hard part. Wind don't help.
No. Put my whole van up, but the wind looks like it keeps changing from side to side too.
It does, it's variable. And that's what's frustrating about a lot of it. Sometimes it's coming out of the straight north, then all of a sudden it's coming out of the west. And right now I'm not too worried about it, but in probably the next hour it's going to be critical.
Yeah, because when it starts, it's the wrong spot for it to be blowing.
Yeah.
Palmetto Paratrooper says, it's nice to see the tedious parts of filmmaking. D to the G should do a live stream of editing the video. Oh, man.
Oh.
Mandy says, what state is David the Good from? I saw him growing tropical fruits on some of his videos and was curious. Oh, I'm a South Florida native, but I live in Lower Alabama, but I lived for 4 years in the Caribbean, so we've been all over the place. If you look at my videos, you can't ever tell where I am. I could be in a freezing climate at one point and a warm climate at another, so it's a little complicated. Keep moving, but I'm not moving anymore. I'm staying in Lower Alabama. The I'm of Me says, this kind of thing gives me hope for America.
And I know a lot of people would look at this and go, man, that's a lot of work for a gallon of syrup. You know? But you're looking at a product that's pure. It actually has no additives. I mean,
no corn syrup.
No corn syrup or anything like that.
Chemicals, whatever.
I did put a touch of lemon juice in it, just as normally I don't do it all the time, but I just wanted to make sure this time that we're 100% sure that we don't get any crystallization. I usually don't have any, because you can go look, I've got syrup in there from 2018 that we're still using, and it hasn't turned to sugar.
Yeah, I think that people too don't realize the value of homegrown food because they don't realize how badly you've been lied to and tricked. How many levels of junk are in your food? So it may be Gen Mod, it may be sprayed, it may have been picked too early and gassed to make it the right color. It may have been handled in ways you wouldn't want it to be handled. It may have been fed with biosolids that contain heavy metals. It may have remnants of defoliants on it and estrogenic compounds and glyphosate and who knows what else. The more I've looked at the way the whole food system works, the more I've realized that the value I put on my garden, this sort of thing is the actual thing that we're supposed to have, and now you have to jump through a lot of hoops to get it because ain't nobody's going to take care of you like you're taking care of yourself.
This is true.
You know, even you get some vegetables from the Mennonites, and the Mennonites are good, hardworking, nice people and stuff. But they'll take a lot of people, they'll take the gin trash and they'll dump it down the rows to grow tomatoes. It grows great tomatoes, but they spray stuff on cotton that I don't want in my food.
Exactly.
Because it's not even a food crop. Okay, you've got this crop that they could spray parent blot on it, which you wouldn't be allowed to spray on tomatoes, but you can get it. You know, now, I don't know what the residues are. I have no idea. And so I don't trust it. And after getting hit with a Grazon contaminated manure, I said I even got to make all my own compost.
Oh, definitely. I don't
even want to go buy anybody's compost anymore. I'm not even going to buy cow manure. It's like I'm stuck. I can't buy straw.
I don't trust it.
No.
You know, I'm sitting here now. I finally found a young man who, when he cuts hay fields, they've not been sprayed. And when he cuts the hay, I told him, I said, I'll buy it all. I have to buy 80 bales at a time, round bales.
Wow.
You know, simply because he's the only one.
And getting that hay, rolling out hay is one of the best ways to build a pasture.
Oh, yeah.
You know, adding hay over all the patchy areas, you really seed it. And you also are able to seed your own pasture if your animals are on rotation and they eat those seeds, they pass through the manure. My wife took to feeding the cows some oats.
Yeah.
Because, you know, give them a little oats when they come up. So she was giving them some alfalfa pellets, which is experiments. So she gave them oats. So I noticed that these cow pies, about 3 or 4 weeks later, there's little tufts of green here, and they're out there in the pasture. And I was like, what in the world's going on? Those are oats. I can't believe those oats passed through 4 stomachs.
Yep.
And grew. And I said, you know what? I said, I just want to start feeding them winter ryegrass seed right now. Let's just throw that in our trough.
I tell you what we do. The young man who I buy hay from, he raises red crimson clover on his fields as a nitrogen fixer. Okay, in the spring, he cuts that. No one will buy it for hay. And I told him, he says, I'll sell it to you for X number of dollars a roll. I just need to get rid of it. So I buy all the red clover hay he has.
That's
to me, it's like gold.
That's like throwing fertilizer on your soil, but better because it's got the organic matter.
Not only that, it's loaded with seeds.
Yeah.
And when he brings it here, my Dexters will turn down Argentina Bahia and go, and Tipton, all that, and go to that, what they call trash hay. And they'll sit there and eat it. And they are using cow patties all over my fields. And I've got red crimson clover coming up, I'm talking about. And then when they get through with the bale, the seeds all go to the bottom because that's how it works. I go in with a tractor.
Yeah, just scoop it up.
Scoop it up, and I just go around through it, just bouncing around through my property. And now my whole property's got red crimson clover all over it, everywhere, which is a nitrogen fixer for my whole place.
They're pretty good at reseeding too. I've seen them popping up along the sides of the road where people have spilled.
Yep.
You know.
We have people who go and they buy ryegrass and they mix the red crimson in with it and all that, and as they're going down the road, the wind's whipping in the back of those big things. It's just blowing the seeds out on the sides of the road.
I've seen it like here and there dusted, not like it was deliberate, but like over by that mailbox, there's a patch, and over by there, you know.
Yes.
Somebody's dragging it along.
And if you let it go to seeds and then you cut it down, it just spreads even more. I mean, so that's what we do here. We don't cut our crimson clover here. We just leave it.
Have you planted any white clover?
It's mixed in everywhere.
Yeah.
I've got white clover. I got white Dutch. I've got Lespedese.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I've got literally everything that I can imagine to get planted out here. And people go, yeah, but isn't that stuff kind of like invasive? I'm going like, well, asparagus is invasive also.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
But who wouldn't want it? Yeah.
I feel that way about just about. I mean, I almost feel that. Kudzu. Kudzu is a really useful crop.
Yeah.
But it's when you're not utilizing it, you know, like the people that are trying to spray all the clover in their front lawn because they don't like the little puffballs that appear after they mow. They want everything to look perfect like a green carpet, and it looks like you got little golf balls scattered across. They hate it. People hate it. I hate that stuff. I hate that
like
stuff.
Somebody throw mothballs in the yard.
Right. But every time I'd go and see it, I'd see bees all over it, and it would grow down in our yard, even South Florida, and the bees would come into our yard from somewhere, middle of the city, and there the bees are on working the clover. We just had to walk around with shoes on.
You actually had to wear shoes.
I actually had to wear shoes.
Yeah.
I'm wearing shoes today, and normally I wouldn't, but it's cold today.
Yes, it is.
I can't quite take it.
Yeah.
Somebody said to me the other day, "You're wearing shoes." I said, "Well, it's in the 40s."
Yeah. and that goes back to a lot of people don't understand grounding.
Right.
They have no clue about
the point of why you would do that.
About grounding. And guys, grounding is a big issue for your health. A lot of y'all wonder why you see me on my hands and knees in the garden.
Right, and people will ask me, why don't you wear gloves?
Yeah, I never wear gloves, never.
I don't want to wear gloves.
No.
This is my immune system.
Exactly. I mean, I'm out there on the ground, and I'm digging in this and that. My rabbit manure, I just get a handful, stick it in there, you know.
People have told me I'm going to die. I said, well.
At some point.
At some point, yeah.
We all are. I ain't nobody's escaped it yet. But
I'm probably not going to die of a bad immune system.
Yeah, no. Yeah, that's,
I got to remember because I'll take the kids out with me, and my little ones will be going out with no shoes on, and we'll go to the grocery store. I'm like, oh, you don't have any shoes on. I guess I got to pretend like this is a problem. I guess you're just gonna have to sit in the cart, So
Yeah.
it's like,
but who knows what's on the floors? You know what I'm saying?
right.
You got people spitting on the floors. I mean,
Who knows?
who knows? I mean, I had a pastor one time.
Clorox.
The pastor of the church got up one Sunday morning and he says, I'm going to tell you people something. He said, the next time I walk down that sidewalk coming in this church and I see spit from tobacco on that sidewalk, we're going to have a problem.
Everybody's spitting on the way into church.
Everybody on the way to church is like spitting and they get front door, they like thumping it out like this.
It's like it's splattered
It's
there.
all over the place. And all, man, you can see people's heads start going, it's no country church.
Under the sound.
No,
Everybody chews.
everybody does. I mean, people's heads just went down. It was so
I
funny.
mean, I don't know how you get through a cane boil without chewing
I mean,
something.
it's like, wow. I'm sitting there going like, okay.
That's what I always figure. Okay, so, we're in Alabama. If my kids don't have shoes, it's probably all right.
Well, it's probably going to come. It may even come to a point where they may just not have them.
Right.
I mean, when I was a kid, we were so poor. I mean, we painted our feet brown and laced our toes. I mean, like my dad used to say, we walked 2 miles to school in the snow barefooted, uphill, backwards.
Yeah.
You boys don't know how good y'all got it made.
I worked for 25 cents an hour and I put myself through school.
Yeah. Now I will give away my age. I used to push mow yards with a push mower, and my weed eater was scissors. I had to take a pair of scissors
Oh,
to weed
yeah,
eat.
yeah.
And gas was 25 cents a gallon. And when it went up to 30 cents, I told the man at the service station, I said, I don't know how I'll stay in business. I
Yeah.
said, at 30 cents a gallon for gasoline. I said, what is this world coming to? And I'd take off. I had a big wheel Johnson, that I mowed yards with. And half the kids, they probably couldn't even push a big wheel Johnson. But I would mow whole city blocks.
I had 10 lawns at my peak when I was a kid. I was the only 12-year-old that had $1,000 saved. And all my friends were like, you have $1,000. I said, but I mow lawns every week. And I had a different rotation of lawns, and I had to do it around school.
Right.
I was homeschooled, but my mom wouldn't let me go mow lawn. I said, Mom, I got to go to my jobs. You're 12, you got to
Yeah.
get your school in first.
Right.
And she would force me to practice the piano. All these terrible things we had to do. We had to wash dishes. They told me that a dishwasher was a luxury. Couldn't you believe it? So I'd mow these lawns, and I had to push more, but I think gas was about $1 a gallon then.
Yeah.
And of course, at that point, you could get I could get a silver dime for 4 regular dimes.
Yeah.
Right? So it was like 4 to 1. And so I would take some of the money, and there was this old guy at the little flea market near us, and he would always have all his, junk silver coins out there. And at some point I realized, I read about inflation somewhere when I was a kid, and I realized that they were just printing more money, and they could make as much paper as they wanted to. So I started buying those little silver dimes.
Yeah.
And you're talking about gas being a quarter. I mean, gas is still a silver quarter, basically, roughly.
Yeah, basically.
Right now.
Yeah, right now.
It's about 20 times.
Yeah.
20 to 1 or something like that. So it's pretty close to still being a quarter.
Yeah.
If you had a quarter that actually had any intrinsic value to it.
It wasn't 60.
64 was the last year, yeah.
64 was the last year. Yeah, I used to be a metal detector, collected coins. I metal detected. I had piles of silver coins.
I love metal detecting.
I
That's
love
one
it,
of
man.
So I found 2 silver quarters in the front corner of our front yard a month ago.
Oh, wow.
1939, 1948. The house was built in the late 1800s.
Yeah.
So I thought there's gotta be, and I think that there was a little trading post or something up in that area because I found an old slab with no roof on it and no walls or anything, but the slab is broken with trees growing through it. And I
Right.
said, I'm gonna metal detect around this because I bet you there was a shop or something, like, or a little office right there. Maybe some guys got paid.
Right.
And then I found those two quarters, and one of those quarters was actually just sitting there right in the grass. I never would have seen it, but ping, ping, ping. I went down close with a pinpointer to see if I could find it, and there it was. It was just sitting there. I could see a little glint of silver right between the blades of grass. It was right on the surface. I
Wow.
was like, that thing's been sitting there since when? You know?
It's a wonder of
50,
or
60.
whatever hadn't hit it. I mean,
Right, just sitting right there on the very surface. That was pretty cool.
I love metal detecting. I mean, literally, I found, no telling how many rings I had.
This one. That one I found with a metal detector.
Really?
Yeah. Baseball diamond.
I was going to say,
Pitcher's mound.
the baseball fields is where I would go to. I find class rings by, like,
Oh, that would be so cool. This is the best one that I ever found. It was,
now you find them at the beach.
it was about 6 inches underneath, and
Yeah.
it was an old Baptist church, and they had a baseball diamond out there that the
Mhm.
church maintained. And I asked the pastor there. I said, "Did anybody report losing a ring any time in the last 30 years?"
Yeah.
Nope. I said, well, I got it. I don't know if you want to, keep it. He said, no, you found it. You keep it. But he said, how deep was it? I said, about 6 inches. So they would have resurfaced that
Oh, yeah.
clay a couple of times since, probably. But I was kind of afraid, like, if I take this ring and I wear it, does it mean I'm married to somebody else? 'Cause I thought, like, I was kind of afraid that maybe I would put this ring on and then suddenly, like, a fat girl would appear and that I would have to be married to her. Right? It's like I just took right? And that would be the worst.
Yeah. I literally, I made a lot of money metal detecting. I mean, when you stop thinking about it, because what I would do is go to, like, old school yards that had a big old giant tree where kids might have
Would it
hung
have been
upside
playing,
down.
hanging upside down? Yeah.
And that's where I found silver dimes, silver quarters. I mean, I actually found the tokens that had the diamonds stamped out of the centers of it.
Yeah, like the train, the bus.
Yeah, tokens and stuff like that. Wedding rings, class rings. I mean, I have found so much stuff metal detecting. And going to the beach, I had one for, like, putting in the water, using underwater, and I would hear you come up, and when people would jump in, their hands shrink and the rings would slide right off of them.
Right.
And then the slushing
Lose
water
stuff all
keeps
the time.
slushing back in. They just get underneath the sand, and they're not that deep under the sand, but they're just right there.
I found a lot of modern pocket change at the beach. It's like
Yeah.
ping, 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 ping,
Yeah, you can tell by the ping.
But I never found any jewelry there, and my metal detector was not very good. It was a good metal detector, but it was not good for salt water.
Yeah.
And when we were down in the Caribbean, I'd run it, but there was magnetic sand, because it was volcanic area.
It was a volcano.
Yeah, it was like there was so much chatter that
You couldn't discriminate
barely
that
fight.
another even, huh?
It was greatly difficult. There
Wow.
probably has to be something that would do it, but if I stuck a piece of metal down, the sand would start sticking to it.
Wow.
So it was really wacky stuff.
That is crazy.
That'd be good for grounding though, standing
Yeah.
on magnetic sand.
I loved my metal detecting. That was and my wife thought she at that time thought she was doing me the greatest favor. She bought me a new battery for my metal detector. I had a White's, one of the really nice ones.
Yeah, I remember White's. Yeah,
Yeah, one of the real nice ones.
I have a Garrett.
And she was gonna put the battery in it for me and surprise me and all that. And she messed around and pulled one of the battery cables out of the inside of it because she was holding it, trying to snap it, and it snapped and jerked, and it pulled one from the inside of the metal detector where it was soldered to the end, deep inside. It snapped it and pulled it out. And I took it apart and tried to redo it, but when I touched it with all the stuff fell out from the other side of the circuit board.
Oh no!
and I
Yes. Too hot.
Too hot, and I was like, and we're talking about a several $100 metal detector just gone. And I said, you know what? By then I was in my early 40s, and I said, you know what?
No, it's usually the other way around.
No,
I mean, come on.
and
Like,
that-
you don't even pick up a metal detector
I
until
know
you're
it.
55.
And I was like, at that point, I thought, like, this is for kids, you know, I'm too old for this.
Y'all still live streaming?
Yeah. I guess I forgot. Hope we hadn't said something that's not good.
Okay, how are they doing, guys? They not running y'all off?
Yeah, I'm gonna get some more air.
So we've taken about 12 gallons down to about 3.5 gallons now.
Wow.
Yeah.
I just went and showed them the pineapple forest and the butcher room and where all
Awesome.
the cooler and the cellar, and we've been all over the place. Now we're going to get the rest of the cane,
Yeah, get it stacked.
and we're going to the cabin and the barn. And do you want any video? You want them to take camera and take any video?
What's to do what? To stack cane seed up?
No, I mean, do you need any video at the barn or the cabin or anything like that while we're going?
I don't think so. I'm just going to torment my YouTube subscribers with nothing but cane. They're just getting nothing but cane syrup. All we're talking about.
We're good.
That's
Stream all day, every day, like these people on Twitch and stuff.
They like to hear Danny talk.
A day, actually every day out of the life of David the Good.
yeah, exactly. Every single day.
Every day I just sit.
Just sit and stare up into space.
David the Good's morning show that lasts all day.
I bet with 10 kids, that would be so fun. Every time you turn around, you're having to help with 10 kids. It's going to be,
It's pretty funny.
yeah.
Usually Rachel gets up. She gets up at 5:30, and she goes out and milks the cows. And then usually I wake up between 6 and 6:30 because baby likes to get up. And I like to get up early anyway so I can read my Bible. So usually about the time I wake up and I get a cup of coffee and I start reading my Bible, the baby wakes up and interrupts me. She particularly does not like the prophets. If I try to read the prophets to her out loud,
Oh, really?
I think she gets
Oh, yeah.
she gets convicted.
Yeah,
you
she
know?
gets convicted as young as
She just gets
Yeah.
confused.
And the king of the north came, and then there's the king of the south.
But that's like a fairy tale story, right?
Yeah.
You know? You
The clay
turn it into a fairy tale.
She'll look at me and be like, ah? Like, ah? Like, just stop.
Does it get interesting?
I read the book of Jonah to our 5-year-old the other day. He
We
loves it.
scared her to death, and she thought people get swallowed by fish.
Yeah.
That's
This is why Daddy doesn't go fishing.
yeah, that's why you don't get fish to eat.
Okay. When I run from God, I stay away from the ocean. That's what
That's
you
right.
learn.
That's where you learn. And stay away from the water, because there's fish that can swallow you, kid.
Oh, Lord. Okay, boys, let's
The
go.
moral of the story is if you run away from God, don't take a boat.
That's right.
That's what I learned.
That's what I take from it. Stay out of the water and don't take a boat.
Well, let's fact check the theological accuracy on this. It's getting caramel.
Yeah, it should have a different smell to it.
Okay.
Hey, sweetie, what's the course? You come here. I don't bite but once.
I'm not scared of you. I don't like the camera.
Oh, the camera ain't gonna hurt you, girls. You're a YouTuber. This is my baby. This is my favorite granddaughter, right?
Yes.
And I'm your what?
Least favorite book.
No! Oh! Oh! It's on live. The whole world heard it. I'll never be able to live it down.
Least favorite.
Oh no! Oh man, she's my baby. She's my very special.
My goal is to have a baby in the house at the same time I get first grandchild, so we never have to be without an infant around to carry around, you know?
Really?
Right, so if I have my last one right around my time my oldest one start having kids, it's perfect.
It's
Like,
perfect.
I will have had children continuously from 24, hopefully till I'm dead. You know?
Her dad's that way. He's like, how old is Brian? Brian's like, what, 50 something? You don't know? He's got to be at least 50.
I think he's 50.
Yeah, and he's got 2-year-old twins.
That's perfect.
I told him, I said, son, you'll never retire.
No.
Never. You just sealed your fate.
That's a good fate.
That's a good fate, though. What is it? Blessed the man who has his quiver full?
That's right. But we got married to it. That's what Rachel and I decided. We said, like, we're just gonna, we'll have as many kids as the Lord wants to send us.
Yeah.
And he's gonna have to figure out how to pay for them. That's like, if you're gonna send them to us,
Yeah, if you're going to give them to us, you got to make the finances available.
right.
Just keep it in mind.
But it's every child that comes along is a huge blessing. Best thing I ever did.
I had 2 and then had my wife fixed. Because in my family, it's always been 3 girls and 1 boy, or 3 boys and 1 girl.
Yep.
And we started off with 2 girls. I said, well, I got 1 more to go before I get a boy. I was like, I don't know if I want to do this or not.
Oh, that's too bad. Think of all the child labor.
Oh, I know. I used it. I used what little I had.
So those boys cleaned up all that cane in quick time.
Oh, yeah.
But they all know how to use
Which
shedding.
my dad would threaten to bring his overalls and hang them over on my bedpost. Because he had mostly boys. He had 3 boys and 1 girl. He
Ellie's
said-
about ready to skim.
Yeah,
don't you
he's
think?
skimming, yeah.
It's thickening up a lot. Look at all that skin on there.
Look at that. It's like an 80-year-old person. Look at that. And you can stick it back in the clear water and wash it right off. Kind of good. That's good old hot water. That's starting to look pretty good.
It's looking nice. I bet you you're boiling over 212 now. You're probably boiling at 218.
Wanda hadn't brought me the hot gloves yet. She hasn't brought me a thermometer out here yet.
Probably, I bet you you're 218 or more.
With a mitt, I'll be right there where the hot holders are, the things you put your hands in, to pick up something hot. And the thermometer will be a candy thermometer. You know what that is? It's over in where the little toaster oven is. The drawer on the left-hand side, right under it. It'll be in a white plastic tube, and it'll have all these degrees on the sides of it and stuff. So like for fish or for pork or what all that stuff, and it'll have like a red ball on it, a red wooden ball.
What was the first thing on the list? I'm just kidding.
Okay.
Hey, Bamba Gardner says, oh, Lordy, D to the G's going to have 20 more kids. Yeah, well,
Well, we'll have to ask the Lord about that, and we'll see.
I think we're having grandkids.
I have great grandkids already.
Wow.
Yeah. We're up to 20-something grandkids, which is not bad.
No.
Not bad at all.
Well, you got to borrow a few. So you inherited some.
I inherited
Yeah.
something. Yeah.
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 So my mom has 29 grandchildren.
And we have 21. Well, that's not counting the great grandkids.
But see, I'm responsible for 10 of them. And then I got another sister that has 7, another brother that has 3, sister who has 4, sister who has 4, and that's where we are at this point.
Yeah.
It's a lot of kids, but
Yeah.
good kids. It's hilarious when
Thank
they're
you,
all together.
sweetheart.
I should probably film you
Let's test
thermometer
it.
testing it.
Let's test it. Test the waters. Here we go. Let's see what we have. Now we'll just have to hold it like that. Get around where I can see it. $150 so far. It's gonna take it a few minutes to get there. The steam is messing it up.
It's because we're so far below sea level. It's only 150.
Oh man, we're all gonna drown. Okay, we're at 175. We know we gotta be 212. We're fixing to be 200. No, we're just stopping at 200. $205. I wonder if I where that's boiling in. If it's in here. 210. $215. Looks like we're locked at 215. It ain't moving. Yep, we're stuck at 215. So 215, we got 7 more degrees to go to get there. Let's do this right here. Wash that back off because that's hot.
You're gonna get a couple of gallons, I think.
I'll tell you what,
It's really,
it's cooking out a lot more than I anticipated. Evidently going through the drought,
yeah.
we ended up with more sugar
A lot of
content.
our cane were only about that big around. Like they stopped getting fat.
Yeah,
And I'm guessing they're real sweet. But it was very dry.
yeah.
I want to try that wagon wheel thing that you're doing down there. Because I think that would fit really nicely in some pockets in a food forest.
Yeah,
Treat it like a tree.
Yeah.
You know, you got your little tree area here, tree
Right.
area there. I wonder, did you till it before you planted them in there, or did you just hack right through the sod and plant them?
I just took my shovel and just dug right down into the soil. I dug down about 6 inches and throwed all the dirt out to the sides, laid the wagon wheel in there, took that dirt and covered them back up, and went to my tractor and went out to the brush piles and scooped up all that trash that was in there in the brush and come up here and picked the wood out of it as I dumped it. I just dumped it all that in there.
All
that
that compost.
organic matter and compost and worms and all that kind of stuff. Go hide them right behind you.
So you start with one piece in the middle, like 3 joints, something like that, and then you just made them in a sun shape out from that.
Well, I did the rounds around the outside first because some of them would be like already have curves in them, and I kind of cut it out where the curves was in them.
Yeah,
And I kinda-
so it actually fits the wheel.
So that it actually fits the wheel. And then when I did that, after I got it completely all the way around the outside, then I just started laying them in. And then I actually tore up another sugarcane patch and dug the roots up in it with my bucket on my tractor. And I brought those big clumps of roots and throwed them right in the middle. And then just laid the other ones out.
I've wondered if it would be worth digging up the clumps that were growing at the other property,
Oh, yeah.
or just starting again.
You can dig the clumps up. Now, they're good. Depends on how old they are. But
It would only be second year.
well, they can last up to 3 years without no problem.
Now somebody said that they actually start to lose the sugar.
They
They
will.
get less sweet after a few years.
Yeah, after about the 3rd year, you want to replant everything. You like
Interesting.
you like sugarcane syrup? Oh, come on. Well, you like hot dogs? Apple pie? Okay, I was thinking to say you're not even American. No wonder I was like,
Not even human.
yeah, that's like you eat water. Okay.
I like pecan pie too.
Well, we'll
Pecan
get
pie,
along
okay.
just fine. I love pecan pies.
But not cane syrup.
Have you ever had a pecan pie made with cane syrup?
No, sir.
That's like the best. I want to tell you.
I bet that because it's got all that subtle flavor that regular sugar doesn't have.
Right.
I even like that extra acrylamide livestock molasses. That burned livestock molasses.
Yeah, that's right.
Black.
The black strap
deer
molasses.
lick.
Yeah.
You just lick one of those mineral blocks and you take a little bit of that and you feel like you could just prance around all day, you know.
Well, they're loaded with I forgot how many minerals is actually. Blackstrap molasses has more minerals in it than the cane syrup does.
Is it because of the sulfuring and the cook down process?
The cook down process of it.
Probably extracting more.
You're taking the sugar out of it and leaving mostly the minerals in it. Yeah. So what you got on the agenda for the rest of the day or the week or whatever? Going home?
Next week we'll be in Tennessee.
Really? What you going to Tennessee? Who's going to Tennessee?
Paul and his mom and dad.
Are you going with them?
Yes, sir.
What part of Tennessee are y'all going to?
I have no idea.
You don't even know? You just know it's Tennessee.
I like the east side.
Yeah.
The mountains are just amazing.
The mountains are amazing. They are.
We're supposed to
You might even get some leftover apples from those orchards up there.
drive over on the mountain.
So if you don't know if you're going to Cherokee or if you're going to Gatlinburg, Pigeon Forge, Sevierville, I mean Shenandoah Valley,
Jellicoe.
Yeah, Cleveland, Tennessee. I mean,
Wait,
Memphis.
I think we're close to Cleveland, maybe.
oh, you go up there. Well, who's the preacher up in Cleveland, Tennessee that's known worldwide? What's his name? Perry Stone?
I don't know.
Yeah, Perry Stone. He knows tons of Hebrew. He's a great Hebrew preacher. I mean, yeah, Perry Stone's got a big mega church. Well, I don't know if it's a mega church. He's got a huge facility there in Cleveland, Tennessee. I have family in Cleveland, Tennessee. I have family in Johnson City, Tennessee.
I don't really want to meet them.
What? Oh no!
Yeah. You better stop this live stream. You're gonna get trouble.
Oh man, she's cutting me apart here today, man. I'm telling you. Oh.
Because I already have the best one.
Oh well, okay. Actually, I don't claim them anyway. I guess that's.
I don't really care. I don't really want to meet him.
I don't want to meet them myself. I mean, as a matter of fact, I don't know that I have actually ever met them. Maybe once. Yeah. I think when I was a little kid, how many kind of vacations we used to have. My dad owned. You probably don't know what this is, but I know. I imagine David probably does. My dad owned a Datsun pickup truck. It's a little tiny truck. You know, it's like a little bitty. I'm talking about littlest little. Well, Dad wanted to take a vacation, so he put a camper on the back of it. And when he put the camper on the back of it, he bought one of the glasses that goes from the camper. You can see inside the cab of the truck. You can slide the little glass on the back. And that was special back then, because nobody had that, you know. So he built 2 wooden benches to go on the back of it. And he got his kids up one morning and says, "We're going to the mountains. Get in the back of the truck." Him and Mama rode in the front and put 4 of us kids in the bed of that truck in the back. And we had to ride back there.
Yeah.
There was no Interstate 59 then. It was only Highway 11. It's the only way to go to Tennessee. And it was through every little town.
You will get so sick riding around when you can't see very well.
I know.
On those mountains.
Yeah.
I've watched my kids turning green. They're in the back of the car and they're like, Dad, can we stop?
Yep.
So I wanted to see how.
Then they moved up and bought a fancy van, and we was able to ride everywhere a fancy van there. Yeah, it's still kind of watery.
Yeah, definitely is.
I'm probably gonna get going.
All right, sweetie. You know I love you.
I love you too.
I'll tell Mama I'll buy it for you, all
Alrighty.
right?
Bye.
Nice to meet you. Definitely not there on the thickness.
No. I guess I'm gonna
But that color's getting pretty.
The color is magnificent. And it's really, really good. All right. What the old people used to call a backup log. We're getting down to the point now where we think to put a backup log. We're gonna watch her cook. Get you a taste of it.
I can see how it is.
You look at the bottom of the pan where it's dripping on it back in there and tell that,
It's starting to thicken.
yeah,
See it?
yeah.
Oh man. Hey, it's sugary now. Woo! So sweet it'll burn your throat.
I know, it's really,
That is amazing. There are no such thing as germs. I don't believe in them.
yeah.
And it's funny. My wife and I first got married, she was pretty concerned about like food safety, right?
Yeah.
Now she leaves raw milk on the counter for days at a time and then drinks it. You know, she doesn't care.
We
But
wouldn't hurt it, no.
It won't.
You just
It's
clap
just
for it to be the
safe.
worst thing, it turns to clabber and it becomes actually more
it becomes
nutritious.
better for you.
Yeah.
But she used to be pretty nervous about it, so she's like, "Be careful with the chicken." She said, "You're spilling chicken juice all over the place." And I said, "Sweetheart, we're in the backyard. Like I'm grilling, right? So
Yeah.
I'll just pour some of the chicken juice off." And she's like, "Careful, you're putting chicken juice everywhere." I said, "No, I'm just gonna lick the grass." You know, she goes, "You're right. I don't really think about it." You know,
Yeah.
you just the things that you get used to in the kitchen. You can be really, really careful. But
They made us scared of everything.
it's just UV exposure takes care of most everything.
Yeah.
And drinking Lysol, that's what I do. We have to have a disclaimer right there.
I'm fixing the same.
That's what the orange man said. That's the CDC has disputed this statement.
It should start ticking up here pretty soon.
Look at that. It is. That steam is beautiful.
If I regulate it now to where just that one, front one should lie down hopefully. And the back one should make it kick up.
You want to taste it?
No, I'm gonna hang on.
You're gonna wait.
I'm gonna wait.
I can't wait.
I want the real product.
That's character there. Pass it on.
I'm ready for that baby. I'm looking for a specific bubble. You're gonna see the top of it. You got little tiny bubbles go all over it, but then all of a sudden they're all just gonna run together, and it's gonna turn into a foam. That's what I'm waiting on.
So that's Marcus told me that's what's called clouding. That's what
Yeah.
they called it, clouding,
Yeah.
because it makes a different shape.
It will. And it'll
And
actually,
it's pretty interesting. And I did notice it when it all starts to go.
it'll start. You'll
together.
watch it. It'll start. Looks like something's just like rolling inside each other like that.
Yes.
And you'll see dark streaks start forming in it and everything. And you have to be kind of careful because if you're not careful, it will run over the pan. It'll like foam up and just, run over. But you see how the bubbles are getting to be more numerous. I'm hoping to get that back one kicking off a little bit better.
Well, it's definitely getting hotter.
Yeah. It's low enough now, I'm not worried about it splashing out. I am gonna go grab me a couple more little pieces of that lighter and just go out and use it as a jump. It's looking good.
Pretty.
It's looking good. I'm going to run to the little boys' room for a minute, and then I'll be right back.
I'm gonna read the comments here and see what's going on. Let's see here. See me while I read the comments. Let's see. That's kind of weird. That's weird. Here I am reading the comments. Reading comments. Let's see. Suzanne has been rendering lard today and putting it in jars. So much fun. I love doing that. Mary, you've got plants going into the 20s, weather going into the 20s. Oh yeah, it's gonna be rough. Hey Carolyn, nice to see you. Ted picked a wheelbarrow full of mustard greens. That's fantastic. D to the G hijacking Deep South Homestead. Resubscribe. Emerald Waterlife Homestead said, thank you, David, for hanging with Danny today. So enjoy the sugarcane cookie. Oh, this is fantastic. So much fun, you know. Monkey Mommy wrote me and said, I know her time, it's funny. Monkey Mommy wrote and said, you know, David's doing his sugarcane boil. You ought to go and see how he does it. I said, well, I just did a video on sugarcane that didn't get a huge amount of views, even though it was the best video I ever did. Well, it wasn't really. The best video I ever did was In Search of Balimbi. But other than In Search of Balimbi, that was, you know, that was the best video I ever did, and it didn't do very well on the views. So I thought, because of that, we're just going to come over here and just continually film it until people get a taste for it. Like the first sugarcane boil is free, but after that, maybe people start paying, you know, because it's good stuff. It's something that we have to appreciate by beating it into the ground.
Okay, you got all kinds of.
Feeding the dead sugarcane.
And this setup right here, this is just a barrel with a stove kit on it, bricks in the bottom to keep the wood from burning through, and 2 pans that are cut to fit into this. This is the home scale boil. And if you can keep an eye on it, it's just regulating the heat by opening and shutting the door a little more, put a little wood in, choke it off a little bit. You know, this is a fantastic system and really simple. So right now we've gone from about 12 to 13 gallons down to, it's probably 3 gallons cooking right now, maybe 2.5, and it's going to be there soon.
Yeah. Okay, so he darted off on you?
Yes.
See what we're doing. He'll be
He said he
back.
couldn't stand me anymore. He was going to leave.
Oh gosh, I've been going since 7
Terrible.
o'clock.
He's issued a restraining order as to.
He's come back from the attorney.
Talking to the
Or the shotgun. No.
Where's
He's talking to Alexander Shunanunara. I think. He saw all those billboards on the way here.
Yeah, did the lawyer answer on the restraining order?
You're what?
You came in on the
He said
telephone.
he left to go get his lawyer.
Oh, yeah.
Restraining
He got a
order.
restraining order.
You can't have someone with a personality on.
You gotta have somebody you can definitely really like.
Really be.
Would
He
be
went
funny.
after
Wouldn't it be-
food.
wouldn't it be funny if you
No, I
only
had to go to the little
if you
boys'
only
room.
had guests and just completely dominated every
You cover up.
just pressure point them and make them very psychologically uncomfortable.
So, what's your favorite thing?
I can do that.
tell
What's
you?
your favorite thing? And then they
I
tell
can
you,
do that
and then
'cause
you
I'm a back like a sock off. I can actually do that.
Sure, you could.
We
I
don't,
can
we
actually.
don't pressure our guests, do we,
I don't
David?
pressure my
No,
guests.
no, I have had a very good time. All the food was excellent, and Wanda is nice.
Contrary to what everybody believes.
Everything you say is totally true. Put your hand on the Bible and tell the truth. And
I am not reading a statement. Don't watch my eyelids.
it's starting to cool down again.
I knew after the sun went down.
But it's only 2-something.
Don't matter, the sun goes down here early. This is deep south.
Did Faith come around and tell you about
Yeah.
it? Okay.
I got her on the live stream telling me I was the worst grandpa she had.
Oh, Lord. I guess I'm the worst grandma because she took off. I didn't get to say bye.
I told her I'd tell you bye. Bye.
Yeah. Oh, my goodness. Okay. Y'all haven't been singing? I'm surprised.
She's the only person I have ever met who agrees with me that the Beatles is the worst band ever.
Wow.
If he turns his finger, I'm going to laugh.
I guess that little yellow submarine they sang about.
I wish it sank.
Right down to the octopus's garden.
We had a pastor play that song in a church one time.
Yellow Submarine? Why?
And I said, do you even know what that means?
I don't remember his purpose for even playing it.
I don't remember what his purpose was for playing
I
it.
just wanted to go to Subway.
Yeah.
I told him, I said, that is about a hallucinogenic trip. The little yellow submarine's a little yellow pill that you took, you know, and it sent you on a hallucinogenic trip. And
I never linked the Beatles to drugs.
imagine that.
Imagine that.
Yeah, after Woodstock, you know, I mean, we had who was it, Nixon that wouldn't have let him in here?
Oh. They should have. Yeah, they shouldn't have. They're like, we're gonna manufacture our own druggy bands right here in Laurel Canyon.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Doors, the Mamas and the Papas.
All fake. Beach Boys.
Beach Boys.
Beach Boys. Okay, come on. Right? You can sing a Beach Boys song, right? If you had to. I'm pushing it, aren't I?
Everybody's gone boiling. Boiling sugar cane. Doop 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 doop. If I had, yeah, let's see. Oh, the West Coast, the cane is spotted.
Painted with Dexteran.
It's too cold in the north.
So we have to tap trees.
Have to tap. Yeah, they have to tap those maple. Oh, there's got to be a way to do it, but yeah, or
Boiling all that cane.
Boiling all the cane.
Up in Canada, they've got a GMO kind of beat. But down here, it just ain't the right climate. Yeah, we got too much southern heat.
Can't grow the sugar beet.
Can't grow sugar beet. Wish we all could be boiling sugar cane.
Oh man,
No, Lord, I shouldn't ask.
It's rough.
it's rough.
You really
It's-
in the
it's a-
studio though, it would sound incredible. If you could do multiple
Live,
takes.
it's not that good.
You know, it's the germ of the song that is here. It's
Or
when you get in the
Kansas.
studio.
Phil Spector
I
on
want you to sing Heart or Kansas songs.
Heart.
I don't know.
I don't know if I can do it.
Heart. Yeah.
Boiling again.
Boiling some cane.
Lord.
Yeah, Kansas.
Kansas. Oh, that's like Journey. Oh.
Yeah.
Boil on my sugar cane.
Planted a wagon wheel again.
All right, now they want Sweet Home Alabama. Now, how y'all gonna turn that into boiling sugar cane?
Well, it is sweet,
It is sweet. That's what I was fixing to say.
but we're in Mississippi.
I think we can't sing that song for copyright reasons.
Right.
Just because we don't want
Sweet
to.
Cane, Alabama. We should have brought a guitar. True. No
Um,
guitar.
Danny don't own one.
I don't know.
I can't believe that.
I used
I
to
can't
play,
either.
but I quit.
Since you cut your thumb off.
Yeah.
That was it.
Once I can't hold the bar. I played a steel guitar and it messed up, you know, I was like trying to hold it and it just, the steel implants they put in my thumb, it messes with the cords.
Gives a different sound.
You should have a.
It's all magnetic, you know, my
What
thumb
was
sticks to
Dudley
the string
Do
next to
Right's horse's
you.
name? Dudley Do Right's horse's name. Don't ask me.
Dudley Do Right, the Mountie?
Yeah, what was his horse's
The
name?
Canadian Mountie?
Neil
Yeah.
Young.
What?
No.
That's,
No, Neil Young had the horse with no name.
No, that was America.
America had a horse with no name.
America had a horse.
horse with no name.
Yeah.
Some about walking through the.
I could
desert
only
on
tour
horse
one
with no
country. It was so
Yeah.
funny.
Turn cane mill with a horse with no name.
That'd be it.
Felt good to go to the cold.
With no name.
Replace him with a tractor because he full of shame. Oh!
Okay.
Sweet
now,
Sugar Cane
horse
by.
killing.
Toasting yourself.
They want
Yeah, I am.
Don't you
Sweet
knock
Sugar
that
Cane
can
by
over.
Neil Diamond.
Huh?
Sweet Sugar Cane by Neil Diamond.
Sweet sugar cane,
cane.
ba-da-bum, you've got me boiling all day.
Miss Carolyn said hi, Perry.
Tell her hi, Miss Carolyn.
She can hear you.
I know.
Please type this out.
Type it.
Hello, Miss Carolyn.
Sweet Cane, Mississippi.
Sweet cane, Mississippi.
Sitting in the cold with the cane with no name.
Send me the
Oh,
quote.
with the cane with no name.
Cause you,
I don't know the name of this cane. That's actually true. I got it from an elderly gentleman who I asked him what the name of it was or the number. Oh, that sounds bad, doesn't it?
That cracking sound.
No, the cane with no number. I mean, it's
No number.
no number like the number of the beast.
The mark of Cain.
The mark of
It's Cain.
Oh. Cain, this is the Cain that slew Abel.
He was out in the sugar field.
Yeah.
all right, pour some cane, pour
Pour
some
some-
sugar on me.
That's it. That's it. We knew that one was coming.
Yep.
Horse, but I don't believe in luck. Bingo, I don't know what that means.
I was going through the patch on a horse.
They said his name was Horse.
Huh?
The one that we're asking about, they said the name was Horse. I don't know.
Oh.
I thought the horse didn't
Wasn't
have a
able
name.
to find a mark on this cane.
I was
Oh,
saying-
mama, rock me. No, that's not right.
Sitting rocking back and forth in the chair. Rocking chairs, rocking instead of babies.
Like
me,
riding
mama, like a
wheels.
sugar.
Little mama hugged me like a cane crusher.
Like a golden mill.
Okay, the later it gets, the worse the y'all
Yellow
spilling too much
submarine
sugar
was
cane.
a hallucinogenic pill.
This sugar cane's getting to y'all, isn't it?
Well,
Well,
Okay,
I think I had one cane too much.
one cane too much.
Isn't it too many?
One little bit.
depends on your collector, right?
Okay, let's see what else they come up. Islands in the cane.
Islands in the Cane.
Howdy from Meridian. That's Prelude Recycled Paradise. Sugar pie. Oh my goodness.
Sugar pie. Honey pie.
Instead of sugar pie, sugar cane. I don't know what you're gonna sing. You gotta get the tune.
Now she's a lady. Drowning in cane.
No, y'all are getting. Oh, I don't know about y'all.
Crushed one too many and it drove her insane. As the juice keeps on running on down to that pan.
She's buying a cane Milton syrup.
Oh,
They're on a sugar high. That's what I think. Y'all got a sugar high going. Y'all smelt too much sugar cane.
where'd that mug go to
You need coffee?
top it off?
You
I'll
need
put
some
a
coffee?
cane in there.
Oh, yeah, that might be good.
The bubbles are actually starting to taste together a little bit now, more so than what they were.
Somebody said, what'd y'all put in that cane?
Oh, it's just
Who was
Every
Rocky and
good herb in the
Bullwinkle's
field
arch
survives
enemies?
40.
That was Boris and
Rocky and Bullwinkle's
Boris
arch
and
enemy.
the-
Remember, yeah, Boris.
Boris.
yes,
and
Boris and Natasha.
Natasha. Yeah, Boris
I
and
watched that
Natasha.
when I was a kid, and I never got any of it or thought it was funny. I was like, I don't understand who wrote this
Right.
and why this is supposed to be good. But
This.
and then no, we also put the bomb underneath the house.
We put the bomb underneath the house.
Boris. Like, I don't know why I'm watching this except that it's a cartoon, so it's supposed to be funny.
That's funny. It's funny.
I mean, I'd seen funny cartoons, but that was not one of them.
What's up, Doc?
Wait, were they part of the IRA?
Sulfur to sugar cane by Sulfur to Sugar Cane by Elvis Costello.
Wow, Elvis is.
There's only
That's
one
really
Elvis,
funny.
and he's not named Costello.
That's what they said. I don't know.
Kidding.
Is it looking better?
Yeah.
How far are we off now?
We're still a little ways off. The bubbles are just.
Have you shut?
No.
Cane milk. And all the time.
You ain't nothing but a cane, man. Crying
Okay.
all the time.
Where is the
Well, I ain't ever caught a
pot?
rabbit.
Pot. Okay, I gotta come up. Y'all gotta hold on with me.
Oh, yeah, you can bring that all the way over. Yeah, you
I can't tell where I'm at. Okay. Can you
I
see
know where I'm at.
the camera's at?
Don't drop it.
Yeah, don't drop my camera. That's what, you gotta go a little further back. There you go.
There we go.
It's a full submersion camera.
That is what it's
Can it
looking
go
like
in-
now.
Can it go in
That's the back one.
boiling water?
Of course, this front one right here is just nothing but just boiling water. That's all it is. That's just to clean the utensils with.
Should show a coin for size
Back
comparison.
there.
There.
That's what the actual
Rulings in.
cane syrup looks like now that it's gotten to this particular stage. We're actually waiting for the bubbles to run together and form a foam-like surface.
We'll try and show that when we get that close.
They're all separated right now.
Yeah, they're kind of like separated too much right now.
Okay, you want to sit it back now?
Smells like molasses.
From a distance. Somebody said, I'm tanning. They wanted to see what it was looking like. Turn it right there, maybe.
Like the $6 million man there.
Oh my goodness. All right, I gotta run in. Does anybody need coffee, hot chocolate, something?
I could use some hot chocolate.
I think I might have to have some hot chocolate too. That would be good.
Okay.
I could use some coffee, actually.
Really? Yes. Bear one. That's going to be 3 mugs.
Never mind. I don't need any coffee.
Keep that boiled.
Sugar crush.
Really
You don't
bringing
need any
stuff
coffee
up now.
Yeah, it'll probably for the next little while there, it'll let it get a complete big skim over the whole thing again.
Mm-hmm. And then skim the whole thing.
Then skim the whole thing, because I mean, I'm watching the bubbles. See how they're like a 1/4 inch in diameter now?
Mm-hmm.
We're gonna want them to go to where they're like an inch in diameter or a little bigger.
How big are the fishes in the pond?
The bass are probably about that long. And the brim are just big old brim, but now the front pond I got over here, it's got like 6-pound catfish.
Oh.
The girl that was here a while ago, my granddaughter, Faith, she caught 2. Last time she was here, that weighed 5 pounds apiece. She was just ecstatic. She lost several, but I mean, they kept
That's a
breaking
good
the
sign.
line.
when I was a little kid, like 5 or 6, my parents got me a fishing pole and I was fishing in the canal behind my grandpa's out there in my underwear. I remember just go,
Yeah.
it was the 80s, who cares? So, yeah, so I was out there and fishing and a catfish got the line and I was too little and it was pulling me in and I'm like, Dad, Dad, it was just pulling me and Dad helped me pull it in. This nice big catfish. So Dad put it in a bucket for me and we drove around and showed my other grandparents and
Yeah.
"Yeah, look at that. Look at how little he is. That catfish is as big as he is, And we kept it in the backyard for a little bit in a kiddie pool until it died, and then he buried it underneath the tangerine tree we had. Be like, I want to keep that catfish. All right, you can keep it. Kiddie pool with a catfish.
Wow.
We died from oxygen.
Probably, yeah.
Lack of oxygen. Now,
We
they
did the same thing.
actually run together a little bit.
We used to catch blue crabs with pieces of hot dog or bits of chicken neck and
I
stuff.
use chicken skin.
Pull them out.
I just literally tie it to the line
Yeah.
and throw it
And
out
they'll
there.
hook it.
Yeah,
and
they'll
they
hook
don't
it.
let go of it. They're like,
They'll hang on to it, and I'd stick the net deep under the water, and as I picked them up, I'd run the net under them, because as soon as they hit the light, they'd turn loose,
they'd let go, usually, yeah.
And I'd have the net under them and lift them up out of the water. Yeah, we actually
That's
crabs.
fun. That's a nice way to do it.
Yeah. See the bubbles now?
It's more sport.
See the difference I'm telling you in the bubbles?
Oh, yeah, it's
How
switched
they're
now.
actually running together and touching one another, and they're staying like an eighth of an inch to a
Something
quarter
has
inch.
just changed.
Yeah, it just changed.
Oh. I should probably get you talking about the bubbles.
Yeah, we'll do it this way. You notice how the foam's even different. It's not all wrinkly looking like it was. You can see how the bubbles are all touching one another now. They're all running together. Now at this point, I could literally sit here and keep doing this over and over and over, but I'm actually doing nothing but taking syrup out of it. So it's not really that important to do it. What we're going to start watching from this point forward is the bubbles in it. I'm not going to worry so much about skimming unless it just gets really, really bad. But you'll see the 1/8 inch to 1/4 inch bubbles will actually start running together, and they'll start touching each other. And then at some point, you'll begin to see large bubbles get to be about 1 inch in diameter, and then it'll take on a foamed over look. And at that point is what we got to worry about boiling over or scorching. We may have to knock the fire back. We may have to add to it depending on what stage we're at. And that's where the wind is your enemy, because it'll be up and foaming up, doing really, really good. And if a hard wind comes through, it'll lay it down flat. And it's like it's got to start all over again. So this is why you don't want the wind really blowing when this is going on at this stage of it. And I will be checking it though, to see if it's okay. See it? How it's starting to drip? It's not quite there yet. It's making syrup right now, and a lot of people would call that pancake syrup because it's really, really thin. Okay, we're getting close. Yay! Watch the fan back off. Yeah, that's definitely working good now. See, I was telling you about how the bubbles are all coming together. More like it looks more like foam. What I'm waiting to see them do is to grow like an inch in diameter. See how that wads up on the end? Like that. I also want to check the.
This system is much more doable than the last
It's
system.
gigantic.
Yeah, I mean that was an incredible setup, but this one is like doable for the normal person.
Ooh, that baby's put some heat off now.
You almost need something to hold the thermometer with.
Yeah, it's. Yeah, I'm at 175. Fine. All right, Leanne, come on. Leave me alone. 200. Oh boy, my legs are baking over here. Two 12, 215. I got to step away. I'm staying at 215. Oh, I'm moving up. 220. We're locked at 220. It ain't moving.
So I've got to go a little more.
Yep, I gotta go 7 more degrees.
Oh, that's it.
Right.
I thought that it was 212
That?
that you're supposed to be at.
Huh?
I thought it was 212 that you're
Mom's
supposed to
what's
be
on
at.
Yeah, it suddenly picked
227.
up signal.
Maybe.
Oh, okay.
It might be really hot. We might have to let it cool. Daniel,
Might be boiling.
here's yours. Who's unappreciated music?
What?
I don't know.
Who's appreciating music?
We're not reading comments much because they're over there and I'm in the house, but, when I come in, I try to read. Oh, somebody made sweet potato cornbread with butter and syrup. Ooh,
I'll pour a little syrup on it.
For some sort of.
Yeah.
His donkey down.
Do that.
No, I.
Cornbread in the bottom of the syrup because the dang good kids came over here and ruined it.
Dang bad kids. Gosh.
Okay, so, have you showed up close?
Yeah, I think just a minute ago.
Did y'all show when you were doing how the bubbles are doing now?
I don't think I've done that yet.
Yeah, when it gets to that stage, they want to see up close again.
Yeah, it's still just not. It's got the cooks on.
I think we should park my van right here. I think that would block a chunk of it. The prevailing wind seems to be coming this way.
It's coming out of the west, yeah.
There you go, and drive it. Sure. Drive that
Yeah.
van around if it's parked right there.
See if it would help?
Is this mine right here?
Yes.
Be careful.
Okay. I gotta go get mine because
Pull
it's
it right
on
here.
the.
Yep.
Pull it up off
All
here,
right.
put it right here. That might cut some of that wind down.
So about how long before you think it's going to be to the stage that you can show it sheeting?
We like a little bit more.
30 minutes, an hour?
It could be 30 minutes.
Okay. Because I was going to do a community post. I don't have my phone though. Go do a community post. I may come take a picture. And that way people that are not watching right now maybe will get a notification that it's getting close. So then they might know.
We're within an hour.
Okay. I don't know what David did, but they said, good idea, David. I guess talking about the van.
Yeah.
Hey, advertising for the church.
Yeah, it's not even my church. I just got it from a church.
Oh, you're advertising somebody else's church?
Yeah, I couldn't figure out how to get all the sticky off the side.
Ah.
The funniest thing is, though, is that a couple people saw us drive it up to the liquor store as I was buying vodka for tinctures.
Uh-huh.
And they said, they just laughed. People were laughing. And I'm like, why are they laughing? I realized, oh, you just got this van and it's got like Baptist church on the side. I was like, oh no.
You just ruined the
I felt so bad for those people. Yeah. That was so sad. I'm like,
What kind of people y'all
yeah. Nah. Oh, we caught you.
We
It's
caught you.
smells.
It's a used vehicle that I found. Yeah.
I don't need any more advertising, that's for sure.
I'm not sure what they're talking about, Adult Swim. I want someone to edit this video and put the Adult Swim logo in it. Or on.
Oh, that was that was when they would run a lot of comedy and stuff on the Cartoon Network. They would run the stuff that you wouldn't run during the day.
Oh,
When it gets out of control, they put it on Adult Swim.
I gotcha. Okay. All right, I'm going after my hot chocolate. It's cold.
Cold chocolate.
Let's see. Let's see what's cooking right there. You have to even go further.
All right. That's about as far as we can go right there.
Well, that's pretty good. You can see how much thicker that's gotten since the last time.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe you can't pull it around there. Maybe pull it around the other side.
He tried to back all the way up the driveway. He should have turned around on where to that, pull up there forward and then come down. Oh.
That looks delicious.
Yeah, it's actually getting there a lot closer now. Woo. You would know the wind is getting crazy.
Oh, it's whipping.
Better. Crazy.
Really whipping.
edges.
Now's when I gotta watch my fire and keep it consistent.
Oh, there he goes. See if that makes a difference.
I'm gonna bother with it more.
The 80s music. Let's see.
I heard when you're just done driving, the song you really like comes on the radio. It's the worst.
The only way to keep a Baptist from drinking all your beer on a fishing trip is to bring another Baptist. Hey, nice to see you, Flomaton Famous.
Plummeted famous. Just let anybody on YouTube.
Come on, baby.
Wow, look at that thicken up.
Keep on rolling, baby.
That cut the wind.
Yeah, it seems like it's helping.
Unless the wind just stopped and
Unless
it
it
was
just magically
coincidental.
stopped. Yeah. I don't believe in coincidence. No such word in Hebrew language for coincidence.
Okay.
Right?
Who knows?
You can start up here, but the Nile, hey, no, Malakaka Volam, you visit Tala Vikibanu, and the lakes you survive.
No,
I'm not speaking in tongues, okay?
right.
You are. Hebrew.
It's a tongue.
It is a tongue, but not.
Depends on if you're a secessionist or not.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm Baptist and I'm drinking a beer now, Ted Brown says. Ted Brown, I hope you repent.
Lots of people drink beer.
Actually, did you
He's
pick
Baptist.
Did you
You've been
pick
singing.
some beer? I mean, not lots of beer, it was wine.
Yeah.
Wine.
I'm sure they drank a lot of beer when they were in Egypt because that's what people had to drink, beer and bread.
Well, I mean, even the scripture says a little wine's good for the stomach, but we got to understand the concept behind that. The water had so much contaminants in it that if you mix a little wine in with it, it actually purifies the water.
Right. Well, and also if you consider that the wine back then would have been live fermented and would be probiotic.
Yeah.
It's not killed with potassium bisulfite.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
put in a
Are
bottle.
you saying in Bible times they didn't have potassium?
They didn't have
whatever?
potassium bisulfite, no.
Oh,
I couldn't doubt they did.
Back then they had to kill it down with bat guano, which for a Jew was not kosher.
Right.
So, yeah.
Yeah.
So the Roman wine, they had to
They didn't
refuse
have a
all the
cloven
Roman
foot.
wines. All the Roman wines were treated with bat guano. So.
Yeah.
oh my goodness. Okay, history just got.
Don't drink wine in Rome. Worst mistake of my life. When in Rome, do what the Romans do.
I was in a Roman wet market drinking wine.
When suddenly, you know, a funny thing happened to me on the way to Rome today.
It had a lemony texture to it.
With an undertone of desiccated mosquito.
Desiccated.
Now this is how I got to do this. Hold on.
He's got it.
I'll see what kind of picture I can use on YouTube.
You may be too backlit.
No, it's
Yeah.
all right. I'm just doing a community post if I can get it to work.
Come on, baby. Come on.
You're talking to me or the sugar cane now?
I'm talking to the sugar cane.
Oh,
I'm a sugar daddy right now.
okay.
You
let
put
me-
that stocking cap on.
Oh, my goodness. Okay. Community post. Let's figure this
Come
out.
on, you doing it, come on.
In case you haven't noticed, we're streaming right now.
Community post.
That thing is actually putting a lot of heat out.
It is. It's cooking my,
Yeah.
mostly my knees. That's where I feel it
Yeah,
the most.
I mean, I got
Get a
them-
little closer.
Those
to your
steel
knees.
rods I got in my legs are starting to heat
It's starting to heat up.
up.
Okay.
When they turn that 5G on, you're gonna be like,
That's what they told me whenever I was, when the Navy SEALs told me that I couldn't actually go in. They told me, said, you've got these pins in your legs because they said when we go in through these canals, we have to reverse the polarity of the ships because they put landmines in those canals, and they stick to the bottom of the ship.
oh my goodness, what is it? Limpet mines. Is that what
Yeah.
they're called, right?
Yeah,
They
and
stick-
they said when we do that, we have to go to a microwave system, and when we go to that, it could very well heat those pins up in your leg. And I'm like, well,
Well, I don't think I really wanted to get microwaved at all. So,
it's-
holy moly.
We found out that our microwave disrupts our speakers.
Yeah.
Surprising.
Somebody says you can't go to Italy without drinking. I think it's illegal.
You have to get drunk to want to go to Italy? Is that what he's saying?
No.
That's kind of a.
That's not exactly
I think
what he
that's
said,
harsh.
I don't think, but
I've heard Italy's beautiful.
Catholics only.
I'll crack open a Vatican.
okay. I told him it was gonna be ready within an hour.
I don't normally drink beer, but when I do, it's Pontifex Maximus.
all right.
Oh,
Fire.
child number, 4.
Hurry, right?
4. Okay, child number 5 went fishing.
It went fishing. That
He's down
does
there
not
fishing.
surprise me.
Yeah, he's fishing.
He always goes.
If you ignore him long enough, he'll probably build a fort back there and start a fire.
Keep warm.
We're all right until the pig head comes out.
Wow.
Like sharpened at both ends, you know.
Pretty boy.
He said caught one.
He
How
should be
did
able
you
to
do
catch
that?
one. I mean, shoot, if you can't catch one in that pond, you can't fish.
He always does that, but he's
Not
out there.
big.
Dylan.
It's like-
I gave him a fake cricket. He's got a fake cricket on there.
I was telling you, you can't catch a fish in that pond, you can't fish.
Yeah. So he must have caught something.
Well, you can fish, I guess.
Holy smokes, I had no idea you guys were still live. I've been running errands all day. Oh, that's Karen Hill. Hi.
I'm trying to read them all. Amish paste. I don't know what they're talking about, but anyway. Thank you, Barbara, and Reap What You Sow Gardening, and Jesus, and
It's really cool.
a whole bunch of them that's still here. Maybe a few more people will pop in that want to see the final look of the syrup.
How many people are watching it right now?
And about 300 and something, I think.
It's a deal.
So how's it getting?
It's a long, slow, rolling live stream.
Can I show what you're doing, or are you ready to show
It's-
that part yet?
It's not syrup like we want just yet. We still got a little ways to go.
Okay.
How do people spend 6 hours watching a live stream? I mean, I can't
Ask in the comment section.
How did you spend 6 hours watching us be
I doubt it.
idiots?
I doubt anybody watched it for the entire 6 hours, but people come and go. Maybe some in the chat get
You
tea.
better watch it for the whole 6 hours. Or else it was all in vain.
That's enough. That's enough. Don't get abusive. This is not my channel. Danny and Wanda love humanity.
I love
They wanna
humanity
help
too.
Y'all,
Boom swear.
y'all don't know.
I hate it.
Ah, they all
I'm
love us.
still here from the beginning.
Eagle Lover Texas, you are a true legend.
Yes, you are.
I've been watching all day. How do you?
Debbie says she's been
You're
here
doing
all
a good
day.
job.
Pretty awesome.
That's cool.
Double A says I have a chair pulled up. Don't you see me? Yep. Double A's right here, right by Perry, sitting right
It's
side.
nice to meet you, Double A.
Somebody's canning pineapple. Barbara.
Yeah.
Kevin K has been watching since 8 this morning.
That's about.
So y'all.
That's about when we started.
Said that about Deep South and David the Good fans.
Are
So
we
y'all
back?
25 at least.
Yep.
I just need to know which one of them is my personal pet.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah. Ted Brown says he's watched and listened all day.
Oh, they're straight.
Susie Q says because they love learning.
Cute.
Jesus says got some cane and need to know what to do, so had y'all on since the beginning. They just wander around doing stuff while listening.
Daddy sing bass, mama sing tenor.
I like that.
I've been here at my desk listening at work. Amanda's been listening
That's
at work
not
all
good.
day. I bet she ain't getting much work done. She's listening to y'all sing and.
But her coworkers keep asking her why she's laughing.
Yeah, probably her coworkers are going,
That's
what's going on over there?
What is that noise in your office in there?
I'm on Zoom. We're boiling syrup.
Yeah.
Come on, this is important.
Okay, yeah, it's starting to change a little now.
Yeah.
Look at
looking
that.
nice. I don't know, they can't see it, so let me see if
Yeah.
I can.
See, like I was telling you about the dark line, you start seeing it.
Okay, hold on. Tell me where I'm at with it when I get close, and I can't go too far.
Can I fart online?
No.
Okay.
You.
Not towards the fire.
Okay, yeah.
All right, tell them what they're seeing.
See people's response.
What are they seeing?
I'm actually skimming off some of the impurities that's left in it here. There's a few. And it's getting to the point now where the bubbles are actually running together. They're beginning to foam up. They're like, the largest ones right now look like they may be, what would you say, a 1/4 inch in diameter? The 3/8?
Yeah, they're big. They're bigger than these. And they hold for a little bit.
Yeah, you see
And
how
then
this
they
one is
shrink.
against the side? That's what I'm looking for to start happening over all of it.
The bubbles to get bigger.
Yeah. Let's check out the sheeting while we're here.
Okay, let me see if
Hope
I've
that
got
came
it.
out right.
Okay, can they see it?
Am I in line with that black pipe where you can see
No,
it?
wait.
You see the. how
It's
it drips?
trying. I can't tell if they're seeing it or not, but I think
If I
so.
stand back here with my black on behind the pipe.
You see
I think the
that?
camera's kind of far away.
All right,
Yeah.
pull the table up some if you
Sure.
don't mind. I can't tell where I'm.
Careful.
Yeah, my coffee. Don't
Careful.
spill my coffee on the.
I
Not coffee, but
hot
Chocolate.
chocolate. No, you better say it's coffee.
side chocolate.
Okay, here we go.
Wait, where's your pot? There it is.
That's looking better. Yeah, they can do that.
I'm the human camera
Yeah, one more time, just so we see if we can.
person.
Yeah, I'm fixing to do something to keep your camera right where it's at.
What are you doing? Oh, putting it up close.
It's really coming off in chunks now. Look at that.
That
It's
is
getting
cool.
there.
Okay.
All right, you see the bubbles?
See the bubbles? I'm not quite to the consistency
Yeah, it's a
that I
bunch
want
of
just yet.
Small bubbles, and it's got junk still. You would think there's no junk, but look at it. And you don't want that in it. It's still bubbling stuff out.
You can see little bits of leaf and stuff in there. Little itty teeny bits.
When you dig that out, yeah.
Darlene Wright says,
You need
"What
to,
consistency
Get
are
my
you on?"
pot turned over yonder and get the cloth.
I gotta go put the jars in the oven too. They're not there yet. Okay, it's starting, so let me put this back. Y'all gonna go back over here from a distance.
Yeah, the pot needs to be turned over, the cloth needs to be put in it
All right,
with the,
where do I need to be?
We don't need
Yeah.
this up here anymore.
no.
Is that it? Okay, that you're still in with the.
Yeah. Show him how we do it there, one with the cloth and the,
Okay.
clothespins and,
I don't know.
Oh, I should probably film that.
yes.
1 sec, one.
Okay.
Because when I have to get this off, we're gonna have to get it off.
Oh, I gotta go get you some, hot pad holder thingies, those really
The only
thick.
thing I got, Faith brought them 2 things there. And
No, that's not it. I'll go get some more. Okay. All right, so we have this, I think it's a milk pan, right?
Yeah, it's a milk pail. I used to milk in it.
And, we just cleaned it yesterday, got it all clean.
It has no
And-
seam in the bottom of it.
This is actually, it's linen. I mean, it's like cheesecloth, but it's like a diaper, basically, in some ways, the old-fashioned diapers. And we just put clothespins around it and give it a little bit of, so that it catches. And we just go around. I don't know how many of these I brought out, but. May have to space them a little further apart, but. Just enough that it doesn't fall off when you pour hot liquid in there. Okay, the handle's right there, so that's what. And we get a little bit of a pooch where it'll just drain, and that'll be one of our filtering processes. Okay, what are we doing now? Just wait. You got some big bubbles on the sides. Okay, let me go put stuff in the oven. I'm sorry. I need the jars in the oven. And you need pot over here.
Yeah, don't wait too long. Because when it's ready, I gotta go.
Oh, it's really thickened up.
Yeah, so I'm telling you, this is the point where you can get in trouble. See how I told you it was gonna foam up?
Yeah, could you tell me that about getting in trouble again?
Yeah, this is the part right here where you can get in trouble. You have to kind of really be on it. Because see how it's foaming up on us? You see how I told you the bubbles will start getting larger as they pop up here? We're looking for I like to have about 1 inch in diameter. Let's do a little quick chest. Let's see here. I like to get about 1 inch wide. Okay, she's starting to raise up on me here now. All right, I gotta be really careful here. I can't wait.
You gotta pull the fire? Or you pull the pan?
I don't know if I can do this.
Careful.
Just wait. You couldn't wait.
Well, hold on. Here, you need these. Put those on so you don't burn your hands.
Yep.
All right.
Good.
I need a. You got it? You got the camera on so they can see?
I moved it slightly. I probably have to bring it up
Can you
higher.
see the thing and see how?
Look at you. We got to be able to see on the.
I'm gonna bring it.
You have to move it around with your hand and just hold it.
Yeah. But he can't see the. Turn the
fine.
camera, the computer around, and can you look at that and see what it looks like?
Yep.
Can you see there?
Right
Okay.
there. No.
Yep.
We got a lot of syrup.
It may even be more than that, reckon. Oh, that's awesome. Look at that. Good job, boys.
I don't know if that pail's gonna hold.
I don't think it is. I think you're gonna have to stop. Yeah, that's all we're gonna get.
Careful.
All right, so I've got to find another pail, right?
Hang on.
I think that's it. It's beautiful. The Deep South cane syrup finale.
I don't actually know how deep it is in the pail, but I'm pretty sure it's probably that
Yeah,
deep.
I think so too. I don't know that you can tell without taking it off.
I'm gonna have to take it off. It's looking good.
It's looking a lot like Christmas. Thanksgiving something, huh?
Let me just look under the edge of it here.
Can you?
It's not full.
How far is it? Can we pull this up, or does it matter?
It doesn't matter. Just leave it there. It's gonna hold it.
Is it? Let me put that back on.
I actually need something to stir that with.
Hand me one of your the little spoon or something thing.
Lighter wood?
No, not the syrup. This.
This right here. Just take that and kind of like move it around a little bit in there where it'll. See if it'll go down.
It'll hold it.
All right.
Yeah, we're gonna get it all.
Finally.
All right. I need one of y'all to turn the water on for me.
Run right there by the house. Right, yeah, right there. Okay, look at that. I got it turned backwards. Do I need to turn it around, or can you tell?
You'll have to turn it back off now. Hang on just a minute.
Wow. That was pretty awesome. Y'all see that? Now comes the task. We got to turn off the live stream because we're going in putting it in jars. Y'all don't need to see us put it in jars, right?
The reason I'm filling both of these up.
Oh, I'm sorry. Say
Okay,
again.
now you can sit it.
The reason I'm
And I gotta
filling
turn-
both of these
can you
up
put
is
this back in the
let
water?
it set overnight for almost
Back in
a
the
minute,
over there.
Yeah.
and it
in
will
the water.
actually
He's got
steam
going.
and evaporate the water out of these if I don't go ahead and fill them almost all the way to the top. All right.
Okay, guys, did that help?
All right.
You want to end the live stream so that I can take that in and put it in jars? Because I'm not taking the live stream in because you got to unhook stuff and all
We gotta get
that.
this off of here first.
Can you fix
Oh
it where-
man, I made a mess, didn't I?
You got to fix it where you can
We're all
see
saying
it.
we gotta see the ending. Let's jar.
Let's
In the
jar.
picture, Daniel.
Huh?
This way, right quick. And in the live stream's what I'm asking.
Oh. Okay, guys. I've got to take the cloth off of the bucket and go ahead and drain the rest of the syrup out while it's good and hot. We got to get it in the house. We got to get it in jars while it's hot so that the seals on it will seal. Just like canning, it's the same process. We got to get that done before everything cools off. So thank you guys for spending today with David, me, and Wanda, and the rest of the crew. We've had a wonderful day, and I pray that y'all have learned something about what it takes to make cane syrup. Thank you guys from Deep South Homestead.
And y'all check out David the Good. He's going to be doing a video.
Yeah, we'll see the other side of it behind this camera, probably within a week or so.
Okay, so y'all check that out. And we're not showing the canning part. We're just going to go put it in jars. That's all we're doing is dipping it over in jars, guys. It'll be in a video soon at Deep South.